Office of the Hokage, Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. Seriously, screamed Anko Mitarashi incredulously, gazing at the fifth fire shadow, the final senju and present head of the village hidden in the leaves. The purple-haired special jonin of the Hidden Leaf Shinobi Force asked. It was understandable, really, because the statement was regarded as so secret that it could not be recorded in writing. The current second-in-command interrogation expert was only aware of this because her former boss had sworn her to the utmost secrecy and she was directly involved in it. According to the highest security levels, Anko assumed that the secret had perished with the third Hokage when he was killed in combat because there were no written records. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, was a blonde woman with long twin tails who was approaching 50 years old. Although she appeared half her age, her eyes revealed her combat-tested past. She was a kunoichi who had stared death down and snatched many of her fellows from its jaws. However, in this case, she idly rubbed her temple and sighed resignedly, displaying her age. As much as I don't want to, I am forced to recognize both our lack of manpower and the daunting level of our opponents. With a cautious expression on her face, the blonde with the twin tails slowly glances up at her subordinate. I am forced to recognize the efforts of you and your team in defending the village and nation, with limited resources and lack of backing. Anko said, giving her a disbelieving look. The woman fell silent when Tsunade smirked and said, but they were off the books. No written records, the reason for. The Hokage pondered and a hollow smile appeared on his face. Perhaps, though my sensei did have a black book on the subject. I see, Anko says warily, obviously nervous about the potential consequences of preparing kids to Anbu level before they have even completed the academy. Naturally, as a trained kunoichi and medic, Tsunade recognizes this hesitation and dismisses it, speaking up once more in an attempt to reassure her younger counterpart. Relax, Anko, I will not be calling you out on it. You are fine, believe me. Tsunade went on, regardless, I have already sent my Anbu to recall the members of your former Anbu team, Team Zeta. I will authorize its reactivation and reclassification into the official standardized ranks as an ANBU team, with you taking up the role of its captain once more. This caused the purple-haired kunoichi to relax a little, still tense but not as twitchy as before. Anko reported quickly and without hesitation, nodding. Yes, Hokage-sama. Why would she turn it down? She was hardly able to contain her excitement at the idea of kicking ass and taking names like she used to, and she's getting her gakis back. But things will be different this time. They have backup in case something goes wrong and are no longer acting erratically or in the dark. The last time won't happen again. Not that final mission. That makes her brown eyes harden. She will not allow them to go through that once more. It should be all right because they are no longer little brats. As promised, the members of the old but new Anbu team showed up at the office a short while later, all of them apprehensive and perplexed by the unexpected call. Seeing them all grown up, leaning against the wall, thinking back on the past, and prepared to return them to their former selves, Anko had to rely on her Anbu training. They had changed since she had observed them from a distance and even engaged with them. No, not her tiny gakis. Silently, she watched as Naruto Uzumaki, the first of many, entered the office and boldly said, "Hey Ba-chan, what gives?" Kakashi-sensei was about to the sitting cage. Without taking his eyes off his book, he skillfully sidesteps the thrown stapler, which was caught by the teen's sensei, Kakashi Hatake. His sarcastic reply, Naruto. I am sure Lady Hokage will explain when you settle down. Her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, was next, nodding at his fellow T and I subordinate off to the side as Ino Yamanaka walked silently behind her fellow blonde. Anko gave a nod in return. Shikaku Nara leads his son, Shikamaru Nara, in yawning as the summon interrupted their nap time. The cage becomes agitated at this, but she holds back for the time being. Her twitching eyebrows, however, revealed her extreme restraint. Kiba Inuzuka finally intervened, complaining as his mother, Sume Inuzuka, moved in behind him and growled softly at him to hurry up, their ninkin partners following in silence. With their escorts behind them, the four young shinobi formed a line in front of the desk. Anko was leaning against the wall, hiding her excitement with a stone face and crossed arms. As Tsunade yelled at the toad hermit, hardly anyone saw him. Get in here, Jiraiya. The white-haired Sanin appeared through the window, beaming sheepishly. My bad. A triple-layered barrier appeared as soon as he cleared the window, and all of the adults, aside from the cage and Anko, raised an eyebrow, which was reserved for Anbu agents. This, in her opinion, was tipping her hand a little too quickly. To be sure, this was unusual because none of the people there were regarded as such. Kakashi was forced to put his book away, straighten his posture, and become more serious. With everyone in attendance, Tsunade made the decision to finish this quickly and without wasting any time. With a tone so steely that there was no room for doubt, she spoke up. Listen and do not interrupt me until I am done. This will only make sense then, understood? The pigtailed blonde nodded in agreement at the seriousness as the entire room tensed up and stood more erect. Now then, what I am about to say and do in this meeting will shock everyone but Anko in this room, Tsunade said, leaning forward onto her desk and interlocking her fingers while maintaining a firm expression. The group as a whole was intrigued and alarmed by this statement, but Tsunade persisted. We have solid information that the Akatsuki, a terrorist group of S-class shinobi, may be hiding in a Megakure, hidden rain village, and as such, her head turned toward Jiraiya, is planning on infiltrating said village and investigating directly. Naruto wanted to say something, but he was obviously biting his tongue because he knew Tsunade wasn't finished yet. However, I am not comfortable with this, and thus, with no spare Anbu-level teams available to provide additional support, I am left with only one option. I am hereby forced to reactivate and deploy Anbu Team Zeta. All of the older shinobi's eyes widened to nearly unthinkable proportions. Shikaku stepped forward and was able to speak first. If I may, Hokage-sama, but there isn't. The Anbu commander said, there is, as his dragon mask shimmered, something that no one had previously noticed. On the other side of the Hokage, they faced an equally straight-faced Jiraiya, who was startled but remained silent. With a flawlessly disguised voice, the Anbu commander in the dragon mask went on. Though, even I am not privy to its members' identities or status. All parties became even more perplexed, anxious, and intrigued as a result. With narrowed eyes and a firm grip on the conversation, Kakashi said, I thought they were just a myth. Tsunade gave a headshake. No, they were real. Sarutobi-sensei only kept one record and a black book to boot. The older shinobi, who were all aware that black books were no less than double S-class secrets and that, even if they were discovered, the seals on top would cause them to erupt in white flames if the person touching them wasn't the current Kage and didn't have the authority to even look at such a record, were stunned. Then, Kakashi gasped out. Pointing to Naruto, Eno, Shikamaru, and Kiba, Tsunade said over her Jonin, you four are hereby ordered to reactivate into Anbu status and join your captain, Anko Midorishi, and prepare for immediate deployment. The elder ninjas all turned to the four, who were obviously even more perplexed than their superiors, and the room fell silent. The long pause was broken by Kiba's unusually quiet question, what? You think we're Anbu? Eno asked, his brows furrowed, not sure if this was true. Despite his deadpan, Shikamaru spoke with all seriousness. That's not a funny joke, Hokage-sama. The room turned to listen as Anko, leaning against the wall, said, Lady Hokage, for the first time. She raised her voice and pointed to her own neck. You forgot something. Tsunade had forgotten that small detail and her eyes widened in surprise. The others barely noticed her glance at the black book, skimmed through the contents a few times, and then nodded, thinking she had the technique down. Tsunade inhaled deeply before explaining a lengthy series of 44 distinct hand signals and yelling, Kage secret art, seal removal. A powerful, thick chakra pulse erupted and spread throughout the space. The four youngest individuals in the room widened their eyes, then instantly went limp and fainted. Kakashi was the first to awaken from his daze and apprehend Naruto. Tsun captured Kiba, Shikaku captured his son, and Inoichi captured Eno. After setting the four down, they all turned to face the Hokage, who had risen in concern and was staring down at the four now unconscious shinobi. Concerned about his teammates' behavior toward his godson, Jiraiya yelled at her, what was that? The next to yell was Kakashi, I've never seen a jutsu like that. The room listened to Anko's light laugh. She said, relax, Kakashi, as she pretended to file her fingernails against her notorious trench coat. They are my team. They just passed out from the rush of memories. They are fine. Incredulous, Kakashi asks, your team. Since when did you have a team? Since I trained them from a young age. Since I protected them from this village. Since we shed blood, sweat, and tears together. You tell me, Kakashi. Is that not what a team is? Anko firmly said, meeting the silver-haired Jonin's gaze. At that point, Kakashi said nothing. Everybody did. That was how a team was defined. Inoichi broke the silence by asking, memories. Anko spoke casually and nodded. Reintegration of the memories and skills we sealed away after our last mission together. Give them a few minutes. Shikaku mumbles, I don't understand, his face clearly showing conflict and bewilderment. With a sigh, Anko looks at the Hokage, who gives her a nod. Anko gives an explanation. 6 years ago, I led Anbu Team Zeta in an effort to thin out the number of enemies we had to face. There were so many, and the Hokage was too busy dealing with the snakes hidden among us to worry about those outside. We never existed. No books, no records. Just silent shadows behind the night. Almost growling, Kakashi said, that's why we have Anbu, defending his previous position. Knowing this because she had also worked for Anbu, Anko just nodded in agreement. True, however, sometimes you guys left traces. Besides, she said with a grin, you guys were already overworked. Although Kakashi was aware that they were overworked at the time, he still wanted to respond. Reluctantly, he nodded, letting Anko speak next. At the time, I was only training Whiskers, but eventually, all 4 came to me upon his recommendation. We made an effective team, and I asked the old man to test us on a real mission. When the Snake Jonin thought of their first mission, they shuddered. That mission, it went so well it was scary. After the initial shock of their first kills, they were ruthless. They cleared a bandit camp of 44 bandits and 3 missing nins in under 5 minutes. That caused the room to gasp. Still, Anko went on. They were efficient and focused. Naruto mutters, not that it helped in Demon Country, as he sits up. He is the first to awaken, shaking his head to get rid of the sleepiness and blinking repeatedly. Anko shuddered once more at what he said. She returned the chirp, a menacing smile emerging. True, but it was fun, right? Her grin was sinister and dark, and Naruto beat and matched it. You know it. Shikamaru was the next to awaken, stretching out and yawning. If Kiba had followed the plan though. It wasn't my fault, Kiba snarled, his eyes blazing with rage. He then slowly sat up and began to absently pat Akamaru. That bastard used some kind of stink bomb to throw me off. You should have let me handle him, Eno said, stretching out on the ground and repeatedly blinking to make her vision clear. I was closer, you know. With a face palm, Kiba groans and complains in a low voice. We got them in the end, though, so what's the harm done? Shikamaru chastises, not the point, as he and his companions are hauled up by their parents or guardians. They all surveyed the area, readjusting to their new surroundings. Anko grinned and said, welcome back, Ats. They all grinned back. With his arms crossed and his blue eyes permanently slitted, Naruto asks, didn't think things would get to this point again. What kind of shit hit the fan hard enough that the cage was forced to reactivate us? As he looks at his sister figure and sensei. Then Kiba gave a low growl, his jaw and teeth clenched, his fist trembling with relentless rage. What was the point of all that shit, then? Shikamaru sighs, as though he's yelling at his comrade for the umpteenth time, orders are orders, and then he gives him a full glare. Kiba snapped back, arms crossed, I'm aware, jackass, but everyone could see that their attitudes, behaviors, and even postures had changed. The children who entered that door were different from these ones. With an authoritative yell, Anko declared, brats, cage is waiting. Immediately, all 4 tensed up and stood alert. Immediately, all of the playfulness vanished, to be replaced by a chilly indifference. Together, they said, yes, Captain. Tsunade was at the professional level that was demonstrated. Everyone was focused, silent, and perfectly straight. To put it mildly, it was a little unsettling to see her surrogate little brother, son like this. There was nothing but a shinobi waiting for his commands, even the glimmer in his usually expressive blue pools. Tsunade let out a deep sigh, feeling as though the entire world was pressing down on her. Okay, Zeta team, I am not fully sure of your skills, but as it was stated that you were an ambush, tracking, and assassination team, I want you up to spec within the month. They chortle again, yes, Hokage-sama. Anko now joined them, clearly proud of her brats. Tsunade went on, this is no longer an SS-level security squad. You will be S-ranked, like any other Anbu detail. Though from what I have read, you may quite possibly be the best squad we will have on record. Is there anything you need to do before your first mission? What about our masks, Lady Hokage? Are we keeping the same ones from before, or are we integrating into standard Anbu practice? Shikamaru asked, raising his hand as he noted her nod. What masks did you have? The cage asked her Anbu commander, Dragon, as he moved forward. They all removed their masks from various recently exposed seals on their bodies as puffs of smoke burst forth. Shikamaru wore a black deer mask with red details, Kiba wore a black wolf mask with red markings, Eno wore a black mask with red petals dancing from the left, and Naruto wore a black fox mask. Enko's old snake Anbu mask, which had red markings, was now black. After giving them all a quick glance, Kakashi remarks, "Those aren't standard issue." Naruto replied sharply, shaking his head, "No, they aren't. The seals I have woven into them are of the highest quality. I assure you on the Uzumaki name." Even Jiraiya was taken aback by his boast, even though she knew it was pride in a skill he had mastered rather than simple gloating. "Do you know Fuinjutsu?" asks the wise toad. Naruto nodded once more, perplexed by the lack of conviction. He said casually, "Well, yeah. I mean, both my parents had knowledge in the arts, and they passed it on to me," and Eno nodded before a fleeting playful glint appeared in her eye. "Yeah, your folks were great, and even approved of me." The three male members groaned as a result. Naruto rubbed his eyes and let out a low sigh. "That was a family matter you had no right to interfere with." "Your mother agreed, which is why I was there," Eno said, forcing Inoichi to return to the room. Though not as much as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, he turned pale. The second one mumbled, You. Confused, the four younger shinobi glanced at one another before turning to face the three. When Naruto realized, he reacted coolly. "Oh, right, yes, Jiraiya, I forgot about you. I have a message from the red-hot habanero." Naruto's smile reminded him of a certain redhead, and it was far too similar to the person for the Toad Summoner. At this point, Eno's smirk was just plain evil, echoing what Kunoichi had said. As he continued, Naruto growled out the last part of the sentence, "When you get here, I will rip your manhood off and ram it down your damn throat worse than that time I caught you peeking on me and Tsunade." The man was so pale at this point that he would have given his treacherous teammate a run for his money, but his desire to kill nearly choked him. Side snickers brought Kakashi's attention, and he fell silent as the glares on him followed suit. The former Anbu recognized the low, icy tone of Naruto's voice as he said, "As for you, that eye of yours, nor Rin or Obito, will save you from him." Naruto barely whispered, but the entire room heard, "You are not off the hook either. Be glad you have that hat." His eyes narrowed dangerously, for now. Eno and Naruto then turned to face Tsunade, who actually squeaked under the arctic cold eyes that bore into her. With a forceful cough into her hand, Tsunade regained control of the room as the murderous intent finally subsided. "Zeta, you may keep your masks, we will add them to the inventory." She didn't need to know that the five operatives nodded, not really going to let their equipment fall into the hands of the white masks. Tsunade said, "You will be assisting Jiraiya. If he is engaged, you will assist him, and if possible, bring them down." They all chorus, "Yes, ma'am." Again, "Kiba, what will you do with Akamaru?" the Hokage asks, turning to face the Inuzuka. Kiba answers quickly, "We already have that covered, ma'am," as the dog gives one equally stiff bark. The next to speak is Shikamaru, who seems to be thinking deeply. "We'll have to redo some of the battle strategies, formations, and get him up to spec." At that, Naruto becomes alert. "Oh, I should call him too, right?" The adults all turned to face the blonde man, and while it took his squadmates a moment to remember, they all smiled when they did. Kiba started laughing uncontrollably. "Yeah, the old coot will probably be grumpy after all that time asleep." As he slams his hand on the ground, Naruto demonstrates hand signals that nobody outside of his team can recognize, summoning jutsu, Kurama no Yoko. A bright red fox with 9 tails and a big poof emerged. It slept on the floor, its 9 tails lying flat and occasionally twitching idly. And Kiba said, "Told ya." The fox moaned and whined as Naruto pushed it with his foot. It quickly realized that he was out again as the sensations of the outside world struck its senses and it opened a simmering scarlet eye. It leapt to its feet, taking in the terrified expressions of a number of people before looking up at the smirking Naruto, who casually spoke. "Yo, old man, good to see you up." "Brat," the Biju asked, observing the blue, slitted eyes of his container and grinning slyly, "Seals come off, huh?" Naruto smirks menacingly as he nods. "We are being reactivated. Seems the regular forces are weak and stretched thin. So, are you ready to cause some mayhem and look good doing it?" "Always," the fox exclaimed, turning to face his 5 packmates, who all waved back at him with a sly smile. Naruto tilted his head to the side and asked naively, "What?" As he looked up to see the Hokage's utter panic. As the others jumped to the edge of the room, the door still sealed, Jiraiya screamed in sheer terror, "The Kyuubi!" and attempted to retrieve his sealing gear. Kiba laughs nervously and scratches the back of his head, saying, "Oh, right." With an exasperated sigh, Shikamaru grimaced and muttered, "Forgot about that." Eno simply shared the prankster gleam in her fellow blondes and the elderly fox's eyes, which had previously led their training, and appeared amused. Occasionally, after everyone had calmed down, Eno had an epiphany and glared at Naruto, who was taken aback by her hissing at him. "You're not still going after that pink-haired skank, are you?" With his eyes narrowed to slits, Naruto growled back, "Not as much as you are pining for that traitor of a Uchiha," which made the other three laugh. "You know," growled Eno, "I don't like your attitude." "Can it?" Naruto shot back with an equally intense glare. At last, she huffed and backed away, folding her arms and glaring at her fellow blonde. Still struggling to contain her laughter, Anko asks, "Anything else, Lady Hokage?" It was, to put it mildly, refreshing that she had forgotten about the antics of her two blondes. Upon realizing this, Tsunade nods and says, "Ah, yes. Your ranks." At last, Tsunade smiles as they all tense up. "Based on what I've seen of your reports, I would put you at Jonin level minimum." Naruto narrows his eyes and says, "But," sensing the "but" a mile away. While concealing her surprise at his intuition, Tsunade says, "But I think Special Jonin fits you all better with Anko as full Jonin." Everyone is grinning, but Kiba gives Naruto a sly smile. "Genin to Special Jonin in one promotion, huh? Can it mutt?" Naruto growled in response, flashing a chakra flare. As Anko growled, Kiba flared his right back in preparation for his reply. "Shut it down, both of you." Both of them became quiet, their glares turning into indifference. Leading the group in a bow, Anko turned to face the Hokage. "Thank you, Lady Hokage." Tsunade gives a firm nod before continuing. "You are all dismissed. Excellent work." As the barriers are removed, they all nod and disappear in body flickers without smoke. The remaining members of the reactivated Anbu team stood silently for a while before another privacy seal illuminated. With fury consuming his body, Inoichi slammed his hands on the Hokage's desk and exclaimed, "What the fuck was that, Lady Hokage? Since when did my..." Tsunade calmly and softly said, "It started as a simple hobby, a side project with Naruto," before reclining in her chair, totally unfazed by the man's rage. She went on softly. She let out a deep sigh and said, "Then it snowballed, and all four were roped in. They all took to the life of assassins like fish to water. Not much is known about their training, but there are a few examples of their missions which I am not inclined to share with you all." Anbu Commander Dragon asks, "Any idea of their specializations at least?" She pulls a note out of one of her desk drawers and nods. Tsunade nods as she reads, "As you all know, Anko is a slippery one with snakes, poison, and unrivaled stealth capabilities. A perfect assassin." They are all nodding along. In the field, Naruto is the team's powerhouse, in every sense of the word. Wind, fire, and water are his attributes, and apparently, he is very creative with them. Behind the walls, he is their quartermaster. As a seal master, according to my sensei, he augments the others' gear and equipment. No ideas on what seals he uses, just says that they were incredible, my sensei's words. His stealth is unmatched, according to Anko. Kakashi says, "High praise," and they all nod in agreement. Tsunade went on, turning to face Inoichi. Eno uses poisons, water jutsu, and serves as both the team medic and communicator. Sensei states she's the pillar of their coordination. Only educated guessing at her actual strength, though. Knowing full well that his clan specializes in that role, Inoichi nods along with his leader. He ought to question her about it in a private setting. At this point, Tsunade said bluntly, "Shikamaru's role is pretty self-explanatory." Tsunade laughed and said, "Though, his accuracy with kunai has earned him the moniker of Glint. Apparently, that's all you see before you die." Shikaku nodded. A proud grin appeared on the faces of the Jonin commanders. Tsunade spoke up after turning to face Sum, who had been eerily quiet the entire time. Kiba is the team's primary tracker, with Naruto as their secondary. He is also the secondary hitter. When he and Naruto tag team, apparently there isn't much that could stand against them, despite only being 10 years old. Kiba uses his lightning chakra to punch through armor, steel, hell, even castle walls. With a growing fanged smile, Tsun nods, giving the impression that her puppy has grown into a formidable little man. She ought to speak with him directly and ask for the specifics. Discover how strong her youngest is in comparison to what she knows about him. However, Jiraiya whispered, it seems like there's a backstory to that. I bet, I'll ask them when I have a chance to, Tsunade said with a smile and a nod. Kakashi raised his voice and called attention to himself, saying, wait, if Shikamaru has a moniker, do the rest. He went on. As she explained, Tsunade gives them all a, you won't believe this shit, smirk. Chaos Fox is Naruto, Venus's Princess of Poison is Eno's, Glint is Shikamaru, and Black Thunder Wolf is Kiba's. Barbecue, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. As he flips his meat on the grill, Kiba sighs, so, we've been reactivated, huh? Honestly, I didn't think this would happen again. Next, Shikamaru mumbles as he removes his meat from the grill. Tell me about it. It's all good, guys. Just going to have a load of fun, right? Naruto, seated across from the two, was feeding Eno while resting his arm on the bench. Kiba flashed his savage smile. True, we can let loose once more. Shikamaru turned to his blonde counterpart and said, speaking of which, how high did you set your seal? I mean. Kiba laughed heartily and said, you were an absolute moron, making the blonde with whiskers frown in return. Someone tampered with it clearly. A voice that sounded familiar asked, tampered with what? Naruto looked back at his former teammate with the pink hair. The others raised their heads from their food. His unimpressive response, ah, Haruno. The girl blinked in perplexity because he had never addressed her in such a manner before. What's wrong with his group, too? Is that Eno, too? Kiba asked her as he reached for his beer, jolting her out of her reverie. Shouldn't you be at the hospital, Haruno? Naruto growled and abruptly interrupted. Hey, that's my beer, but Eno burped and put another beer in front of him, flaunting her foam mustache. Sorry Naru, I had it. He laughs clumsily and picks it up when Anko speaks to his female counterpart, his mouth full of meat. Ah, it's cool, he says. So, Blondie, you still got that poison touch. With a quick glare in return, Eno said, naturally, which made the purple-haired Jonin grin. I look forward to it. Naruto mumbles, I need to find our bows, before turning to face the Nara. Any idea what became of them? Shikamaru says, think I have 'em somewhere, as he reaches for his own drink while glancing at his friend. After swallowing, Kiba remarks, getting back into shape is going to be a pain though. Anko says, while you four get back in shape, I'll take Blondie 2 over there and work up some of our special brew, and they all nod. Eno cheered, oh, we are 16 now, I can mix them myself. Anko acknowledges, true, and raises her drink. Doesn't mean I won't be participating, Gaki, she added. Knowing that there is no point in arguing at this point, Eno sighs and nods in agreement. Still, it was better than nothing. When Sakura, unable to understand what was happening, said, all eyes turned back to her, reminding them of the other's presence. What's going on? The group blinked multiple times before turning to face each other this time. Naruto was the center of attention, and he snarled back at them. No. Eno turned to Anko and snorted at his abrupt reply. Captain, isn't this your job now? He said in a low voice. It is, Shikamaru affirms while swallowing the remainder of his meal and grinning like the blonde. With the same smile, Eno continues, I concur. Damn right, Kiba says with a small laugh, making the aforementioned Kunoichi pout. You guys were so much cuter when you were squirts, Anko murmurs. We know, they all say in unison before they all start laughing, which makes the snake mistress give them a gentle smile. They haven't all come together like this in a long 6 years. With a sigh, Anko turned to face the med nin who was standing clumsily by the side of the booth. Hey, Pinky, long story short, we've been made into a new team. This is our first get-together. After hearing the news, Sakura's eyes grew wide before focusing on her now ostensibly former teammate. But, what about getting Sasuke? If we come across him, Haruno, best believe he will die. The lone Uzumaki said with a sense of finality, firmness, and coldness that made her shudder. But, Sakura muttered. This time, Kiba let out a feral snarl and growled, but nothing, Haruno. With an equally icy tone, Eno turned to face the medically trained ninja. Traitors will be dealt with nothing but a swift death. Sakura's heart sank, and she swore she saw her best friend release a cold breath. With a very serious expression on her face, Enko gazed at the teen with pink hair. You are barking up the wrong tree, Pinky. We do not give any mercy to traitors of the leaf. If my team or I find him, we will kill him. Soon after, Sakura was spotted sobbing as she raced through the streets, and Zeta made her way to Training Ground 44 to start their retraining. Hokage's office. Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. 3 weeks have passed since Team Zeta was reactivated, and despite the failure of the Anbu sent to locate its members, no one has seen or heard from any of them. After rereading the black books her sensei had left, Tsunade found a seal underneath the desk 10 centimeters from the right middle drawer. To summon them, she needed to channel chakra through this seal. After that, nothing seemed to happen until the triple barrier rose and the fox, ninja dog, and all 5 shinobi emerged from the shadows. With her team behind her, they walked up to the desk, and Anko spoke first. You called, Lady Hokage. Ah, yes, Tsunade replies, a little taken aback that they showed up. It seems in his infinite wisdom, my teammate has gotten restless and left for the mission. Anko's words were a bewilderment. That wasn't part of. I know, Tsunade snarled, obviously irritated by her teammates' impatience and defiance of her commands. Thus, I need you in the field, now. Anko nods and then turns to face her team while maintaining her professional demeanor. Gear up, full kit. Bring the pups. Yes, ma'am, they all say in unison. Anko faced the Hokage once more. We'll be sure to bring him home. As the group moved back into the shadows and the barrier fell again, Tsunade nodded. If she hadn't been staring at them, she would not have been able to detect their presence at all. She sighed deeply and muttered, I hope I did the right thing. Amegakure, the land of rain, and the city outskirts. Gazing at one of the lifeless pain bodies, Jiraiya lets out a sigh. He had worn himself out trying to kill it, and in spite of its desperate attempt, he was able to withstand its last surge of power. He is currently contemplating his next move while sitting in the toad's stomach beneath the lakes of aim. Ma and Pa try to talk him out of going back to the front, but he has a gut feeling that the information he is about to acquire is crucial to the Leaf's survival, so he must get it at all costs. He is a little intrigued that none of the other pains are present when he returns to the surface. A tremendous explosion is heard abruptly, and the mechanical body shatters into pieces as it crashes through one of the towers. After silently examining the ripped body and confirming its death with a nod, Wolf and his dog Nin land. At that moment, he spots the Sannin. Toad Sage, sorry we are late, but you left early. Good to see you alive. You're, muttered Jiraiya. The black-masked shinobi replied, you're back up. Then he tensed up and looked up. Understood. Found the toad guy. Yeah, he's alive. Roughed up, but, yeah, got it. Any intel you can give us? He asks, turning back to face the Sannin. I do not think these pains are alive. They seem more like puppets, the white-haired man said with a sigh. The Anbu chuckled softly, then abruptly stiffened and nodded. Flower suggested that too. She is mad her poisons are not working. Okay, we gotta go. Fox needs a hand on the north side. Can you keep watch over here? Sure, kid, get moving, the Anbu and unremarkable dog say, disappearing without a trace. Thank the sage, Jiraiya says with a heavy sigh as he approaches the puppet that has been destroyed. Amegakure, the land of rain, and the northern side. Almighty push, reverberates throughout the area as hundreds of arrows are hurled in all directions, many of them disappearing in smoke plumes. Both archers make a clear leap. As Fox lands next to Deer, who pulls another arrow from his quiver on his lower back, he growls, any more bright ideas? 5 seconds is his minimum firing time. Switch to plan F, Deer says, pulling his bow back, again. Disgruntled, Fox murmurs, fine. Shadow clones, attack. The orange-haired man raises his hands in opposite directions once more, saying, Almighty. Deer closely observes as the clones nearly approach the man, kunai in hand, and throw them simultaneously, saying, push. 30 Fox-masked shinobi leap from the shadows all around him. Once more, steel tubing, clones, and kunai are knocked in all directions by an unseen barrier. At the center of it all is an orange-haired shinobi wearing a ragged black robe covered in red clouds. The next second, an arrow pierces his head, right between his eyes, and then it explodes, splintering his skull in all directions like a watermelon. The body collapses from the sky after going limp. The two leap clear as a tongue snaps out from behind the structure. Fang over fang. 2 black tornadoes strike the hidden chameleon's side just before they are struck, causing it to explode in smoke and saving the two. A pile of shredded steel and cargo containers is where Fox and Deer land. Any eyes on Flower, Snake, or Big Bad? Deer started, Snake should be, but all three shinobi and one ninkin had to leap clear when they heard a squawk. A strange bird with pale purple eyes and only one leg crashed through where they had been. Before long, a red multi-tailed fox leapt from a tall building and tackled it. The summon was cooked alive as the two fell through the air, the fox releasing a torrent of flames just before impact. A multiple-tailed fox emerges from the smoke when it clears, speaking dismissively with a mouth full of feathers that gradually turn to ash. That damn bird was pissing me off. Bark. The dog whimpered as the fox growled back, shut it. You are not my father. The black fox turned to face the black deer and said, now then. Go find and support Snake and Flower. Keep them covered. Deer immediately moved to obey the command and disappeared. Black Wolf turned to Black Fox. We're going to find the real one. Where would they be? Asks Black Wolf, nodding. Black Fox sighed and said, if Deer is correct, which he normally is, then let's try the center of this place. Tallest building is most likely. Black Wolf says with a nod, cool. Together with their partners, the two disappear. Amegakure, the land of rain, and eastern downtown. Fireball, a huge sphere of blazing fire roared in the direction of the human path. Pain, but the plump one showed up and easily took it in. The second Pain rushes around it as it does, only to have Flower's Naginata's sharp edge cut through its head from behind. As Snake's swift slashes cut it down as if nothing were there, Preta Path also loses its head, arm, and torso as it lunges at Flower, grabbing her wrist and attempting to grapple her. A strange toad is run through by an arrow that slips past them both. The toad immediately puffs away, revealing Animal Path with the arrow through her chest. Deer inquires, didn't you say never to let your guard down, sensei? Snake immediately jerked back, shut it twerp. Where are the mutts? Asks Flower. Deer replied, Central District. I suggest that is where the big guy would be. Snake gives the order, and her two subordinates follow it. Then seal them up and let's get moving. Central Spire, Amegakure, and the Land of Rain. A blue-haired woman rushes to greet Fox, Wolf, and their friends as they land on the ledge of the tallest spire. Fox glances at his companion. Think we're in the right place. Wolf gives one nod. Seems like it. The final Pain, Naraka Path, emerges from above and attempts an axe kick, but Fox blocks it as their companions charge forward. The impact's shockwave rippled and pushed him down, bending the heavy metal floor, but his defense held. Fox, however, continued to stand defiantly, letting Wolf appear off to the side. The puppet's connection was broken and the man was blasted clear by a powerful kick laced with thunder. As the resurrected tag team of Fox and Wolf closed in on the moving corpse, Naraka sparked and twitched from the lightning shock as he crashed into the metal wall. After Wolf cut with his claw and Fox blocked it with his right arm, Fox kicked Wolf in the roundhouse, pushing the creature away. Naraka bounded forward, leaping off the wall. After splitting apart, the two black-masked shinobi moved in perfect unison to close in from either side. The path was almost torn apart by the slashing and jabs that came too quickly for a counterattack. Then, each of them fired a haymaker, sending its force into the metal. The frame was imprinted on the metal by the combined strength of the two. The room suddenly fills with paper, and the two would-be killers are forced to jump back, their partners landing next to them as they all skid to the edge of the roof. The kunoichi with the blue hair yelled, "You will go no further." The two shinobi begin exchanging hand signals as her paper jutsu accelerates. The muzzles of both dogs are flaming. Fox exclaims, "Wind style, slashing wind." As they combine their attacks and rush forward with razor winds among the blast of wind, tearing the papers, Wolf cries, "Wind style, great breakthrough." Both the dog and the fox start the flames, which quickly reduce the torn paper to ash in a blue burning conflagration. Fox and Wolf are standing over a burnt blue-haired kunoichi who is glaring at them with half of his body when Snake, Flower, and Deer land next to the smoke column. She exclaimed, "You, who?" Fox asks, "Where's your boss?" But she just keeps glaring at them. She immediately faints when a senbon of poison strikes her neck. She will pass away quietly, painlessly, and quietly. As their captain gives hand signals for them to move and search the building, both teenagers turn to see Flower finally relax after poisoning something. They all give a nod and disappear into the darkness. A man who was obviously crippled and hooked up to multiple machines sat in a closed room away from the building planners and the general public. Everyone knew this man as Pain, but his recently departed childhood friend knew that he was actually Nagato Uzumaki, the bearer of the renowned Rinnegan Dojutsu. He said in a raspy voice, "You can come out now." Looking up at the shadow where 2 ninja hounds and 5 shinobi emerged. "So, you all are the ones who defeated my paths?" the man asked, glancing at each of them. However, none of them speak, and the redhead gives a single nod. "I see. You are all truly shinobi of high caliber." At 3 of them, a number of spikes shoot out from his chair, but one of them is fast enough to catch them all and drop them to the ground without harm. Fox casually drops the rods and holds them up. At that, the redhead grins. As Jiraiya shows up next to the group and asks, "What happened to you, Nagato?" He lets out a heavy sigh and says, "I truly have been defeated." Gazing at the newcomer, Nagato inhales deeply. "Jiraiya-sensei, I take it you were the one who summoned them here." The Toad Sage sighed and glared at the man in front of him, his face hardening. "No, this team doesn't matter. What happened to you, Konan and Yahiko? I thought you wanted peace as I do." Something rumbled in his throat, a laugh devoid of humor. "That peace is a lie and cannot come to pass," Nagato retorted. "We learned that the hard way, sensei. We did try. The sage knows we tried yet." The Red Fox yelled, moving forward to stand next to the Toad Sage, grabbing both of their attention. "You gave up too soon, mortal." The fox shook his head and sighed. "You carry my father's eyes, yet you are blinded, chained down by your grief and hatred." The beast lets out a sigh. "When we saw you for the first time, I had hoped you would impress me, but as we fought, all you could do was claim to be a god, led only by fear. My father would be ashamed to see one with his eyes act so foolishly. Nagato had a stake in this. Your father." With a single nod, the fox moved forward. "You know him as the Sage of 6 Paths, Flesh Bag. Surely, as an Uzumaki, you would know of him." "I do," Nagato replies, letting out another weary sigh. "I wanted peace. But you were fooled by your own ego. Pity. I would have hoped those eyes would allow you to see the truth of the world, but instead, you tried to imprint your truth on the world. A true shame," Kurama says with a lazy tail. "Now, before we take your life, I will hear your story before destroying those eyes to ensure that they do not fall into the wrong hands." Nagato shares his tale. When Jiraiya heard it, she was a complete mess. However, the redhead warns us at the end, saying, "Beware of Madara. He still lives." Kurama glared at the redhead and growled angrily, "Impossible, mortal. The Shinigami has already claimed that soul," saying. Nagato declares, "Then he truly is an imposter." The fox, still growling, nods. "Any last words?" The Toad Sanin was interrupted as Nagato continued, saying, "Wait. I want to hear. The Diva Path. Could you ensure that it is destroyed fully? I wish to see him on the other side." As his flames completely consume the man, the fox declares, "It shall be done." Jiraiya yells, "No," but Snake quickly knocks her out. They all depart after Kurama destroys the dojutsu, allowing the flames to consume the entire spire and erasing any remaining evidence of the group. This development infuriated a certain Uchiha, who would go out and try to find out who had disrupted this project. Dango Shop, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. After a few days, Anko laughed as she finished another pitcher of beer and grabbed 8 sticks of sweet dango, saying, "That was way more fun than I expected." Kiba lowered his beer cup from his lips and laughed. "True." He sighed contentedly and swirled his drink before Shikamaru spoke firmly while gazing down at his whiskey on the rocks. "We could have done it quicker if we were in top condition." Naruto, seated across from him, says, "We have time for that now." Shika, smiling as Eno nods in agreement. While eating some dango, Eno says from Naruto's lap, "Yeah. After the week of rest is up, we'll head back to training and get our old skills back completely. Though your arrows seem as sharp as ever," Naruto continues. "Only due to your seals," Shikamaru retorted, and Naruto laughed quickly in response. "You sell yourself short, my pineapple-haired friend." Shikamaru growls, "Fuck it," as he finishes his whiskey and raises his hand to call for another from the bar. "How's the Toad Sage handling it?" When the shadow users asked, Naruto shrugged. "Dunno. Don't really care all that much." "Isn't he your godfather?" Anko asked, raising an eyebrow at that. They all nodded as Naruto snarled at the end, remembering his feelings from the previous time. "He was. If I had been in my right mind, I never would have signed that damn Toad contract. All he wants is a second yellow flash of the leaf," and quite frankly, I'm sick of it all. His father wasn't him. Anko asks, so, no dreams of becoming Hokage? With a sly smile. At that, her blonde male student gave a loud snort and lifted his mug, glancing briefly at his team's captain. Sensei, don't insult my intelligence. Do you really think I could sit at a desk all day? This time, his entire team chuckled and said in unison, true. Naruto snarled at them, oi, and they all started laughing, not realizing how many people were perplexed by their group's proximity. The sight of the 6 obviously close friends chatting amicably among themselves set the rumor mill into overdrive. Despite their struggles thus far, they would spend the majority of the evening together in the bar, enjoying their first official time off as a team. They would laugh and cheer each other until the wee hours of the morning. Hokage Office, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. With their commander and all of the village's current Anbu captains present, Jiraiya had been sitting in the seat that had been offered to him for a good 30 minutes. Leaning back in her chair, Tsunade thought about the tale her former teammate had told her. It seems they are truly worthy of their rank and title, Dragon said, breaking the silence. As she looks at the glass orb, Tsunade nods absently and says, from what we have heard, they aren't at their best yet. This means that they will only get more competent. Dragon nodded, both curious to see that and afraid of it. Perhaps, we should offer them a few more missions before we make any premature conclusions. When Jiraiya spoke again, Tsunade took that under advisement and was thinking about what to do with her newest force. Can we seal them again? The Hokage looked back at her obviously distressed sage and arched a brow at that. He was also looked to by Dragon and the other Anbu. Tsunade responded, oh, why would we? They seemed rather effective as a fighting force. After a prolonged period of staring at his boss and former teammate, Jiraiya sat up straight again and responded, effective, sure. Merciless, without a doubt, Tsunade. They were little better than machines. Machines? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Jiraiya replies, leaning over the desk and placing her hands on it. They cut down and behaved like machines with little mercy. Dragon remarked, they acted like a well-oiled team, which made the Toad Sage glare at the shinobi in masks. From your report, they acted as a team, eliminating the enemy with coordinated strikes that. Not the point, Jiraiya said, glaring back at the shinobi in the mask. After exhaling sharply, Tsunade said bluntly, Jiraiya, just because they are effective without your guidance, does not mean they are a danger. Jiraiya answered, but, Suheim, but Tsunade silenced him by raising her hand. Listen, Jiraiya, they are our newest Anbu force, and until we do not need them or prove to be a bigger issue than not, they will remain as such. Leave them alone. After a heated standoff, Jiraiya retreated and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. She let out a sigh before glancing down at the report. What was left unsaid, she knew. Since the squad was reactivated, their Gaki has undergone significant change. After dismissing the other Anbu, Tsunade has only heard rumors about the Gaki and his group and how drastically they have changed. A firmly glowing moon has taken the place of her ball of sunshine. His friends support him like a wartime squad, and he is a silent specter who doesn't take any shit from anyone. It has been a little unnerving. Training Ground 7, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Naruto exclaimed, summoning, as a massive cloud of smoke burst forth. Gamabunta, the boss toad, emerged in front of the group of Zeta agents. There was no obvious danger, so the giant toad was perplexed. At this point, Naruto materialized on the tip of his nose, looking back with a stern expression. The toad became aware of the change in the situation. With unwavering eyes, Naruto said firmly, Gamabunta, I want to dissolve our contract. Kid, are you serious? Gamabunta asked after the toad boss expressed his shock and disbelief. Yes, Naruto responds quickly and without hesitation. The boss toad was also taken aback by that and asked, but why? Have we been? I am sure you have noticed my change, yes. Naruto remarked. With a grunt from the toad, Naruto went on, although this is classified, I shall inform you that, had I been in my right mind, I would never have signed the contract with your clan. The blonde held up his hand, stopping the elderly amphibian's tirade. Naruto said, I will give it to you straight, Gamabunta. I am not my father. I will not become the second coming of the yellow flash of the leaf, so everyone can relive the glory days of yesteryear. I am Naruto Uzumaki, not Naruto Namikaze, nor my father Minato Namikaze. Gamabunta sighed deeply and nodded sympathetically. So, You don't want to be associated with us because of our connection to your father. Partly, Naruto affirms, the other reason is the fact that your bastard of a summoner is a disgraceful man who dared to believe that I am nothing but a clone of my father, with a Biju battery source. Then, let us not forget that he only trained me. He used air quotes on the word train to express his displeasure with the lack of such an activity or the pathetic efforts used in what little he did receive. After complaining, Naruto went on, as I was saying, the only reason he showed up when he did was to fulfill that stupid prophecy of yours. I want no part in it. But it's your. I do not care. Naruto growled, staring down at the enormous toad, who flinched at a flare of his chakra. This village can go to hell. I am here only to save and help my friends. My brothers and sisters in blood, sweat, and tears. Were it not for their sacrifices, we would not be having this civil conversation. Am I understood? Fine. I will grant your wish and inform the elders. Anything else? Gamabunta says slowly, nodding once but narrowing his eyes at the idea of his summoner's son going rogue. With narrowed eyes, Naruto nods once and says, tell that scroll that his job is over and is no longer required. You mean? Gamabunta stammered, his eyes widening. Summoning. Kurama no Yoko. Naruto exclaimed as he hopped off, grinning and going over the hand signals. The full-sized nine-tailed fox appeared as a huge plume of smoke parted, and Naruto stood atop its head, face expressionless and arms crossed, saying icily, allow me to introduce you to my old man, sensei, and friend. Kurama smiled as he loomed over the perspiring boss-level toad, who instinctively withdrew his tanto and gaped. In a low voice, Gamabunta said, you freed it. So, your services are no longer required, Toad Boss, Naruto said, matching the foxy smile of his comrade beneath him. Kurama spoke up and gave a low laugh. Hop along little tadpole, before I decide that I could use a snack. Gamabunta just blew out his breath. He wasn't compensated enough to make that claim. Naruto and Kurama both started laughing as soon as the smoke cleared. Akamaru approached behind the other members of the team, and Kurama shrank to match him in size. All of them were giggling and laughing. Man, did you see how pale he got when the old man showed up? Enko said after wiping away her tears. Wheezing, Kiba says, man, I wish I had a camera. Shikamaru smiled. You are a trickster through and through, huh? At that, Naruto shrugged and turned to Kurama. We are a good enough team as we are. The toads are excess that I would rather not have hanging over my head. Especially seeing they can randomly reverse summon me there on a whim. It could be disastrous if we are in deep. Eno gave a nod. That's true, but you could be in deep in other ways, she said with a sly grin. Oh, Blondie, me and you are going to get on so well. Enko said with a sly smile, enjoying this version of the blonde, while the other boys choked on air at that one. Kurama even raised an eyebrow. First to recover from the coughing fit, Naruto pinched his nose angrily and said, troublesome. A week has passed since their first mission since reactivation, and Enko returns to the secret hiding place used by her team when they were an active group. The area is still as clean as when she left it, and she walks down toward the rooms. Squirts. Ya here. Kiba's voice from farther away said, what you want, old lady? Which made the interrogator's face tickle. Enko called out, growling at that jab. Who else? As they arrived at the main hall, where Naruto was working on a new set of armor for the group, Enko chose not to bother him because he was completely focused on painting seals on the various garments. As he emerged from the armory, Shikamaru said, yo. He was cleaning his hands with a dish rag. Enko answered, yo yourself. Why didn't you respond? He answers nonchalantly, unaffected by her agitated tone, was working on that new kunai launcher you asked about. And, Enko presses, and Shikamaru sighs, it's not that simple you know. Fuck, just chill out. He steps back and tosses the launcher at her from his pouch, complaining. The poison dispenser is as you wanted it. Shikamaru yawns as she walks into the kitchen, and Enko quickly equips the tiny gadget that was hidden beneath the sleeves of her trench coat, making her smile. Did I ever tell you that you're my favorite squirt? The woman pouted when Shikamaru responded, you told Nar that yesterday when you got your new branded kunai from him. Lifting his brush from the vambrace, Naruto adds from the table, and Eno the day before when she gave you that new concoction. Naruto looks up and notices her pout, and Enko's eyebrow twitches in response. Geez, I swear I'm supposed to be the captain here. Respect me. Enko narrowed her eyes and muttered, Naruto and Shikamaru both snort at that. Oi. Naruto examines the new seal array on the garments and asks, so, what the Hokage want with you this early? I swear you don't normally get up till well past noon. With a deep growl escaping her throat, Anko considered it until she remembered the meeting she had just left. Ah, well, you see, several things actually. We'll need to report there at 1300 for a debrief. Together, Naruto and Shikamaru raised their eyebrows and asked, a debrief. Shikamaru then comes back from the kitchen carrying a bacon sandwich. Anko gives a nod. The mud and flour need to be there too. Naruto growls, and his Nara companion, who is seated at the small table with him, nods. Something tells me this is going to be a headache. Anko muttered, probably. Head trembling, a sigh slips from the Jonin's lips, Anko went on. Still, orders are orders. You hear that right? The dog Nin asked, turning to face the hallway farther down at the end. 1300. Got it. Kiba's voice reappears. Anko smiled. If you're late, no night hunting for a week. I said I got it already. Before casually turning back to the two people eating chicken sandwiches, Anko says, just making sure. New gear. Naruto nods once before continuing, confirming, new gear. Environmental controls. All that rain in AIM soaked us through the bone, so I updated them. Anko smiled. Sounds good. I'm heading to get some dango. Want some? Could do with some sweets, shrugged Shikamaru. And beers. We're legal now, so, Naruto continues, and she nods before disappearing in a shunshin. Hokage's office. Hidden Leaf. Land of Fire. Later on. As her team emerged from the shadows once more, barrier in place, Anko asked, you called? Tsunade asked, raising a brow. Do you have to enter that way every time? She sighed in frustration as the entire squad gave her a firm nod. Tsunade finally looked up and then straightened up as she went on. Whatever. I have a few questions, and new orders, so listen up. Tsunade says, after your performance in the last mission, I have decided to add a new member to your team, and they all stood up straighter despite the additional people in the room. The squad gave her a disbelieving, even scandalous, look. With all due respect, Lady Hokage, Shikamaru said, her eyes as hard as diamonds. Anko remained silent, having heard this argument before and anticipating her team's reaction. Shikamaru went on. We've trained together, bled together, mourned together. At the end, his voice trailed off, but everyone heard it, and their expressions softened a little, making the final Senju's eyes widen. On behalf of her oldest childhood friend, Eno broke the increasingly solemn atmosphere by speaking up. We are an effective team as is. Yeah, Kiba said with a low growl, attempting to control his rage. Our pack is fine as is. Outsiders would just slow us down. Shikamaru scowls and complains. Our formations and tactics are our own, taking our skills and abilities into consideration. Adding people is unnecessary and way too troublesome to deal with after perfecting them to this point. Tsunade roared, enough, and they all fell silent. She went on steadily but calmly. I am your cage. These are my orders, you will follow them. They all chorus, yes ma'am, but it was clear that none of them were pleased to obey the command. Tsunade gave their response a nod of approval. Good. Then she turns to face Kakashi, who is explaining while leaning back against the wall to her left. Kakashi is a skilled Anbu member and will join your team as dog. With narrowed eyes and a deep hatred for the supposedly elite Jonin, Naruto complains, watchdog more like. Tsunade gave a low growl. You have a problem with this, Naruto. He did not even flinch when she gave him a lethal glare. Instead, he matched it and then increased it while snarling back. Naruto's answer was laced with professionalism. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm listening. Without even pausing for a second, Naruto gave a perfectly flat response devoid of any haughtiness, as though he were merely reciting facts. Jonin Kakashi Hatake is out of shape, and out of practice, which will only slow us down. In place of training to at least maintain his edge, all he does is dwell in the past and lays about while openly reading his smut, a way to cope with our occupational hazards, ma'am. We do not need, nor want him. Kakashi spoke abruptly as said Jonin gave the blonde a chilly glare. I was the best Anbu captain that. Naruto interrupts, then looks back at the Hokage, saying, keyword being, was the best. We do not need a watchdog, ma'am. We have proven more than capable in our field of expertise. As a matter of fact, Tsunade was speechless. Naruto made a strong case against the appointment of her most reliable Anbu captain, even pointing out that he hasn't received any meaningful training in a while. She even went so far as to say that she was worried about their attitudes. With the 6-man cell standing calmly and the lone outsider leaking copious amounts of murderous intent due to his mistakes being so blatantly pointed out, the room was completely silent. Venom seeped into Kakashi's lowly speech. Last time I checked, Uzumaki, I was your Jonin-sensei. You will. The ranting Jonin was interrupted by Naruto's snort, Sensei. You taught me tree climbing and that was it. Naruto promptly listed off his cold glare at the silver-haired man, which could have frozen an iceberg. No Taijutsu, ninjutsu, nor genjutsu. I was lucky to survive as long as I did. That, in an attempt to challenge her, Naruto added icy blues locked on the honey brown of the senju, saying, as true. Even the pervert taught me more, but even that was mediocre at best, negligent at worst. His eyes narrowed with double daring. How about a bet? Shikamaru asked, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing as Hitaki thinks we are ill-suited and need his help, we will take him on in a spar. Now Kakashi answered coolly, I'll win against any of you. The Hokage pondered for a moment as Shikamaru went on, perhaps, but let's put Naruto's words on the table. He and Kiba will take on Hitaki. The three all have similar skill sets, so the fight would be more easily gaugeable. Then Tsunade asks, turning to face her Jonin. Is that okay with you, Kakashi? Kakashi gives a single, assured nod. Fine, we can do this in the Anbu Training Ground. Training Ground 0, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. In front of Kakashi in the covert training facility accessible to Anbu agents are Naruto, Kiba, Akamaru, and Kurama. Since they have heard about the new team joining their ranks and this is their first time seeing any of them engage in combat, and even better, it was against one of their best, all of the off-duty elites are keeping a safe distance. The proctor, Tsunade, acted as a mediator between the two sides. Then Naruto gave the two dogs a quick glance and gave an order. Akamaru, Kurama, we have this. Go sit aside for now. When Kakashi asked in his old Anbu uniform, sword and all, the two dogs jumped back, out of the arena. You sure you don't need them? Yeah, we are sure. Naruto asked with a fanged grin while nodding curtly and looking at his side, where Kiba was raising his right fist. You got my back, brother. The two stood back to back, their feral grins matching, and Naruto bumped his left in response, saying, you know it. Tsunade asks, are both sides ready? And gets 3 nods. Then, she added, then begin. Kakashi's Sharingan spins wildly, seeing their next move clearly and leaping above the charging duo as they immediately leap forward, claws ready to render flesh. As he passed over, Naruto unexpectedly gave him a strong heel kick to the chest. He flips back and lands roughly on his feet after Kiba gives him a headbutt. Kakashi lets out a wheeze. What the? As Naruto remarks, both teenagers drop to all fours and dig their claws into the loose dirt. I haven't done this in a while. He howls and the two of them jump forward after Kiba laughs at his side. Let's cut loose. The twin roar erupts abruptly. Twin fang. The two roar as they both spin widely in the widely taught Inuzuka technique, which most people found surprising because a non-clansman could do it so flawlessly. The blonde tornado turns abruptly and grazes Kakashi as he jumps forward to avoid their path. Kiba's drill cut up the Anbu captain's back and caused him to stumble before the copycat could respond. The blonde, who is already on his final hand sign, slides to a stop first. Naruto yelled, wind style, air cutter. When he swings his arms in a circle, a lot of savage wind blades fly in the direction of the former captain, who blocks it with an earth barrier. Kakashi sighs briefly but jumps back as Kiba's sparking claws smash through the wall. While still in the air, Kakashi is struck by Naruto's drop kick, which sends him crashing into a fresh 2-meter crater where his heel strikes the earth. An alternative. After a brief cough and wheeze, Kakashi called out, water style, water dragon bomb. A dragon of water rises from the tiny lake and roars at the two, but is destroyed by a lightning strike sent by a certain Kiba Inuzuka. Kakashi didn't notice the charging Naruto until the very last second, when he ducked under the claw swipe and returned an uppercut that was deflected by a well-timed knee strike. This was due to the confusion caused by the raining water, which dulled his sense of smell. With Naruto's animalistic style and Kakashi's modified interceptor fist, the Taijutsu match appeared to be at a standstill, but Kiba's backhand hit knocked him down after throwing him off balance. The fight was against Kakashi, as evidenced by the tears streaming down his uniform as the two charged him once more, keeping the former Anbu on the defensive the entire time and barely fending them off. They both leapt back just as Kakashi was getting into the rhythm of their movements, but before the Jonin could follow them, he felt the cold steel against his neck and heard Naruto's icy voice ring in his ear from behind. Yield. The audience was in awe of the performance. Two recently acquired special Jonin had just vanquished one of their finest, but one spectator was not overly impressed. Everyone turned to stare at Anko as she growled, "Why'd you take it easy?" Tsunade queries, "What do you mean by taking it easy? Kakashi was pushed hard, so I do not think he took it." "Not Kakashi." The snake summoner pointed to her gaki as Anko yelled, raising eyebrows at her disdain for the Hokage. "You guys took it easy on him, why?" Naruto replies, "He's an ally," with a heartless shrug. Kiba frowned in response, but matched it. "No intent makes it hard to actually get into the carnage. Kakashi can handle himself," Tsunade said, raising her eyebrows and placing her hands on hips. "And with me here, any wounds will be treated. Just do not go for the instant kill shots." After looking at each other, the two teenagers shrugged and then smiled before joining in. "Okay." After Naruto's shadow clone was vanquished, a displeased Kakashi was able to take his place. His easygoing demeanor, casual demeanor, and condescending demeanor had vanished. Kakashi was prepared to deal with his opponents now that he had a better understanding of their movements. He was the perfect example of the Anbu captain he was at that moment. Before making her announcement, Tsunade looked to both sides. "Begin." They both leaped forward and make hand-to-hand contact. Claws were diverted, slashes were avoided, and elbows were blocked. As his speed continued to rise beyond mid-Jonin to elite Jonin level, Kakashi was keeping up with them move for move and showed no signs of slowing down. In order to move him to block Kiba's swipe, he grabbed Naruto's wrist and sidestepped his lunge. Naruto was struck by the swipe, but he dispersed in chakra smoke before an arrow passed through and struck Kakashi in the shoulder, knocking him back while Kiba's claw severed his left leg. Kakashi managed to duck in time to avoid Kiba's rising knee, but as he leapt back to gain distance, another arrow struck him, grazing his shoulder. The world turned white for Kakashi. The next second, Kiba and Naruto were on top of Kakashi, pinning him to the ground with a claw to his throat and an arrow in his lung. Anko's smug clap, as expected, broke the silence in the arena. "That's more like it." In a matter of seconds, Tsunade was standing over Kakashi, in full medical mode, checking the wounds and whispering to herself so that everyone could hear. 7 broken ribs, multiple lacerations, a broken thigh bone, too many micro-fractures to count. She mutters as she stops by the spot where the embedded arrow is. "Is that a poison?" "Nasty stuff, right?" Kiba asks, grinning and holding his hands behind his head as he casually discusses the ass-kicking his brother's former sensei gave him. The blonde clarified that Naruto is looking down at their opponent while holding their bow in their arm. "It drains chakra and dulls reaction speed. Once inside the victim it causes all manner of yelling." Tsunade interrupted him. "Antidote now." The cage quickly caught the blue vial that was thrown to her and applied it. Anbu Briefing Room 2, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Tsunade yelled, "You could have killed him." At Team Zeta, or more precisely, Kiba and Naruto, who were utterly unconcerned by her tirade. Sitting on a desk and gazing at the Hokage, Kiba calmly responded, "We did warn him not to underestimate us." Naruto nodded in agreement. He may be an ex-Anbu captain, but he's let his skills slip away from his peak. Then he shrugged. Naruto gestures to his captain and says, "Besides, she told us to stop holding back." Everyone in the room looks at the captain, who simply grins menacingly. Anko laughed. "Serves him right for doubting my teaching skills." Tsunade went on, glaring at each of the three. "This was a spar, not a death match." Kiba snorts and responds, "We coulda killed him if we wanted. You did say that he could handle himself." Naruto continues, "We just roughed him up a little bit." Tsunade muttered, raising an eyebrow in disbelief at the pair's casual demeanor. "A little." Looking at his shadow with a friend, Naruto replies nonchalantly, "Besides, if Shika was the sniper, those arrows only hit his lungs. At that range, his heart was an easy target." As he finishes speaking, Nara turns to face him. Shikamaru's response was an interesting, "Woulda went for a limb shot." Naruto fired back, "He would have evaded." Shikamaru laughs and responds, "Wouldn't have mattered." Naruto had to agree because this Nara was an exception. "True." Tsunade whispered, "How are you so nonchalant about this?" With a shrug, Eno adds, "We're shinobi." Danger is an occupational hazard. As Tsunade rounded on their teacher, captain, and sister figure, she attempted to refute that but was unsuccessful. What the hell have you taught them? Anko said flatly, how to kill, before shrugging. And do it efficiently. Then how to not get caught doing so. The Hokage sighs deeply at that. While it is true that they were assassins during the night as shinobi, something about the abilities of these 5 young ninjas in her ranks simply did not sit well with her. She couldn't be certain, but maybe it was a casual attitude toward taking a life. Lady Hokage, Naruto yells, startling Tsunade out of her reverie. He goes on, he's alive, isn't he? We did as you instructed and took advantage of your presence. Why are you so hung up on this when we were just following your instruction? Once more, Tsunade had no counter, which annoyed her because her little brother figure was so different from her normal one and she was unsure of how to deal with it. Dragon, the Anbu commander, said, drawing everyone's attention, you showed excellent proficiency. And tactics that flowed perfectly. I commend your abilities and coordination. Both Kiba and Naruto gave the masked shinobi a look and replied flatly, thank you, sir. I am curious to see how much more you have hidden, however it seems that you won't be forthcoming on that front, correct? Dragon asked, nodding in response to the stern silence. Very well, I will add you to our roster. Eno says, I don't think that is advisable, Dragon-sama. The shinobi turns to face Eno. Our team is all about not being known. The less that know, the more we can operate in the shadows. There is a reason we are so scarce in the village. But we are. You might be the Anbu commander, Shikamaru said, his eyes hard, his only competitors being his fellow Zeta members. But no doubt there are agents within your forces that have and will disseminate classified information to parties within the village that have no business to know. That will eventually lead to leaks outside the walls of the village. When Tsunade stutters, you can't be serious. They all nod, their faces expressionless. Naruto said softly, it's happened before, to which Anko practically snarled. I told you that was. Without looking at anyone, Shikamaru says bluntly, they knew we were coming. He is merely reviewing the past. Only way to ambush is the way they did. Now more intrigued than ever, Dragon asks, what happened? They weren't alone, though, as Tsunade was keen to find out more about the group but was consistently denied access. Our last mission was a cock-up from the word go. Kiba snarled as he remembered everything, including the chakra and fire that burned the air. Naruto sat forward on his desk and said, we lost half the squad. Tsunade gives a gasp. You mean? Eno starts talking erratically as she remembers. We originally had 10 members, Anko-sensei was the 11th as our captain. With his eyes closed and his head still fixed on the desk, Shikamaru assumes control and declares. Our squad layout isn't standard of Leaf Anbu. Dragon nods in agreement with all of this, while Tsunade stays silent and Naruto speaks in a low voice while crossing his arms and looking up at the ceiling. That's because we lost the others. The cage and her Anbu commander sensed Kiba's regret, remorse, and anger. As Tsunade looks around at them all, she can see that while Anko's anger was noticeably higher, the others all displayed the same symptoms. She asks thoughtfully, is that why you were decommissioned? Anko answers quickly, glaring at nothing in particular, partly. The 2 senior-ranked shinobi stiffened as Naruto snarled, we managed to kill the 40-root Anbu who attacked us. The shinobi then grinned sarcastically. Yeah, Danzo found out about our little group. He wanted to control us, command us, force our loyalty to him alone. Kiba clenched his fist and growled softly, saying, Lord Third should have given us that order. I would have torn them apart. Eno yells, drop it Kiba. Despite the fact that it was hollow and unheeded. Orders were orders. Kiba begs the Hokage, at least let us put them on the memorial stone. Anko shoots her down, bringing her to the Hokage's attention. We're Anbu, pup, we aren't even acknowledged by our allies. Still, Kiba started, but before he could finish, a hand touched his shoulder and his gaze met that of Naruto, his pack brother, who was staring back at him in a barely audible whisper. Kiba, she'll be remembered by us till our end. Everyone heard what he said because everyone in the room was either silently stewing in their own rage or observing their reactions to shine understanding. Kiba clenched his fists, his mind still focused on the ones who had been abandoned. Tsunade whispered, what were the? Shikamaru and Eno both assertively say, it doesn't matter. They are valuable because of their skills, but the Hokage was growing frustrated at being left out of the loop. Naruto continued to look at his brother, who silently nodded, and said, we have to move forward. Hidden Leaf, medical wing, and land of fire. Slowly, Kakashi arrives as well. His entire body is in excruciating pain, and when he slowly sits up, he sees his former Anbu team watching him from various locations throughout the room. Taking care of a weak, yo. With the new captain speaking up, they sigh with relief that he's at least conscious. You messed up, senpai. Tenzo, an ordinary-looking man sitting by his bed, spoke with a straight face while his hazel hair was restrained by a full face protector akin to that worn by the second Hokages. The silver-haired captain shot back, but Kakashi could hardly shrug as he searched for his book. I didn't expect them to be so fluid. With her cat mask on her hip and the ever-present sword on her back, the purple-haired RyugaXD leaned in the corner of the room and crossed her arms, saying, "They kicked your ass, Captain." In an attempt to avoid aggravating his weary body, Kakashi pleaded, "Don't rub salt on my wounds. I get it, they almost killed me." Seated on the only chair in the room, Tenzo was genuinely interested in the situation. He inquires, "What was that all about anyway?" With a heavy, weary sigh, Kakashi explained, "Lady Hokage wanted eyes on that team. I recommended myself as a former member of Anbu." He let out another sigh. "They refused, and we put it to a duel. Didn't expect to be handled so thoroughly." Impressed by the demonstration of coordination, Yugao questioned, "Who trained them to fight like that?" "I mean, their teamwork was unparalleled. In essence, they were each other's shadows." Kakashi answered, "Anko did. Apparently, she trained them from young." Tenzo stated that this perplexed the two former members of Team Ryo. "They haven't displayed that skill before now though," Kakashi explained, nodding to his former subordinate. "Due to a seal they all had. Sealed away their memories and skills to ensure no one would notice anything off with them so they can blend back in." Tenzo sat back in his chair, folded his arms, and frowned slightly. "Oh, so, what happened to being them back into the fold?" he asked. Kakashi gave a bland reply. "Lady Hokage reactivated them to assist Lord Jiraiya in a mission to aim." Reactivated. Tenzo raises an eyebrow in question. With another sigh, Kakashi raises his hands and enumerates the members. Naruto, Hiba, Shikamaru, Eno, and Anko are the remaining members of Anbu Team Zeta. Tenzo speaks tentatively, a drop of perspiration trickling down his temple, and both active Anbu tense. "Aren't they just a rumor?" Yugao whispered. "I thought they were a myth." Kakashi muttered, "So did I," and glanced between the two shinobi. "Though after the seals were removed, I realized just how real they were." Yugao murmurs to herself as she considers that spar was only with two of them. How strong are they together? Tenzo shuddered and said, "If that display was anything to go by." Kakashi nodded in response. "Either way, they are incredibly secretive, almost paranoid." Tenzo looks at his former captain and says, "Comes with the territory." Kakashi gave a nod of comprehension. "Glad they're on our side then." Unknown location. Hidden leaf, land of fire. A man with bandages sat in the dark, his one exposed eye closed, but it was obvious that he was not helpless. The old man's voice broke through the darkness as a pale-skinned teenager emerged and bowed before him. "It seems we have finally come across the group that escaped us not long ago." He looks down at the files spread out in front of him. To think, the container was their ranks. So highly trained and efficient. My old friend clearly still had a backbone to misguide me this much. The boy asks, "What are my orders, Danzo-sama?" The elderly man's gaze remained fixed on the blank picture section of the document in front of him. Danzo finally said, "Infiltrate their group. I want to know exactly what skills they hold and report their every move." The boy responds, "By your word," and quickly leaves when the old man yells, Danzo giving the order. "Do not act hastily. These targets will not hesitate to end your life, nor will they offer any mercy. Not even if you are fellow Leaf Shinobi." A dark smile spreads across his stern face as he looks through the files covered in blacked-out ink and devoid of any names. Danzo completes, "After all, they too revel in the darkness we reside." "Yes, Danzo-sama." The boy vanishes into thin air, leaving no trace of his existence. The old man's desk was covered in highly classified files, which he is still studying. There was a long pause before Danzo addressed the room's hanging dust. "I will have them beneath my thumb. With them, none will be left to stand against the mighty tree that is Konoha." Dango Shop, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. At their captain's request, Team Zeta showed up at the Dango store, but none of the other members dared to disagree. They had too much training for that. The team took their seats in their designated booths and moved as obediently as they had been taught to do. The sweet dumplings quickly spread out like rushing water across the table. Eno settles down completely and breaks it. So, that was annoying. Sitting on Naruto's lap, she sips the jasmine tea she had ordered and then falls silent. As he says, this was a team-building experience, so Kiba nodded and gave his dog companion a few of the sweets. At least we escaped from having a watchdog on our team. Both Naruto and Shikamaru snorted, knowing better. With a firm statement, Naruto gave voice to their thoughts. That was just the first wave. Now that we're official. Shikamaru sighed before speaking as the entire squad followed his glance into the group's brains. No doubt, he will try next. Kiba shouts, but it's still whispered in some way. Kiba whispered, let's just kill him when they show. The others thought about that. That was their shared desire, so it wasn't difficult or time-consuming. Naruto is giving it a voice. Would be easier. Eno nodded in agreement with her seatmate and fellow blonde. With a disappointed sigh, Shikamaru shook his head. Doubt it will be that simple. Anko spins a dango stick between two fingers while laughing. It won't be. Anko continues. She flicks the wooden spike out the window and nearly completes the Konoha symbol in the equally wooden gate across the street. Knowing who shall not be named, the Hokage will probably be dragged into this feud. Likely try and force her or our hand into some kind of ploy or trap with him being the only one able to save us. Shikamaru responded by swallowing his drink and then grabbing another stick. Our abilities are still largely unknown though and so dangerous for a man so meticulous as him. So, knowing them, they'll be here to try and. He stops when he spots a pair of eyes surreptitiously watching them. Shikamaru sighs as he looks at the two trackers on the team, who both slightly tilt their heads in agreement. Troublesome. The young man with the pineapple hairstyle raised his hands in defense as Eno growled menacingly, don't fall back into that. Shikamaru whispered, relax, just seemed like our foe has already moved their pieces. Eno whispered as both kunoichi snapped toward him at his words. Seriously. After raising an eyebrow, Anko turned to face Kiba and Naruto, who both nodded and the latter whispered. They're good to avoid your detection. Eno interrupted Naruto by giving him another piece of dango and then taking one herself. Kiba rubbed his nose and muttered. Smells like ink and steel though. In agreement with his partner, Akamaru complained about that. But Kiba went on, glancing at the Nara. We should. A fresh voice yelled. There you guys are. The members of Team Zeta all turned to watch Tenten Higurashi lead her own team to the group while reminding the members of Teams 8 and 10. Tenten put his hand on his hip and went on. We've been looking everywhere for. She trails off as she observes the intimacy between Naruto and Eno, the latter perched on the former's lap, both of them staring back at her with a lack of interest in one another. Naruto responds. Tenten, can we help? Observing his peers' widened eyes, he also veers off course. Naruto raises an eyebrow and asks plainly. What? It was Rock Lee of Team 9 who asked the question that was on everyone's minds. Why is Miss Eno sitting on your lap? His eyes darted to the now shaking Hinata as he spoke cautiously. After blinking at that, the Zeta group turned to face the pair, exchanging uncertain looks, and then Eno snarled. This is my seat. She said it as if it were an established reality of the world that had always been. None of Zeta would disagree because they all understood why this was the case, the scar that the action conceals from her statement and mental shift. Kiba, however, casually said as he prodded her, I don't remember the last time you actually sat beside him. As he chews on his dumpling, Shikamaru responds with a sly smile. I do. Tenten feels compelled to inquire since she senses the existence of a team dynamic that did not previously exist. So, you guys together. Naruto is given another piece of sweet dumpling by Eno. Naruto cleared his throat and answered. We are all together. Neji yells for Hinata to stop, but it's too late before anyone can press for more information. He gives Naruto a quick glare before chasing his cousin. Sensing that outcome, Tenten let out a heavy sigh and turned back to the group, nearly snarling. You're a piece of work, Naruto. But Naruto simply retaliates. Shut it Pan. The blonde was staring at the kunoichi with a familiar expression as she muttered, and the kunoichi froze, wide-eyed. What did you just call me? As he responded, Naruto's gentle smile and low laugh were reassuring and well-known. Pan. Tenten came up to him and firmly booked him, even though she was happy. Fishcake. So, you remembered. Before speaking, Naruto scowled up at her, angry that she had ruined their reunion. Naruto answered, "Yeah, a month or so ago." Tenten crossed her arms and responded to her former roommate from the orphanage with a stern face while Eno rubbed his head and made a bigger fuss than was strictly necessary. "I see. Well, in any case, you really are careless." Only Tenten and his team were aware of Naruto's casual, almost callous response. "Hinata's was like a sister to me. I could never return her feelings, especially when you add the fact that she's an heiress. It would never be allowed, regardless of her feelings." Choji, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Shino all looked at him in shock at the reasoning behind his statement. Choji murmuring, You. At their response, Naruto developed a tick mark and gave a terse explanation. "Naturally. As clueless as I acted, I am not that stupid." The sound of Kiba's cough was suspicious. "Yeah, right." Was quickly kicked under the table as a result, and Naruto gave it a stern look to go along with it. Then he said, turning back to the outside world, "She must deal with it herself. I cannot hold her hand forever." Tenten reprimanded without much intention, "That's rather cold of you." Naruto simply shrugged in response, not interested in being a crutch for her forever. As he adds, Eno stands with the rest of the team and gestures for them to depart, letting Naruto get up as well. "We're shinobi, Pan. The sooner you all realize the significance of that, the longer you all will live." Then he goes out after his group. Confused and perplexed but also satisfied, Tenten took care of the groups in return. "Her old friend has returned to her." Choji interrupted her thoughts with a hesitant question. "That wasn't Naruto, was it?" Shino adjusted his glasses in response. "Not the one we know at least." Tenten clarified the situation by responding to both. "No, that's Naruto's true self that he hid a long time ago." Tenten. Rock Lee, her friend and teammate, asked as she finished with a heavy sigh that caught everyone's attention. "What does that mean?" Tenten turned back and Rock Lee could see that she was content as she responded, grinning subtly as she came to terms with the fact that her friend had returned and was as bothersome as she remembered. "He's hidden himself away for a long time now. Naruto finally showing himself in his entirety, the use of my old nickname is proof of that." Forest outskirts, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. To avoid the prying eyes of the civilian public, the Zeta team members strolled at a leisurely pace through the forests on the outskirts of the village. Enko suddenly lets out a deep sigh as she turns to face her team. Eno is still hanging off Naruto's arm, and Shikamaru and Kiba are walking placidly on either side of the two, grinning serenely. She couldn't resist sharing in this fleeting moment of quiet, but as soon as the smile appeared, it vanished. Enko lets out another sigh as she senses their tails, which are perfectly concealed in the shadows. Naruto looked around naively before turning back to face the snake mistress and whispering, "It's time, Enko-sensei." His voice seemed to reach her through the wind itself. Enko grinned hollowly and nodded, acknowledging what she had said. "Yeah, we should get to it." The teenagers became the hardened shinobi she had trained them to be as a result of those words acting as a switch. Enko then gives an order in their own hand sign language. "Seize and detain. Killing is a last resort." With a nod, the six disappear. There was going to be a fight in the shadows. In the forest on the outskirts of the village, the sound of steel on steel reverberates unheard among the trees. This is a common occurrence because the shinobi in that village usually practice their skills against each other. But the overtones of murderous intent that pervaded the whole place were what set this apart. The first casualty fell from the treetops not even 3 minutes after they started. With an arrow protruding from his right shoulder, a cloaked body collapsed into a heap on the ground amid the now overpowering stench of blood. Shortly after, another one follows its lead and lands on top of it. This one had an arrow in his lower back as well as a claw across his side to the middle of his chest. The third and fourth appeared to have been dropped in the same way as the first two, but they were also covered in Senbon needles and appeared to be struggling to move, as if they were up against an unseen force. After a few moments of silence, the Zeta team moved to encircle the group, with Shikamaru still perched in the tree with his bow drawn and arrow ready. With his clawed hand dripping blood, Naruto took a step forward and spoke in a low voice. "So, Danzo's made his move. Sooner than we expect but not outside our expectations." As the cloaked shinobi make every effort to resume their fighting positions, a voice from the shadows interrupts, attracting attention. "So, this was the urgency you called me here for, brat." As many Anbu teams landed atop the branches surrounding the small area, Tsunade stepped forward. Shikamaru was unfazed by their sudden joining of him within the shaded tops. Without turning away from her target, Anko responds in lieu of her subordinate. This is why we don't associate with anyone. Keeping to ourselves keeps us safe. Tsunade gives her a quick look while whispering, I don't see how this. Holding her senbon laced with poison between her fingers, Eno cut off the cage-level kunoichi with a bland statement. The walls do not just have ears, Lady Hokage. They have eyes too. As Eno went on, Tsunade turns to face her fellow blonde. We aren't novices here. The cage grunted because she was unable to refute the evidence in front of her. Dragon said as he moved forward. We'll take it from. Naruto interrupted Dragon as he glared at a specific tree, determined to grow, saying, you aren't fooling anyone. Come out or you'll share the same fate as those fools who tried taking us on directly. Quiet. A pale shinobi emerged with a phony smile on his face as the air abruptly changed. I didn't mean to. Save it. Kiba snarled, and Akamaru snarled back, raising his heckles. Kiba went on. You've tailed us since the shop. It's obvious you're one of these drones with that fake smile of yours. Then Tsunade gave an order. Take them all to T&I. The three shinobi with able bodies charged before anyone could move to finish it, with the pale one leaping away and the last swallowing a pill. Shikamaru shot at the pale one as the Anbu destroyed the attacking group, his arrow piercing his spine and entering his left lung before disappearing from view. Whispering, Shikamaru fell from his firing stance. Damn. Naruto calls out to his shadow-using friend, he isn't surviving that. The friend nods and then falls down next to them all. Then Shikamaru made an offer. Still, there's a leak somewhere and now Danzo is on to us. With a nod, Eno joined her teammates in standing. True, the others in our age now know something is up with us too. Tsunade furrowed her brow in inquiry. You didn't tell them anything. She is viewed as foolish by every member of the Zeta team, who are all completely blank-faced and empty-handed. Given how silent they are around her, it was now the Hokage's turn to feel foolish for posing such a straightforward query. They are undoubtedly even more so with their fellows. According to Tsunade, she clears her throat. Right, well, I'll handle your classmates. Then Tsunade went on before turning to Dragon. You find the leak and plug it. This is a danger to operational security, and I will not have any of my shinobi put at risk unnecessarily within these walls. Am I clear? Dragon responds with a single bow that is audible to everyone. Yes, Lady Hokage. Then he disappeared, as did the other standard Anbu. Then Tsunade returns to the Anbu who is not on duty and gives an order. As for you six, I have a new mission for you. Meet me in my office when you're ready. Before responding, all six saluted once more in perfect unison. Yes ma'am. They also disappear, leaving the Hokage to quickly survey the conflict site. Apart from the few bloodstains left by the wounded root forces, there was no indication of the brief skirmish, even to her skilled medical eyes. Not even a sliver of perspiration, a fallen leaf, a broken branch or twig. Recalling Jiraiya's remarks in her office, Tsunade sighs to herself and acknowledges that her newest Anbu team is superior to the others, even in the absence of their distinctive black masks and personalized armor. She is reminded by that. They have yet to turn it in for review to the quartermasters. At that, she hesitated. No, they shouldn't and most likely won't. Tsunade sighs once more and rubs her crown at this mess before departing in the same way as the others, by body flicker, missing the last agent pinned to a tree, their bodies slowly and silently turning to ash with an arrow embedded in their chest. The arrow also burns itself, leaving only the bark's indentation where it was stopped. Even the Hokage was unaware of the level playing field as the shadows of the leaf engaged in combat. Hidden Leaf. Nara Ranch, Land of Fire. For the first time in a month and a half, Shikamaru enters his home. As he removes his sandals, he is met by Yoshino Nara, his distressed mother, who has her arms crossed and her foot tapping a military rhythm. He gives her a nod. It's good to see you again, Ka-san. Is there something you want from me? Shikaku interrupted Yoshino as she scowled and was about to lash out at her slothful son when her husband emerged from the living room. Oh, Shikamaru. Did not expect to see you back so soon. Shikamaru responded to his father with a simple shrug, looking between his parents before moving past his mother. Well, things have been really busy with getting up to spec and all that. His mother turned around and started to turn yellow, but she was stopped by her husband's look and a finger raised to his lips. Although Shikamaru went for the refrigerator when Shikaku asked him to, Yoshino scowled and followed the two boys into the living room. So, how's Anbu life treating you? Yoshino, His wife was taken aback by this. She had not been informed that her son had joined the Anbu, and she intervened to prevent her son from preparing a sandwich because dinner had already been prepared. With a sigh, Shikamaru went back to the table and answered. It's strange. Getting back into our old routines is a bit of a hassle. Leaning back in his chair with his arms folded, Shikaku smiled and said, I bet. Care to share? Shikamaru announced as his son shook his head after giving him a death stare. My squad may be regular run-of-the-mill Anbu now, but our missions are not. You know this. Despite nodding, Shikaku continued to push. Fine. At least tell me what happened in the land of Demon, and why Kiba did not follow the plan. Shikamaru mumbled as he leaned into the hand that now held it and snorted. Should have kept his mouth shut on that. He sighed once more and gazed into his father's eyes with a level of intensity that neither of his parents had ever experienced before, according to Shikamaru. It's classified. SS rank. My lips are sealed. With an angry snort, Shikaku shook his head, disappointed in himself for assuming his son would disobey the rules. However, Yoshino did not know how or when her son had traveled to the land of demons. So far, she has read every mission report he has written. She jerked back to look at him after he said, SS rank. You went on a super suicidal mission. When? Shikamaru asks, raising an eyebrow in response. Shikamaru merely arched an eyebrow. Was she really expecting him to simply tell her that? Yoshino didn't even break eye contact when he finally understood the message after a full minute. With a sigh, she returned her attention to the food. Shikaku asked, allowing the Nara heir to turn to face his father, who grinned. So, you use a bow then? That made Yoshino tense. It was a strange weapon for a shinobi, but any additional knowledge about her son was always beneficial. Shikamaru grinned and nodded. Yeah, Nara and I thought it would be cool. It is paired with his seals. The Nara patriarch did not need to think too hard to recognize the adaptability of the weapon selection when combined with seals as he trailed off. Shikaku asked, nodding. Longest confirmed shot. Shikamaru responded quickly and without even thinking about it. 1.2 kilometers. Shikaku's mother stumbled over nothing, his eyebrows disappeared into his hairline, and the boy simply grinned, a Nara grin that indicated he was aware that everything had gone according to plan. Before he asked, his father cleared his throat to alleviate the shock of such knowledge. How is that? Shikamaru simply dismissed that, cutting his father off and continuing. It was a long story and even longer shot. Almost gave Juna a heart attack. Shikamaru stiffened for a moment after realizing what he had said. He saw his mother freeze when she realized the name. As he pierces his son's form, Shikaku's eyes hardened to an intensity that neither of his family members had ever witnessed. Juna, you know what happened to her. Why didn't? Shikamaru got up, told them firmly, and glared at his father with equal ferocity. We're Anbu. We aren't remembered nor carved into that damn stone. I can't tell you as that is part of that damned SS-ranked secret. He leans forward on the desk and takes several deep breaths. His face is filled with anger, but as he continues, no one can help but notice the undertone of guilt and sadness. Do you know what it's like to look back at the memories of the whole clan asking questions of someone I watched? I know that, even if I still had these memories, that I couldn't tell you about it. She was my big sister, Kiba's and Naru's too. She was Eno's idol. You think any of us are okay with this? His father merely watched as his son broke down for a moment, but his mother was startled by his final yell. Shikaku was at a loss for words. No, I had nothing to say. It is an SS-rank secret, and his son was correct. He is not entitled to expect it from his son. Jonin Bar, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Since all of her gakis are busy on their own, Anko enters the bar by herself this time. Aside from the blondes, that is. Most likely, they're going crazy back at the hideout. She gave a snort. Indeed, they are. Anko asks, blinking twice at the Jonin-sensei who are all staring at her in confusion. What? Kakashi replied nonchalantly. You randomly show up and the first thing you do is snorted for no reason. What do you expect? As Kurenai responded, Anko slid in next to her. Oh, that, just thinking of my gaki. They are probably up to no good without me keeping an eye on them. Now that that topic has been covered, she smiled, but the others all wanted answers they weren't allowed to hear, so Anko would amuse them without going too far. Kurenai is the first of her fellow kunoichi to step up. I have been meaning to discuss that with you actually. Anko arched an eyebrow, indicating that she should go on. Kurenai said, the Ravenet does so as she does so. Kiba was a vital member of my squad, and now he's been pulled and placed under you. Any chance of getting him back? Just as her drink and dango arrive, Anko quickly responds, not a chance. Sorry Ne-chan. Kurenai scowls and asks once more. Why not? He's been part of team. Anko interrupted her, appearing deadly serious for once. Listen, Kurenai, my team has been around a lot longer than you're allowed to know. Kiba and Naruto are the ultimate tag team that could probably handle anyone in the village. Me included. Kurenai glances at Might Guy, but Kakashi clarified their doubts by speaking on Anko's behalf. She isn't kidding, you know. Kakashi drew both eyes to him and went on. They got me pretty good too. Did not think they could work that well together, so I underestimated them at first. By the end of it, I realized just how out of shape I am now compared to my Anbu days. Guy asked Kakashi with a serious expression. So they beat you fairly? Even though it was a 2-on-1. Kakashi shrugged and turned to face Anko. I asked for it, a bet to see if I would join their team. I lost. Just what kind of training did you put them through? Anko took gulps from her mug, smiled into it, then slammed it down empty and belched. Then she replied, turning to face the copycat Nin. That's still classified, though. I once saw Kiba punch through a castle wall with a lightning fist. That raised a lot of eyebrows, particularly among the current Inuzuka patrons of the bar. When a 9-year-old entered through the cleared hole and complained about knocking and all that, Anko snorted and then laughed, remembering the enemy's expression. Kakashi asked with a smile. Care to share? Anko responds by shaking her head. No can do, though, I really wish I could. It's a great story. Zeta Hideout, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. As Akamaru slid in next to his partner and they both glanced at the dog in front of them, Kiba slid to a stop, gasping for air from the blow he had taken. You are almost back to the old standard. How goes your chakra control? Kurama asked with a firm nod. Kiba mumbled, growling in frustration. It's a pain compared than before. I am trying to get it better but it's taking longer than before. At that, Akamaru whimpered, and the nine-tailed roared, and Kurama growled back at the Ninken, who recoiled. Yes, you too mutt. He pointed away with what appeared to be a hot dog huff. The three would continue to concentrate on chakra control, with Kurama working on Akamaru's fire breath, which he claimed was utterly pitiful. However, he did start teaching him earth manipulation techniques to help with fur hardening and digging. When Naruto's door opened and he saw Eno in her nightgown, he looked up from his desk, where he was working on updating their armor's chakra suppression system, and marveled at the loose purple silk gown that barely covered her firm frame and pale skin. Naruto swallows his spit, caps his ink lids, and then turns back to face his childhood friend and asks. Eno, what brings? As the room is sealed off by privacy seals, Eno interrupted him. You know, Whiskers, that during our first go-around, I always thought you were as cooler than Junne, stronger than Farah, and faster than even Nilo. As each was mentioned, Naruto thought of the strongman Farah Sarutobi, the always poised and prepared Junanara, and the always quick Nilo Hataki, but he stopped as his guest went on. As she moved forward, Eno said, You never had any fear, when you took that fireball for Rolla, nor did you back down from that guy who held Shika by the throat and was ready to snap his neck. You always had a plan and never left any of us behind. To hide his guilt, Naruto grinned. There was never any space for mistakes, hesitation, or self-doubt in those missions. At the time, Naruto had only projected an image of strength and dependability, but in reality, he was afraid of losing the family he had built with Anko. Everything went horribly wrong after that final mission. Eno had promised her family that she would always watch him, so she knew where his thoughts were going and always would. She just leaned over and gave him a passionate kiss to keep him from falling too far into that dimly lit ramp. His teammate's lips meeting his and then her arms encircling his neck while she sat on his lap broke Naruto's spiraling thoughts of those left behind. He was slow to react to what seemed to be an unexpected response from her, at least to him, but when he did, he matched her kindness. The intensity of their makeout session gradually builds as they slowly separate, their eyes remaining fixed on each other, and she gives him a smile that he quickly reciprocates. Eno whispered softly. I love you, Naruto Uzumaki. You have saved us, me, so many times I can't even recall just how many times I have thanked the log to have you in my life. As lowly, Naruto whispered back. I failed. As she spoke, Eno gently rubbed her nose against him, breaking through his gloomy thoughts once more. You remember what Ne-san told you. It wasn't your fault. She did not die because of you, but because she chose to be our hero this time. She gave him another passionate kiss before pulling away once more and moving on. You are now our leader. My leader. With his hands on her waist, Naruto returned the whisper. But Anko. As Eno corrected him, she gave him another quick kiss. Only on paper. I am sure she'll follow your lead if you give her orders. You know that too. With his slit blues staring into her jewel-like teal offering, Naruto gave a fleeting half-smile. I know, but the paperwork. They both grinned and giggled as she gave him a kiss. However, things heated up even more this time as both his and her hands started to wander, and the darkness was once again repelled as the anticipated result materialized. Despite having to get up early in the morning, the two would spend the majority of the first night of many. Even Kurama was unaware of what had happened in that room, and when he returned, he chose not to discuss the sheer volume of hormones, lust, or bodily fluids present. As Tsunade gazes out over the village she ruled over, the sun starts to rise above the horizon. The cage speaks without looking back or acknowledging the appearance of a triple-layer barrier. I didn't think you'd take this long to come. Exactly, Anko says in a flat voice as she stands in front of her squad, wearing an Anbu-like outfit with extremely distinctive seals on it and wearing a black snake mask on her hip. After giving one nod, Tsunade turned back to face the shinobi who were reporting to her. I see. This mission is extremely sensitive as it pertains to the cousin of the current fire daimyo. Anko asked, raising a brow. Are we to eliminate him? Tsunade approaches the desk, takes a black scroll out of her top drawer, and sets it down as she explains, depends. This is a three-part mission. The first part is to locate the target and find any evidence to support the claim that he has ties to Lightning Country. The second part is to identify the contact with evidence to support the claim. Should these be accomplished, you are clear to eliminate the target and if possible, his contact too. She examines each of them, focusing on Naruto for a little while longer than the others before moving on. Make it look like natural causes, and we'll be able to sleep easier. Anko nods at that, pondering for a second before affirming. Yes, ma'am. Tsunade nodded and went on. Your target will be leaving for the land of hot springs on vacation. Naturally he has both samurai and shinobi guards. A squad of 4 of our jonin. She explains as she hands them a file on the escort team. These are their files. Burn them before you leave. As she responded, Anko swiftly retrieved and committed to memory the information in the files. 4 jonin leaf shinobi. Yes, ma'am. With a collective nod, Tsunade asks, be sure not to be spotted. I trust you can handle that. After giving a nod, she gave an order. Then you are dismissed. Good luck. And the barrier falls as the group returns to the shadows. As the barrier falls, the Hokage sighs and says, be safe, Naruto. Zeta hideout, hidden leaf, and land of fire. A silent mission, huh? Kiba asked, glancing over the hidden leaf shinobi files that were arranged on the table. They have a Hyuga. Looking at Naruto, who responded to the unasked question with a shrug. Keep your mask on and we'll be invisible to his Byakugan. Anko quickly added, I trained you for this. Kiba nods and sighs, realizing that before Eno interrupts to inquire. But won't they fail the mission if we succeed? As she filled Shikamaru's arrowheads with a deadly poison, she spoke from the other side of the table. Anko retorted, drawing the team's attention to her snort. Not our problem. Targets are targets. Shikamaru exclaimed, found the map. After setting the parchment down on the table and spreading it out in front of the group. He clarified, this is the route he will likely take. Kiba is looking at the terrain maps and comparing them with his own thoughts. There are plenty of places for an ambush. It seems like a trap to me. Naruto adds to remind him as he looks over from his chair. We have to ID him and his contact. Meaning we can't eliminate him before he gets there. Kiba responded with a tight frown and a nod. True. Shikamaru asks, turning to face the poison-wielding Yamanaka. You can do that, right, Eno? After completing the arrowhead she was filling, Eno looks over and nods. Anko and I have been working on a new brew that. Reminding her, Shikamaru interrupted. Shikamaru reminds them, has to look natural. Eno laughed and answered, untraceable. The Inuzuka and Nara groaned in a sing-song fashion, but the captain and other blonde laughed. Shikamaru looked up at last and said something. We'll have to gather intel. Get in up close. The blonde sighs deeply as the Nara considers for a moment before looking up at Naruto, who has a familiar twinkle in his eyes. He turns to face Eno after a moment. Double trouble. The Mind Walker seemed to instantly brighten her day after hearing those words, and she beams a megawatt smile while loudly applauding. Double trouble. Kiba put an apologetic hand on his shoulders and started to sympathize, but Naruto interrupted him with a snarl. Don't. Kiba laughed and his smirk became viscous. Remember to paint your claws this time around. Naruto screamed, fuck you, as he glared at the loudly cackling Inuzuka. But Shikamaru interrupted, inquiring. Did you finish up Eno's transformation seal as well? Naruto stopped his savage glare and turned to face the knowledgeable and strategic genius. I finished updating the parameters to all the required seals. They just need fine-tuning like before. After giving a contemplative nod, Shikamaru made an offer. Double-check Eno's measurements too and fine-tune it. The rest of us will have to wait until after this mission. Through the sigh from the fox's container, Naruto answered, fine, before turning back to the map and carrying on. So, after we get the green light. Shikamaru, the team planner, interrupted Kiba as she was saying, I'll track the target. No, I'll track him, you follow the contact. The Nara raises an eyebrow when Anko says, nah, switch that. She clarifies, we have our targets sent. Wolf will follow him around when the blondies aren't with him. Shikamaru complained, looked around, and then told the others, fine. We'll switch places then, I'll stalk their guy with Anko-sensei covering my back. Shikamaru says, looking around at them all. Once all is confirmed. They all nod, but Eno burst out laughing while looking straight into the eyes of her fellow blonde. One heart attack from a night of hot passionate lovemaking. Naruto looks back at him, but he doesn't really acknowledge what he's heard. Anko said, and we'll catch our informant. Anko. Her lips were licked as she laughed at the idea of two of her subordinates fighting with a pampered nobleman. Streets. Hidden Leaf. Land of Fire. Sakura turned a corner on her way to the hospital for her early morning shift and saw a familiar shock of gray hair up ahead. She realized it was her sensei and the leader of Team 7 Jonin after blinking once and then twice. She hurried over and yelled, Kakashi sensei. Jonin paused, then looked back to see his pink-haired subordinate jogging up to him. Kakashi smiled in response. Yo, Sakura, nice morning we having, huh? Sakura worries about his attitude, but as soon as they started walking together, she asked, it vanished. Yeah, I guess but that doesn't matter right now. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this, looking at her from his book and inquiring. Oh, then what does? Sakura asks him, her light green eyes brimming with pain and anxiety. What is going on with Naruto recently, sensei? With a weary sigh, Kakashi forgot about this and the recent changes his former subordinate had experienced. He thought about how to deal with this now, but Sakura persisted. Not just him either. Shikamaru is different too. Kiba is still loud but he isn't as boastful as before, and don't even get me started on that backstabbing Eno. She was all over him and Sakura trembles when she remembers how intimate Eno and Naruto now appeared to be. She simply felt that it was wrong. As he spoke, Kakashi let out a loud enough sigh to catch the medical ninja's attention. Well, Sakura, in regard to Naruto. He has been promoted to Special Jonin a few weeks ago. He hadn't told her, so the Kunoichi were taken aback. Naruto told her, but why? Kakashi kept reading his book and went on. As such, he was out on a new team that fit his combat capabilities better than ours. Even more so considering that ours was missing a member. Sakura responded quickly, we had Sai, no. In response, Kakashi shook his head. We didn't. He is a temporary addition for that one mission. From what I hear, he betrayed us too. He was lucky enough to be pulled by Danzo first or Tsunade would have snapped his neck. Sakura scowled but acknowledged with a nod, so Kakashi went on. I have tested Naruto and his new team. At that, she arched a brow, but Kakashi hesitated, trembled, and corrected himself. Well, more accurately, I went up against him and Kiba. They are a deadly duo. Almost killed me during the spar. Amused at his own conceit, he chuckled and shook his head slightly, but he failed to notice Sakura's horrified expression as she muttered. Naruto, almost killed you. Kakashi grinned as he turned to face his final pupil. Yeah, I did kinda ask them to come at me with the intent to kill and everything. Plus, Lady Hokage was there so I was perfectly fine afterwards. Sakura expressed her disbelief by shaking her head. That isn't the Naruto I know. He would never. Sakura, Kakashi interrupted, his voice firm, jerking the nearly hysterical teenager out of her reverie and making her turn to face him. He went on with the same determination. The Naruto you know is gone. A distant memory. The one that replaced him is who he really is. The one that he kept hidden behind that fake smile he always had. He put a reassuring hand on Sakura's shoulder and spoke softly as his eyes softened. You need to understand that, or else you will find that his patience for you is non-existent. Sakura sniffed and pondered these words for a moment without saying anything. Was Naruto concealing who he really was? To what extent was he acting? Was he ever truly fond of her? Was it a lie that they were friends? With tears in her eyes, the Pinkett abruptly turned to face her sensei and asked the dreaded question. Then, will he kill Sasuke? I mean, were Team 7 right? He wouldn't do something. Knowing that the question was due, Kakashi let out a tight breath. To be honest, she knew the answer, but she wasn't sure how to respond. Even though she would never acknowledge it, Naruto had always been her confidant, her rock, and her crutch. On the other hand, Sasuke has always been the focus of her obsession and the main motivation behind her behavior. How can he say this without shattering her heart and mindset? Tenko Town, the land of hot springs. Tahik Amagara, the current fire daimyo's cousin, yells, "Hello ladies," in all of his rotund, big-boned, 5'4" frame. He turns away from the giggling conversation to face the stocky man surrounded by samurai and two-leaf shinobi, and he smirks confidently as he confronts the two attractive women in front of him, Kara and Lana, who are Naruto and Eno, respectively. The two women's emerald eyes were observed, and the Hyuga identified the two shinobi concealed on the rooftops as his protection target based on their pale black hair. Tahik added. Would you care to join me this fine afternoon? My treat, of course. Even though Kara didn't want to, her hands were tied and the mission was at stake when he bowed with a blatantly lustful expression in his eyes. So she started cautiously. My lord. Lana spoke on their behalf, but her sister covered her mouth with her delicate hand. My lord. Surely you jest. We are but mere attendees in our humble abode. As she had anticipated, the man merely let out a deep, rich laugh, much to Lana's secret delight. Come dears, I won't take no for an answer. Flowers like you cannot be ignored. Lana gives a broad, lovely smile and then bows. Who are we to turn down our lord's request? Then, as she stands up, she takes her hand out of her sister's grasp, removing the apron to reveal the epitome of a woman's ideal body. Even the Hyuga had to divert his attention from her figure, which made Lana very happy with her performance. Win big. However, Kara, who always speaks softly, is portraying the anxious little sister. Nei-chan. Lana turned to Kara and spoke quietly as a result. Come on, Kara, it is just an afternoon. Mom won't find out. The reluctant village girl let out a long sigh before getting to her feet and following her sister's example, showcasing her own toned body. Just as Zeta had intended, Tahik knew then that he would not allow these two flowers to escape him. Anko, who was serving as mom in the store, was aware of the entire situation and couldn't help but question whether or not she had given those two too much training. As she whispered to herself, even she, a skilled assassin, was starting to accept their intricate, yet precisely calibrated, rouse. Damn, they're good. Observing as the nobleman escorted her two subordinates to a more private hot spring. Kara whispers to her sister in that hot spring. Nei-chan, we didn't. She was interrupted when Lana entered the hot spring itself and the changing room door slid open. Don't need a swimsuit. After many hours, one samurai says to Tahik Amagara, who was sitting across from a pale blonde woman with fair skin and a striking cleavage, they're awaiting in your room, sir. The man being addressed returned the whisper. I will be there shortly. Then he dismisses them with a wave. Once again, the door closes and a seal becomes active, enabling Tahik to take out a scroll. Then, this request of mine. As she coolly retrieves the offered scroll and hands it over, the woman says, I will pass it to the appropriate channels. Tahik said. The fat man laughed. Then, I shall take my leave. I have a set of sisters awaiting my tender mercies. The pale blonde woman shuddered as the chuckle turned into a perverted chuckle, but she forced a blank face on herself as instructed. She was gone by the time he opened the door, as if the wind had carried her away. He steps out, looks back, and closes the door behind him. A shimmer emerges from the corner, and Kiba emerges, looking at the smirks on Anko's face as they both hold up cameras. Even though she is silent and invisible to the locals, the blonde kunoichi knows that someone has been following her ever since she left the hot spring. However, none of her efforts to covertly flee have been successful. Choosing to be a little more obvious, she turns into an alley and leaps up into the building shadows, only to be dropped hard right away. Two black-masked shinobi pinned her, muttering as their arms locked and shadows held her legs together. Who are? She stops when she sees the masks and freezes in complete fear. The blonde sensei had told her stories, myths, and whispers about these people. Impossible. However, she was instantly rendered unconscious, and the darkness engulfed her. While the other masked shinobi appears to shimmer away, the other disappears into the darkness with her. Thanks to a specialized seal under their left ears and beneath their transformation jutsu, Kara and Lana hear a voice in their heads that says, "Deer grazes under the moon." Lana sighs and complains, but Kara clearly exhales in relief. Their target enters the room, grinning wildly at the two women wearing underwear on top of his bed. Tahik makes a call. "Well, ladies, tonight, I shall make it a night none of us will forget." He squirms across the bed. With their hands slithering over the man's shoulders, the two women leap up and approach him sensuously, Lana giving Kara a poison capsule as they do so. They all spoke at the same time. "Oh, we believe you, Tahik-sama." Tahik asked in a whisper as the two showed him the pills. "What are they?" With a seductive smile, Lana whispered, "A new pill that'll help us get into the mood." Kara followed suit and offered him a spare while Lana nibbled his ear. "It's up to you though." Tahik was oblivious to the jutsu Lana was using on him because of her hot breath running down his neck. Kara grins as she observes Tahik's eyes becoming increasingly vacant and how he mindlessly takes the offered pill. After that, they led him sensually to the bed and took off his clothes, tossing them around the room and into the attached bathroom. A few hand signals later, the sounds of a very lively session could be heard outside as Kara took a seal paper from the seal at the base of her back and slapped it on the man's chest. The man's prior memories served as their foundation. Lana keeps searching the bathroom, filling the bathtub halfway, then opening a kit from a similar seal and meticulously arranging the space to make it seem like the evening was genuinely memorable. After 4 hours, Naruto muttered as he continued to tie his belt around Eno's waist as she emerged from the restroom, her cheeks still flushed red. Not exactly according to plan. Eno grinned as she turned to face her partner. "But Whiskers. It was fun, no?" Eno replied. Naruto spoke in a low voice as she abruptly wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed the base of his neck. He then sighed and looked blankly at the former fire daimyo cousin's body. "Perhaps, but maybe we could have chosen a better place." Before huffing and remaining glued to his back, Eno muttered, "I was bored and all hot and bothered." Unfazed, however, Naruto answered, "We'll talk later, the mission is still on." As they both applied their transformations back into Lana and Kara, respectively, Eno complained, "Fine." Kara let out a sigh. "Nay-san. Imoto." Lana smirks lecherously in response. "We need to get home so I can discipline you." There was a frown on Kara's face, but it was weak because her cheeks were flushed. The two leave right away, and the guards let them go without any problems. Even the Jonin team watches them and finds nothing unusual about them, even though they have verified their chakra signatures. After leaving the gate, the two proceeded to stroll through the town until they reached the meeting spot, where Kiba and Akamaru emerged from the shadows and nodded firmly. As the transformation fades, the two nod back and remove the scrolls that were given to them. When Kiba smelled the pheromones, she couldn't help but smile and offer cheekily as they changed. "So, had fun?" Naruto responded with a growl, and Eno grinned broadly. Kiba defended himself by raising his arms against Naruto for criticizing them. The Inuzuka's reply was cut short when Anko suddenly materialized. "Kiddo's mission is over when we get back to the hideout," Anko remarked with a seductive smile as Shikamaru emerged next, just off to her side. However, the team captain quickly noticed the love bites on both blondes' necks, with Naruto having far more than Eno. "Got frisky, huh?" With her hands on her hips and a sly grin so lustful that a certain super pervert felt ashamed of his own lack of perversity, Eno exclaimed, "You know it." Hokage Office, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. After finishing the last of her paperwork, Tsunade Senju sat back in her chair and exhaled deeply as she gazed at the stack of white sheets that had been transformed from her worst nightmares. As always, Shizune enters the office with a polished appearance. The blonde leader freezes as a result, a shiver of anxiety and fear running up her spine, but she lets out a soft breath when she realizes there are no white stakes. Tsunade muttered, "Don't scare me like that." With a hint of shyness, Shizune whispers, "Sorry, milady. I just wanted to." When Tsunade saw her master's hand raised, she hesitated and muttered something low. This seal. Observing that a particular seal was quietly and covertly pulsing beneath the desk. The triple barriers suddenly rise in response to contact, and Anbu Team Zeta emerged from the shadows with their masks on and their business locked in an instant. The atmosphere became rigid, tense, and solemn. Shizune became notably more inflexible when this team was around. She had never heard of or seen an Anbu team that moves almost robotically while donning black masks. When Shizune heard Snake speak, he flinched slightly. Lady Hokage, the target has been dealt with. The medical apprentice swiftly joined her master's side, Tsunade, who was meeting the team's intensity with a hardened gaze. Tsunade gave an order, report. Snake reported their mission, and they did just that. The objective had a bit too much fun with a pair of fine ladies, his heart seemed to have given out. The voice that echoed was emotionless and devoid of any hint of undue discomfort. Tsunade responded with a nod. I see. Secondary objective. Here. According to Deer, he appeared to pull a living, breathing Kunoichi out of his shadow and set her down. Then he says, we have this scroll too. Tsunade nodded, pretending to be calm as she looked up at the prisoner. Very well. What about? The Hokage hesitates as a second scroll is placed on the table alongside the first, but Snake tells her what's inside. Video of the two, from two angles with clear view of their faces. The Hokage nodded while closely examining the scrolls. Then Tsunade answered, very well, perfect execution. You are dismissed. Shizune becomes a little tense as the team bows and salutes in unison after those words, then disappears into the shadows. A moment later, she asked, Milady. Before one of her Anbu guards kneels down, Tsunade quickly clarifies, what you just saw is a double S-rank secret. Then the Hokage gave her subordinate an order. Take her to T&I. With a simple nod, the agent disappeared along with the kunoichi. Tsunade went on to explain, turning to face her apprentice. They are known as Anbu Team Zeta. Shizune gave a tentative, slow, whispering nod. I've never heard of. As she explained, Tsunade bowed her head, confirming that. That is the point. No one does. With a heavy sigh, she turns to face her eldest apprentice. I trust you will keep this to yourself. The brunette gives a firm nod, but eventually Shizune collected her thoughts and expressed them. They gave me the creeps though. With a sly smile, Tsunade leaned back in her chair and made an offer. Oh really? Zeta Hideout, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. With a beer raised and a fierce smile, Kiba yelled, first real mission back at we aced it. Akamaru wags his tail vigorously and barks in agreement. Shikamaru yawned and then began to drool. Calm down, Kiba. He saw Eno literally drag Naruto into her room before slamming it shut as he stretched out high. Then Shikamaru muttered, we'll have more coming up now that Lady Hokage knows we're effective. Correct. Now, don't interrupt us, okay. Anko laughs and gives Nara a back pat before vanishing into Eno's room. Kiba laughs after whistling. Damn, we should probably visit home. With a nod, Shikamaru got off the coach he had just sat on. Yeah, probably. Kiba turned to her friend after complaining and glaring at the door. Come Akamaru, let's check in with Hana and Mom. Inuzuka Compound, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. 3 tornadoes of claws, teeth, and rage greet Kiba as he enters the compound of his clan. He chuckles as he skillfully dodges, dives, and ducks out of the way of all 3 before effortlessly and without looking catching his sister's fist. He smiled and gave her a sidelong glance. Hey sis, what's up? With wide eyes, Hana said. How did you? Inuzuka calmly said, you smell different kiddo. She emerged from the house with a fanged grin that slowly developed as both of her children turned to face her. Then Kiba responded with a casual shrug. Well, it's a long story. Suspecting that it was either now or never, Sum nodded and snapped. We have time. Kiba let out a deep breath, letting his head drop for a moment as he thought. Fine. Then he looked around and saw that far too many people were casually talking and listening in. But not here. Too many ears. Sum then gave an order, waving his hands as he passed his mother, who was following him. Fine. My den, now. She asked, looking back at her daughter. You coming? Hana quickly catches up to them as she dashes after them. When they arrive at the den, the 3 Inuzukas sit at the table while their dogs sit stoically and silently around them. Then, with practiced ease, Kiba activated a privacy seal, an exclusive, Zeta grade, level seal written on black seal paper with red and gray ink. Sum nodded, impressed by the seal's uniqueness and use, which was obviously a team effort. After a while, she noticed that he nodded at her, so she gave the order. So, explain. As Kiba leaned forward on the table with his fingers interlocked and said firmly, the two women were taken aback by his seriousness. 3 words, Anbu Team Zeta. Hana says she had never heard of that term before and was perplexed by it. Never heard of them. Tsun responded with a knowing smirk and a nod. That's the point. Her son gives a firm nod, then looks from one woman to the other before continuing. Yeah, until recently, only the third knew of us. Hana interrupted her brother to inquire. Us, with a distinct tone of melancholy, Kiba says, we were originally a team of 10. Akamaru, with his head hung low and a soft whine, punctuates his statement. The adolescent went on quietly. Now, we only have 5, 6 if you count our sensei. Hana asked, who's the sensei? But her son simply let out a deep sigh. Just so you know, the entire team, including all information regarding it, is still classed as a double S class secret. There are things I can't say. Both women mutter, SS class, as they meet Kiba's firm face, which nods firmly as he continues. Speaking this much is already more than I should have. He looks down at his canine companions after glancing between the two. So, all of you, you lot too. Kiba lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding as they all nod. Then he gave an explanation. The surviving members are Anko-sensei as team lead. Hana murmurs, Anko, huh, and wonders why she hadn't told her. She couldn't blame her, though, because it's a top-level secret. Kiba went on. Team second. Naruto Uzumaki na. They all heard his sudden pause, and Tsun narrowed her eyes and asked. You know. The clan head asks after Kiba gives a casual nod. Does he? The youngest person in the room nods again, and Tsun grins, flashing her teeth. How long? Kiba shrugged and said, since we were kids. With 2 Naras on the team, didn't take them long. Tsun asked, 2 Naras. But Kiba went on without responding. Team's third, Shikamaru Nara. Tsun nods and meets her daughter's gaze as she nods, then both of them turn back to the lone male human. Makes sense now. Kiba thumbs his chest as he speaks. I'm team's fourth, Eno Yamanaka is 5, and he announced, pointing to the huge white dog with his thumb. Akamaru is now 6. A firm bark of recognition from behind. The 2 outsiders nodded and understood as Tsun asked thoughtfully. Who is in what role? I mean, the Nara's is self. Speaking, Kiba interrupted his mother. Naru and I are the front-liners, trackers, and brawlers. Shika is ranged, mid-range support, strategist, and infiltration expert along with Naru. Hana asked a question with consideration. So you're the brawler then? Kiba responds with a firm nod. We use a 3-spec system. I have frontliner, as I typically confront the enemy first and fight according to that assumption. I can track as a born and bred Inuzuka. Brawling is basically saying I can take on groups of enemies at a time and hold them off. With an obviously thoughtful expression, Tsun says, smart. Hana then shares her own thoughts. Maybe we should. Kiba nearly snarled at his sister, who glared back, disapproving of her younger brother's demeanor, but then nodded. Not mention this to anyone. He went on. Naruto, as I said, is a frontliner too. His taijutsu is fierce, fast, and debilitating, which allows him to choose between killing you outright, or leaving you a heap on the floor reeling in pain. His mother Tsun asks and laughs when he shows a noticeable shudder running down his back. First-hand experience. Kiba responds, grimacing as she nods. It wasn't a fun experience. Tsun nodded sharply and laughed. I bet. As he swallowed something bitter, Kiba bit out, his tracker skills are just as good, but sometimes, better than my own. The two were shocked by this. Tsun was the first to softly express her disbelief. Wait, how? With a low growl, Kiba explained. His night sight is perfect, damn fox. Though our sense of smell seems to be on par with one another. Hana queries. Hearing, Kiba answered, on par. As Kiba takes a sip of water from his cup, Tsun murmurs, damn. He nods in response. Yeah, it still pisses me off after all this time. Tsun raises an eyebrow and asks, so that report I got from one of ours in the Anbu. He nods composedly. I did teach him a few of our clan techniques. His taijutsu has incorporated some of our own family style within it. You did what? Hana snarled menacingly, her savage features emerging for the first time. Kiba ignored her, grinning savagely and tellingly. His Gatsuga isn't perfect, Though as a thank you, we created a few new variations of clan techniques, and we agreed that I can add them to the clan library, and he would not. Tsun asked, obviously not entirely happy that a non-clansman was employing a clan technique. Can you show us? However, depending on what they had discovered, she was prepared to ignore it. Tsun looks to her daughter, then back to her son and nods. She could always change that. Kiba answered, not yet. Soon though. With her arms folded and her eyes fixed on her younger brother, Hana snarled and huffed, fine. Kiba went on. Back to Naru, his stealth has always been absurd. Now he's added transformations, solid ones at that, to his arsenal. I don't think there is a single place he can't sneak into. If there is, Shikamaru will be able to. Tsun just whistled with a fanged grin, and Hana's eyes widened. Damn, the more she learned about Naruto, the more appealing he appeared as a potential son-in-law. The leader of the clan made the decision to return them to the topic. What about the rest of your team? After swallowing his water, Kiba leaned back in his chair and gave an update. Shika's long-range support consists of a bow and arrow attacks, though his arrows are lined with sealing jutsu. Absolutely silent, even we can't hear them. After giving it some thought, Hana says, unusual but not unheard of. Though in the hands of Inara, before shuddering at what she imagined. Yeah, that is scary. As Akamaru whimpers and then shudders as well, Kiba gulped and muttered in a low whisper, the shots I've seen him pull with it. The member of Zeta went on. Naru isn't far off, though at night he is unrivaled. Anything at night, pitch black darkness, Naru will always win. Tsun says, strained by this fact, noted. Kiba brought up the topic again with Nara. He does plans and can walk among the shadows. Nowhere is safe from him. Before she asks, Hana sees the advantage and murmurs, crafty. Eno. As he whispered, Kiba, who was perspiring a little, pulled down his collar to try to breathe. She's an expert in plants. Both women raised an eyebrow at his hesitation, even though Hana spoke first. Expert in plants. Fortunately, Tsun understood exactly what that meant and provided. Heal and kill then. Kiba offered back a nod of confirmation. Scary as all hell, just like Anko-sensei. Tsun smiled broadly and gave a low laugh before posing the question. Her other skills. Kiba explained things quickly. Seduction naturally, though her information gathering is her primary, so we don't go in blind. She works with Shika to give us a full picture before we even get there. How does she gather it? Tsun asked, to which Kiba's son merely shrugged. Beats me. I know Naru has a hand in it, but how much he's involved is beyond me. He pours another glass of water after gulping down the last of his. As such, she acts as our medic, poison expert, and intel gather. Anko-sensei is all about assassination, poisons, and seduction. Then he gives a casual shrug. Not much else to say about that. Thoughts racing through her mind, Tsun whispers, I see. Highly informative. Set up a spar with you and Naruto against the two of us. We'll leave the Ninken out of this. Kiba interrupted, perplexing his mother, saying, no need. Let's have the Ninken take part. Hana asked, raising both women's eyebrows in astonishment. You sure? They stare at Kiba, wondering if they should be concerned that this was not his boasting, but they also suspect it was well-earned confidence. Yeah, should be fun, Kiba exclaims with a huge smile. Akimiko-ku, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. A few hours later, in the late evening, Kiba, Naruto, and Shikamaru sit in the barbecue area and say, Mum wants a spar with us. Naruto responded, glancing at his fang-wielding brother. Figured. He flung a piece of bacon down his throat and proceeded after swallowing it. Though, I'm more surprised she hadn't ordered my marriage to one of your clan's women after all the Inuzuka clan jutsu I know. She wouldn't, Kiba started, but he stopped eating his meat feast to reflect for a while. His brow furrowed briefly as he thought about that for a while before finally looking him in the hard, blue eyes. Now, that you mention it. After retrieving his own cooked meat and setting it on his dish, Shikamaru said, she's waiting to see how strong you are. He then looked up and pointed at Kiba with his sticks. Then, either his sister. To the amusement of his two friends, Kiba chokes on his meat, but Shikamaru persisted. Or another clanswoman of her choosing. Naruto replicates Kiba's behavior with Akamaru by passing a plate of thick back bacon pieces to the big, single-tailed fox at his side. Yeah, sounds feasible, lowly, the Inuzuka muttered. But my sister is. Shikamaru points his chopsticks at Naruto and asks, are you forgetting his pedigree? Kiba blinks owlishly for 5 seconds before laughing and nodding. Ah, right, a clan head of 2 clans. Shikamaru nodded while chewing his food and looking at the Inuzuka and Uzumaki before swallowing and responding. Exactly. Once the council knows, or he reaches 18. Before the blonde spoke softly and venomously, Naruto gave a very menacing growl that nearly turned Akamaru into a snarl. Kiba recoiled and Shikamaru sighed. "Cra, I want no part in that, not for this village at least." He uttered that final sentence in a whisper, and neither of his friends appeared shocked by the outburst. Before responding, Kiba reached for his drink and swallowed his steak. "We get it, Naru. Hell, it's still happening." Then, glaring daggers at a group of civilians in another booth, he made a head gesture before swinging his drunk. Shikamaru sighed and spoke flatly while staring blankly at his blonde friend. "Just keep yourself in check." "Got it." Naruto grunted and nodded. Then Naruto complained, "Got it." Then he shoved a green pepper into his mouth. Naruto swallowed it and went on. "I won't break the promise." Then he looks at Kiba, who nods encouragingly, and then he looks back at Nara, who nods as well. Naruto was done. "As long as they don't." Kiba smiled and gave him a slight shoulder bump in response, saying, "That's all we can ask." Then he asks, "So, after this, a spar with my family?" The Inuzuka growled in response to Naruto's smirk, and Kiba growled back, "You mean, our family? Over my dead body?" Before they all started laughing, Shikamaru jokingly said, "That could be arranged." His smile caused the double to growl. Despite having paid for their meals, the 3 continued to laugh as they left. However, they were immediately confronted by the other members of the Rookie 11, and both sides stood silent for a considerable amount of time. Sakura reluctantly moved to speak on behalf of the group. "Naruto." "Haruno." Naruto responded, narrowing his eyes so much that the girl with bubblegum hair actually flinched. Rock Lee moved forward and yelled when he saw her retreat, believing it to be immature. "No need to be so harsh, Naruto my eternal." With a raised hand, Naruto interrupted him right away, saying, "Stop. We don't have time for this, Lee." He went on, "We have places to be, so another time." Sakura spoke up again, and the 3 Zeta members started to leave. "But I need to." "Chunin Haruno," Naruto yelled, causing the Rookie 11 members to freeze as they turned around. Naruto went on in his icy, authoritative voice. "I suggest you stand down." "But he's just," surprising the group, Shikamaru looks on impassively and says, "A special Jonin." Then, Kiba added to complete the transaction. "Just as we are really busy right now, so, later." The 3 of them left in the direction of the Inuzuka compound. The glaring Neji spoke up, not liking the dismissal. Neji adds, glaring at the vanishing trio, "We should follow them." But, Neji." When Hinata muttered, she was a stuttering mess. "But, Neji ni." Leading the group, which now included a dejected Sakura, Tenten says, "Come on. Time to get our answers." Entrance to the Inuzuka compound, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Enko exclaimed, "Yo," as she landed in front of Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba, who were standing in front of the compound's gate. At her side, Eno smiled at her fellow blonde, who returned the smile. All of the men nod in agreement, reporting, "Sensei." The Jonin nods and smiles back, but she looks past her students to their tails and arches an eyebrow. "You know." The 2 women on their team raised an eyebrow for the second time when the trio chorus said, "We do." Kiba adds, leading the rolling shrugs. "But we don't have time. My mother and sister are waiting for us. Clan business and all." Kiba says this before Naruto gives him a sly smile and nudges him. "Our clan business." Kiba snarled, but Eno glared, Shikamaru snickered, and their sensei grinned. "Oi." Kurama merely chuckled deeply, sounding suspiciously like a sneeze, while Akamaru merely whined and Kiba growled back. Sume Inuzuka yelled from the compound gates, "Cut it out, pups." The 2 boys stood up and turned to face her, their glares fading. "Mother." When Kiba bowed his head in greeting, Naruto gave him a disbelieving glance and chuckled to himself until Shikamaru nudged him. Eno led the others in a bow, which Sume waved off right away, saying, "Lady Inuzuka. Save it. Guess you're all tagging along for this friendly spar." Kiba shrugged and walked over to his mother, guiding the dogs inside as Sume turned to face the new Chunin. "Nah, those guys are just being nosy." "I see." Tenten spoke for the group after becoming agitated by the ferocious-looking clan head's intense gaze. We just wanted to see what our friends have been doing lately. With her hands on her hips and Naruto at her back, Eno answers, we've been busy. Sakura glares at her childhood friend as she speaks. That's just an ex. With his two teammates on either side of him, Shikaku abruptly appears from behind the group and declares, this is a military village. He goes into more detail when everyone is staring at him. Being busy often means leave it alone, no. That made Sakura stutter, but, with her arms folded and her gaze intense, Inoichi says firmly, but nothing. We all have secrets, information that is restricted. If they are not telling you something, then they can't. As Anko turned to the uninvited and gave orders, the senior Ino-Shika-Cho trio arrived at the Inuzuka grounds and were greeted. Now leave. With a look that threatened to hurt them if they didn't. The Konoha rookies gradually started to depart, gazing longingly at their friends, some of whom were former, but it was unsettling to see the icy stares the Zeta members returned. Inuzuka Training Ground, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. The Inuzuka clan ground's expansive layout was like an obstacle course and dog park combined. The senior Ino-Shika-Cho and the Zeta team members watched from the sidelines as the challengers stared down at each other in the field. Standing across from Hana and her triplets and Tsume and her dog companion are Naruto, Kiba, Akamaru, and Kurama, who have now released his remaining 8 tails. Tsume, who had never seen this side of her son, was smiling at the seriousness of his expression before turning to look at Naruto. His intense gaze sent a chill down her spine, causing her to stop and think. But Hana was giddy with anticipation when she saw the blonde. His self-assurance, concentration, and whole personality were obvious, indicating to her that he was a potential partner. The young adult leapt with delight at this ideal specimen standing in opposition to her as she glanced at his side and saw that the fox was willing to obey his commands with complete faith in his partner. Kiba broke the silence by addressing his opponents. So, best of 3. Tsume responded with a confident laugh. Best of 3, then a game of hide and seek. Then she continues, pointing to the forest beyond the field they were standing in. Fastest to find the other wins. With an impassive expression that matched Kiba's low whisper, Naruto's low voice sounded rather imposing yet melodic as his face broke into a very feral grin. Deal. Ready for this? With an equally low voice, Naruto laughed. Whenever you are. For the next few minutes, the two secretly synchronized their chakras by bumping fists. Only the Yamanaka in the crowd noticed the spark of chakra as their fists withdrew, and he raised a blonde eyebrow in response. Then Kiba yelled, Ninja art, beast mimicry. To his mother's and sister's surprise, he and Naruto both start acting more and more savagely right away. Naruto's teeth have grown longer and his whiskers have become much more pronounced, giving the impression that he is also an Inuzuka. Kiba went on, Inuzuka art, all fours jutsu. Once more, the two men fell to all fours, kicking off their sandals so that their clawed feet could firmly grasp the ground. Their partners then stepped up and growled with their allies. The two women matched them completely with both jutsu because they didn't want to be outdone. The 6 squared off against the 4, but for some reason the 6 felt completely out of depth. All 6 were tense as the 4 males growled. Kiba leads Naruto and their ninkin into a frontal assault with 4 bursts of speed. Tsume and her partner move to intercept while her daughter moves to support her, and her own partners move to flank them. Tsume and Kuromaru are able to pass by Kiba and Naruto before they are hit, leaving Hana and her triplets vulnerable to an attack. Hana was thrown back into the building after the two men shoulder barged her after the abrupt switch caught her off guard. As their partners charged back at Tsume and Kuromaru, Akamaru and Kurama tackled the triplets as they skidded to a stop, pinning them in place. When her son and his friend were expertly tag-teaming her and her partner, matching their strikes, flipping each other over, and even using the momentum of the other to improve their own strikes, Tsume was genuinely taken aback. Based on their ferocity, she thought this fight would have ended in less than 2 minutes if it weren't for her extensive combat experience. In an attempt to break the twin strikes, she decided to block Kiba's claw strike, but a back fist knocked her hips aside instead. Her son's heel drop smacked her in the back before she could reposition herself, causing her to roll away and straight into Naruto's shoulder barging path. She was unprepared for the impact. Tsume quickly rolled back up and jumped back into the fray, regrouping with her daughter Hana, who was cleaning herself up with her partners back by her side. The two exchanged a quick glance before turning to face the smirking pair. Both females snarl and charge back into the fray. After 10 minutes, Hana grunts as she repairs the minor concussion she sustained by passing a glowing green hand over her head. You did not hold back, huh? She asks. Glancing from the breathing brother to the somewhat filthy Naruto, they went on. You really came at us hard. As he takes a grape from the basket, Kiba says, you asked for it. Naruto nods from where he is sitting on the grass next to Shikamaru and Shikaku, who are both teenagers and the clan head staring at the clouds. Still, that was a surprise. Tsume started to glance from her son to his friend, observing that Naruto's savage features were still noticeable even after the jutsu effects had ended. She asks, turning back to her son, how did you sync your chakra together? From the Nara's corner, Naruto says, it happened some time ago. He appears to be deeply contemplating something as he looks up at the sky. If you asked Kiba's family, he continued with unusual seriousness. Yet it was hard at first. But we figured out a system where we channeled chakra between the two of us, allowing our chakra to merge and flow from one another to the other. Both women flinched at that. Hana, the medic ninja, was aware of how painful it was for foreign chakra to flow through a people's network and cause severe burns, at least in large quantities that appeared to be second-degree burns. She says, sounds painful. Kiba nods in agreement before speaking. It would have been. However, he casts a quick glance at the fox, drawing the attention of his fellow Inuzuka to the dog that is currently chowing down on a boar leg with the other ninja dogs. Kiba went on, though, we had help. Speaking up, Naruto also looked at the fox. It took time, but we managed it after about a month of the process. A month, that's, Tsume whistles in wonder as Hana stares. As he says, Kiba leaned back on his arms and crossed his legs, laughing. Boosted my reserves like crazy though. Smirking, Naruto raised himself up onto his elbows. We both gained each other's affinities because of it too. Tsume raises an eyebrow and says, oh, is that possible? Kiba grinned and nodded as he declared, I have a primary lightning affinity with secondary in wind, water, and a minor fire. Naruto seamlessly tacked on, I have primary wind, secondary water and lightning, with a minor fire. Before Tsume spoke up and attracted the attention of the group, the two women blinked owlishly for a few minutes. So let me get this straight. When you were training, Tsume went on to point to the two teenagers she had just fought. You figured out how to synchronize your chakra and use our clan jutsu. Pretty much, Naruto says with a casual shrug as he gets up to stretch out and shakes off the grass and similar objects. He yawns and flashes his fangs before saying this. We should get going. Tsume emerged from the house, gave the special Jonin a fresh scroll, and said, only after you sign this, before telling him. And give it back to me before dinner tonight. After blinking once, twice, and 3 times, Naruto turned to face Kiba, who appeared just as perplexed. The apparent Inuzuka heir inquires. Mom, what are you talking about? Tsume smiles and says, well, he is coming over for dinner, no. As the two look at each other and she barks. Understood. After avoiding that trap, Kiba asked, what about the game of hide and seek? Then Naruto continues, plus, this was only one of 3. Tsume dismissed that, impressed. No need, I've seen enough. As Anko entered the office, he said, you called, Lady Hokage. Naruto entered from behind, his hands clasped behind his head, a sly smile spreading across his lips. Ah yes, come in and take a seat, Tsunade said, not raising her eyes from her paperwork. As their commander continues to fumble with paperwork, the two of them take their designated seats and sit in silence. The commander-in-chief of the Hidden Leaf soon noticed that Naruto was bouncing his knees, conversing silently, and exchanging hand gestures. Ma'am, Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow, those hand signs. Pointing to the two, he said, they aren't the current Anbu signs. Tsunade interrupted the quiet conversation, unable to interpret their hand signals. Classified. Naruto's deadpan reply caused a blonde eyebrow to be manicured. I'm the Hokage. The two shrugged, so. Nothing is classified to me. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and was met with 2 more shrugs. You called us here, Lady Hokage. What do you need? She asked. Well, I've been asked by the Anbu commander to ask if you could possibly accept additional personnel. For what purpose? Anko asked, and the two of them squinted with amusement before leaving right away. Team cooperation, joint exercises, and training. Tsunade glared, but the team leader refused to back down. No, Anko snapped, and why not? Our teamwork is flawless, trying to intrude on our dynamics will only be a detrimental factor. What if you need additional members? A mission that requires more hands. Tsunade suggests placing an elbow on her armchair with her fist supporting her head, but she receives a snort in return. Even if Nar wasn't a one-man army. Enko looks to her side. Then we could call in the Reaser. She paused, raising an eyebrow once more. You have reserves. Enko looks away from her subordinate, who was staring at her with daggers. They were decommissioned. Thus, of no concern. Naruto spoke slowly, coldly, and irritatedly. If they are of your caliber then. They were decommissioned for a reason. Naruto yelled, glaring at the Hokage, we do not need them back. They have done more than enough for this damn village. His growl actually made Tsunade widen her eyes and feel a little afraid. Quiet. Tsunade's eyes darted between them. Enko appeared guilty and possibly a little depressed, while Naruto was obviously annoyed and even angry. She sighs and switches into Hokage mode, saying, I'm sorry but I want to know who these reserves are, and yes, her glare locks onto Naruto's. The challenge was fierce, and she refused to back down, even though it took a while and she felt a little intimidated. The words, this is an order, triggered a deep, guttural growl from Naruto that was obviously hostile and expressed his displeasure at the action. Enko says, attracting the Hokage's attention, Yakumo and Ilya Kurama, Genjutsu mistresses. Naruto fell silent as Enko's hand entered his field of vision, and he said, fine. Naruto glares at his team captain and whispers, Kiba's gonna kill you. Tsunade writes down the names. Hinata Hyuga was trained but never fielded. Enko continues, deliberately ignoring her little subordinate's death glare, same as her little sister. Are you serious? The two clan heirs. Yes. Enko replied. The Hyuga elders seem to have caught wind of a undisclosed training program, which several clan heirs had been drafted into. The snake mistress laughs. Hanabi was halfway trained. She was the youngest member of the group of us. Naruto growled, we promised thus not happening. Save it. Tsunade yelled, but Naruto's canine-like eyes narrowed even more, killing intent rolling over her in response. Daisuke. Enko hesitantly mentions, MIA. Naruto responds, grabbing both Leida's attention and growling, it's obvious isn't it? His scowl still firmly in place. Right, how could I forget? Enko slapped her head with her palm after a moment of hesitation. Tsunade looked from Naruto to the Hokage, clearly perplexed. What do you mean? How many Hatakis are in the village? Was Tsunade's question. Just one. Why? As his eyes dropped to his lap, Naruto whispered, 3 actually. What? Tsunade asked incredulously. Hatakis have unique white chakra, aligned heavily with lightning chakra. Naruto calmly explained, which was common knowledge, we had 2 in our ranks, Enko explained, causing Tsunade's surprise to reach her face. One never came home though, whispered Naruto, his fists clenched. Understanding the emotional state of the blonde shinobi in front of her, the Hokage said softly, so, what does this have to do with this Daisuke? Naruto then spoke up, glaring at the Hokage. After our reactivation, he exhaled sharply, the trail Shika and I followed went cold, it's unknown whether or not he's alive or not, but if he is, before shrugging. Farah and Kila Sortobi. Returning to the subject, Enko said, Kila is a Chunin and Farah resigned after the sound invasion, works in a clothing store on the south side. Naruto calmly clarified, their seals remain active. Enko asked, turning to face him. He nodded, confirming that they were, Hawk, Heron. Gather all those mentioned in here and any guardians that request it. 2 shimmers appeared in the back of the room right away. With a diamond-like gaze, Naruto repeated, they were decommissioned for a reason. Enko commanded, stand down, Naruto. The teenager turned to face the view outside the window. After 20 minutes, Tsunade said, good, you're all here. As members of the Hyuga, Kurama, and Sarutobi were present, there was a double knock, enter. And a crowd of people entered the Hokage's office, with several empty chairs in front of them. With both of his daughters in front of him, Hiyashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, asked, why are we summoned, Lady Hokage? The 3 of them were equally perplexed. Yes, Lady Hokage, my 2 own clansmen aren't shinobi. Unkai Kurama, the current Kurama clan leader, responded. With his 2 clansmen at his back, Asuma Sarutobi stood behind the fussy 2. I will explain everything if you would allow me to address you all after, he said. Suddenly, a privacy barrier appeared, saying, this room is secure. The 2 leaders raised their eyebrows, and the elite Jonin Sarutobi was now on edge as he scanned the room. So, Hanabi Hyuga, Tsunade smirked as she turned to face Hanabi. Lady Hokage, Genin asked, glancing back at her leader. May I ask about that special camp you attended when you were With her Hyuga mask fully on, Hanabi's automatic reaction was, "I don't know what you are talking about, Lady Hokage." However, the Hokage's grin was unnerving for some reason. "No need to keep up the act," a new voice says, making the room tense. With a pair of trench knives in Asuma's hands and his 2 clansmen in defensive formation, 2 of the 3 Hyuga instantly activated their dojutsu. Tsunade gained the attention of the room by saying, "Stand down all of you. We've been reactivated, Zeta Raccoon." The younger of the 2 Hyuga sisters exclaimed with a huge smile, "Me too." As 2 black-masked Anbu appeared on either side of the Hokage, standing sentry with the fox mask facing Hanabi. Many were perplexed by this exchange, particularly her clan chief. "If it was up to me," Fox shrugs, "I wouldn't." Tsunade remarked, grinning, "Good thing it isn't up to you then, Zeta Fox." Fox nodded as Zeta Snake threw a scroll to the youngest Hyuga, who immediately caught it and was obviously ecstatic. As he watched these strange Anbu conversing with his youngest daughter, who was practically pulsing with excitement as she opened the scroll and examined its contents, Hiashi said, "I'm confused." Tsunade started, drawing the room's attention once more, "So none of you are to repeat what you hear." "We are not a shinobi, so why we?" Yakumo said, raising his hand as though in class. They all nodded, though some were less eager than others, in response to Tsunade's statement, "That will be explained upon you all agreeing to this." The room grows darker as even the window darkens as a very strong privacy barrier appears, and another chakra pulse flows across the room's boundaries. "Now then," Tsunade said, her eyes narrowing as she interlocked her fingers in front of her mouth. "I suggest you all take a seat. This will take some time to explain." "What will?" Asuma asked, but Hanabi, Task Force Zeta, was the one who answered instead of Tsunade. "Task Force Zeta," Unkai asked, raising an eyebrow that matched the Hokage's, causing Hanabi's eyes to widen. I mean," the young Hyuga said, sensing the glare directed at her from behind the Zeta Fox mask. "Anbu Team Zeta." Zeta Snake successfully diverted the attention of the room by saying, "Never heard of." Asuma asked, "That's the point, right?" And the Hokage nodded. "Yes," she said, "they were considered an SS-ranked secret until recently, and only Sarutobi-sensei, and their captain knew about it." Ilya Kurama, a short, dark-eyed teen with light hazel hair who was just over 5 feet tall, asked, "What does that have to do with us?" Tsunade said, "Yakumo, Ilya, Hinata, Hanabi, Hila and Farah," as the aforementioned person locked eyes with her. "You all were trained in the Zeta camp at one point or another." Her eyes widen at that statement, and before you all make a ruckus about it. She raises her hand to stop the 3 adults who are about to yell at her, "There are seals upon your necks." Pointing to the approximate location on her own, which have sealed away memories of such a time. She looks at Hanabi, "The only one not to have such a seal as you, Hanabi Hyuga." All eyes fall on the young adolescent. "I was too young for such a thing." Tsunade nods in agreement, having heard this from the 2 at her side. Their faces brightened as the Hokage nodded in response to Asuma's question, "Is this wise?" which cut through the playful atmosphere. As the room closed in on the chain-smoking Jonin, the cheer behind him subsided as Asuma said, "I mean, if they were decommissioned." "I am sure about this." Tsunade responds, "In the short time they've been back, we've managed to hunt down and destroy 9 members of the Akatsuki." The remaining eyes widen. "As such, I decided to see if we could expand their capabilities. Originally, I wanted to attach Anbu members to their team, however that idea was shot down." A slight glare at the masked shinobi, "which is when I learnt about you all of the reserve group." "Reserve group?" Asuma asked, and the Hokage nodded. "Think of it as like a second wave, for the first time," the snake-masked operative said, "because the first wave went pretty well. We were getting ready for a second group, of which Miss Hanabi was a part." "How dare!" a growling Hiashi exclaimed, leaping from his seat. "This is outrageous." "In her case," said a fox in a quiet voice that seemed to freeze the room, "your clan elders thrust both of your daughters onto us. Yet they excelled. We are sure they would have excelled in everything if the entire program hadn't been shelved." "Why was it?" Tsunade growled angrily, "classified. Their prior missions are all SS-ranked secrets." After an hour, "Enough." Tsunade rubs her temples and says, "You, Hiashi, will sit down and shut up." The man sits down and says, "This is what is going to happen." The Hokage goes on, "Anbu Team Zeta will be expanded by the people here after a period of training and conditioning to bring up to the team's standards." She looks back at the 2 on either side of her and says, "These 2, with a single finger pointing to each side, will take charge of them. Zeta Snake, obviously looking from one person to another, said, we'll recheck your training, make sure you're up to snuff, and then we'll introduce your masks. Okay, so, said Yakumo, getting to his feet, are we going to be shinobi then? As she started going through the hand signals for their seals, Tsunade said, yes. After 5 minutes, my head, Gila exclaimed, blinking owlishly, and then looked up to see the two black Anbu masked captain, approaching Farah, Ilya, and Yakumo for a salute. Zeta Snake said, identify yourselves. Hi, Yakumo Kuruma, Black Rose. Ilya Kuruma, Black Lily. Hinata Hyuga, no mask. Hanabi Hyuga, Black Raccoon. Gila Sarutobi, Black Ape. Farah Sarutobi, Black Gorilla. Zeta Snake stifled a laugh as she tried to escape the adults' shocked expressions and said, very good. Hanabi was grinning and bouncing on her toes, looking around before her gaze finally returned to Zeta Fox. Her cheeks had a slight, barely perceptible hint of pink. Hinata's eyes narrow at her younger sister, and as she follows her gaze, they become harder and harder. Zeta Hideout, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. Beside the dust, Gila uttered in the hideout's dimly lit hallway, his face obscured by darkness, my room's pretty much unchanged. Same here, exclaimed Ilya as she emerged from her own room. Said Hinata in the common area, observing that Eno was draped over Naruto as he worked on a seal. Which room shall I take? She asked. Don't you have your own? Asked Shikamaru as he came out of the kitchen, sipping orange juice from a purple straw in a glass mug. As Hanabi said, we were never allowed to stay due to the council of our clan, remember? Hinata shook her head. The two Hyuga nod before moving on to find a room for themselves. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass back then, Eno said languidly from her seat, sandwiched between Naruto and the backrest of his seat. In that case, take any down that corridor. Shikamaru pointed down another path, adding, though the ones with seals upon the doors are to be left alone. When Hanabi, wearing her Zeta Anbu uniform, dashes into the common room, she discovers Naruto and Shikamaru discussing seals on the table. Tada, she exclaims, grabbing both teenagers' attention. Naruto stands up, examining the uniform carefully as she moves, saying, looks a little loose here, and pulling on the seams over her shoulder, the chakra absorption seals seem to be working well. How can you? What about the communication seals? Shikamaru asked, apparently ignoring the Hyuga princess's complaints as he scribbled on a notepad from the seat they had previously shared. Then, with his blue eyes fixed on her pale lavender, Naruto firmly pulled up her right arm and examined the seals, saying, looks fine. Hanabi gasped uncontrollably and fought back a flush. Hanabi, Naruto's voice brought her back to the present. Naruto-sama. He said softly but firmly, I said channel chakra to the gauntlet. His breath on her skin sent goosebumps and tingles up the young girl's arm. Right, Hanabi said in a whisper as she followed the instructions to channel chakra. Looking over his notes, Shikamaru remarked, we'll have to run a few diagnostic systems during testing. Naruto examined the seal carefully, his middle and fourth fingers glowing bluish-purple. Looks good. Nara sighs and says, I agree with that. Then she notices something and asks, what about the mask? As he goes back to his seat, Naruto says, I haven't finished it. I've needed to work on them but getting the others up to spec will allow me to make them. Plus, he growls to let his annoyance be heard, it's not like I wanted them to be recommissioned. The other two heard him complain under his breath. Shika said with steely eyes, orders are orders, Nar. The blonde stood down, a silent huff slipping through his lips as the blue eyes stared into the black Naras while a silent conversation took place. Hanabi observed this exchange with curiosity, remembering how intimate the Uzumaki had been with the two Naras in the past, which made her feel guilty and sad. The preteen is brought back to reality by Naruto's voice, Hanabi. Huh. As the two gaze at her, Shikamaru says, Nar asked you a question. Sorry. The girl bows, could you repeat? Lunch is ready. Eno's voice from the kitchen interrupted the conversation. That late already, Naruto murmurs, getting up with his best friend. Slipped my mind too. Shikamaru groaned as he joined his blonde counterpart in stretching out their tense muscles. You coming? Naruto asked Shikamaru as he led him toward the spacious cafeteria, turning to face the vanquished Hyuga. Ah, yes, exclaimed the girl as she ran after them. Hanabi raised an eyebrow at Eno's comment. Naruto, as she watched her fellow Zeta member slap the blonde's hand away from a meatball on top of a bowl on the table. When the Yamanaka glared at him, he froze and sighed loudly, troublesome. The Nara behind him snorted, and the female blonde gave him a harsher glare. Why do I have? He asked. He quickly departed, followed by Anko, while Hanabi said, hey my cute little gakis. At the long table, Eno raised an eyebrow and said, little. The snake Jonin froze, staring at her blankly. Little, Eno confirmed, which increased tension as the two women looked at each other. Cool, meatballs, exclaimed Farah as she intervened to defuse the situation. Who made them this time? The naive teen asked. I did. Eno's words caused him to freeze. He chuckled lightly, lacking humor, but before he could say anything foolish, Shikamaru grabbed his shoulder and drew his attention. He shook his head, telling him everything he needed to know, and nodded in response. Oi, Eno growled behind them as they both recoiled, clearly from the inside out. Naruto sighed once more as he walked through the wooden-floored underground base and was led to his pack brother's room by the warm, dim yellow glowing light seals that were equally spaced along the wide corridor. Though he assumed that his unwillingness to cooperate with the white masks was the reason behind his failure to stop the second wave from reactivating. Shrugging those thoughts aside, he arrived at Kiba's room and repeatedly punched the door, saying, Oi. Kiba, food's up. After a long period of silence and a flicker of chakra that informed the blonde that the silencing barrier built into every room had been released, Kiba said, got it. I'll be right there. Kiba's voice sounded a little labored, and Naruto could clearly smell the pheromones leaking from beneath the door, making him smile. Oh, and bring Ilya with you. Naruto heard a muffled gasp, a hand covering it, and a nervous laugh before he left. Hey Naru, Yakumo said, attracting the blonde's attention. He looked up from his meal at the table where they were all seated. Yaku, he asked, raising an eyebrow. The seal on my powers. We'll deal with it either today or tomorrow. Firstly, I will need everyone's measurements to finish off the uniforms and gear. Yakumo nodded, I'll help. Yakumo said, me too. Hila declared, I'll take care of their training, as usual. Anko chuckled darkly, her cold smirk sending shivers down the table. It'll be just like old times. However, before anyone could respond, an alarm went off, and the active five and Ninken stood. We'll be back, Anko said as the group disappeared to their rooms. Hokage office, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Tsunade watches as Anbu Team Zeta emerges from the shadows of her office to confront Anbu Team RO. Thank you for coming Team Zeta. The Hokage declares, we have a mission that requires both you and. Zeta Snake interrupted the planned conversation by saying, with all due respect, Lady Hokage. However, we are still, upon your orders, still rearming and training our reserve forces to active status. That's right however, Zeta Deer said, sounding emotionless, not to mention, if you had read the fine print that we do not work with the white masks. Tsunade clarified, which further perplexed Team Zeta. Rescue mission. We are an assassination and information team, ma'am. I know which is why you are the backup, said a bewildered Zeta petal from the line she occupied with her fellow black masked shinobi. This statement caused Team RO, the premier Anbu squad, to stiffen slightly, as Team Zeta all noticed. Then why are we even here? Can't Team RO handle this? If they need backup then. Tsunade interrupted Zeta Fox, saying, enough. You will back up Team RO. Save my idiot teammate from the Stones Hunter squads. Every Anbu in the room said, yes ma'am. Tsunade gave the order, and they all disappeared. You leave immediately. West Gate, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Team RO was taken aback to discover Team Zeta waiting for them at the hidden Anbu level exit. To Ro's surprise and annoyance, both teams left without exchanging words and made their way straight to the hidden stone without stopping at any rest areas. However, their pride kept them from complaining. Fire, grass, land. Fire, border. Before departing Allied territory, Ryo's leader ordered a rest. Tiger, Ro's leader, declared as he descended into an approved Anbu clearing, this is the last chance to rest up. He turned back to his black-masked companions and asked, would you like to rest first or? Tiger nods in response to Zeta Snake's firm instruction, we'll take first watch. They then depart to pitch their tents. Tiger actually stopped and looked around after noticing, or rather, ceasing to notice, Zeta's presence as the Zeta team dispersed throughout the area. He muttered under his breath, damn, they're good. When the two Anbu teams crossed over through the grass, the moonless night provided the ideal cover. Not even the wind had noticed them. After clearing the land of grasses plains, Team RO returned to the trees. Not yet sensing her current back up, Kat looked back and caught a glimpse of Zeta Deer in the shadows. He had simply disappeared back into the shadows by the time she turned to face him. When she looked forward once more, she only saw Zeta Snake to her squad at 2 o'clock, and Zeta Petal to her squad at 10. She assumed that Wolf and Fox were holding the 4 and 12. Earth's land, Takuma Town, outskirts. In search of a trail left by the Toad Sage, the tiger lands on the second-to-last group of trees and silently observes the town as it comes into view. A whisper by his side asked, "Found anything?" Shocking Tiger, who naturally winced. "We can't see any signs left by the target." Before disappearing back into the darkness, Zeta Snake murmurs, "I'll have my 2 track him down." The fact that even his team's sensor struggled to track them is something he still finds hard to accept. After receiving a call from Zeta Snake, Zeta Fox answers the radio, "Got it." He then turns to face his pack brother, who had abandoned Akamaru this time, and asks, "Ready?" From his perch in a nearby tree, crouched in the shadows of the trunk, Kiba asked with a raised eyebrow, "Toad smell?" "Yeah, stay out of sight. No reckless shit this time." "Got it." After a brief pause, Zeta Fox whispers to his comrade, "This isn't the land of birds." "I know, I got something to return to." Then, both dash off in a predetermined direction. Earth's land, farmlands, Numi village. It is noon. Smoke from a distant battle marred the clear sky with a blazing sun, alerting the two Anbu squads that they were getting closer to their target. Without much sleep, they followed Zeta Fox and Zeta Wolf's noses through the night in search of their target. Tiger uses hand gestures to tell the two groups to split up in pairs and circle the battleground Indiana order to disperse the assault force and remove the allied shinobi as they continue to glide over the vegetable fields and rush over towards the Chakra trail. Earth style, spiraling spear. Lava style, multi-geyser storm. Stone golem. The Anbu were drawn to the final one, swamp of the underworld. Since it was the Toad Sage's signature move. Approaching. "Can we kill all?" Zeta Snake said to Tiger, "Sure." Zeta Snake responded with Zeta signs, "Move out. Eliminate all." The Zeta squad instantly disappeared from the formation. After being cornered 3 times by Gem, the Hidden Stone Special Forces, Jiraiya was caught off guard when his trusted summons were intercepted and forced into combat. His former teammate quickly confirmed 2 squads of Anbu after he sent a Toad message back to the Leaf. He overcame the lava geysers and stopped the advancing enemy once more as he removed his swamp of the underworld. After fighting intermittently for several days while running and hiding from his assailants as best he could, he panted and now finds himself backed up against the wall. To the Toad Sanin's dismay, 8 gem shinobi approached, but before he realized it, 2 arrows had pierced the gems' masks. Only when 2 spiral tornadoes of claws and fangs smashed through 2 closets to the others did the others try to escape. When the mystical palm jutsu starts to power up, the last 4 find themselves fighting with a second group of Anbu. Once more, he is pulled clear and given attention by the Zeta member wearing a black petal mask. "You'll be fine in 2 minutes," she says. Unbeknownst to the tree huggers, the 4 gem operatives are encircled by the regular leaf white Anbu, back to back. However, when they saw the second squad that descended between the white masks, their faces turned pale. One gem exclaimed, It can't be," upon seeing the black masks, while another exclaimed, obviously terrified at the sight of these people. We surrender, he exclaimed, but as weapons were drawn and arrows were retracted, cold sweat trickled down his back. "Lord Jiraiya, are you well enough to travel?" Tiger asked, his squad setting fire to the corpses behind him as Zeta's squad kept a guard. "Yeah, should be in a moment." The man gasped, "Glad you got here in time." Observing the Toad Sage's stare on the Zeta Fox, Tiger replied, "We made best speed here. They're really good, you know." Jiraiya sighs deeply and says, "I know. He was my student once upon a time." As Zeta Petal finished packing up her medical set and the tall man got off his ass, Tiger said, "Are we ready to depart?" "He's a fine shinobi." The woman nodded, and Tiger replied, "Yes." All of the Leaf forces instantly disappeared, oblivious to the stone Jonin concealed beneath the surrounding earth. She looked around and saw that the coast was clear, so she raised her head and eventually popped out before rushing away. Fire, grass, land. Fire, border. The group returns to friendly territory and lands in another clearing, pausing as Jiraiya continues to struggle after his ordeal and is breathing heavily. As she assisted him in getting down, Zeta Petal took hold of his arm and said in a monotone, "You need to rest. I just need a moment." As the masked shinobi all nod and Zeta disappears once more into the trees, Tiger commands, "No, we'll stay here for the night." "It's fine, I just..." Zeta Petal reiterates, "You need to rest." At last, the elder shinobi gives in and sighs, "Fine." The next day at noon, the sage woke up in the forests to find himself being carried by boar. "What happened?" he asked, swiftly approaching as the squad landed on several branches. "We were followed by Gem. Zeta covered our retreat," Tiger replied. "How long ago?" Jiraiya asks, landing on his own feet. "About 2 hours ago," Cat adds, "Should we?" As she lands next to Tiger, who nods, "Very well." Zeta Snake said, "No need." Before anyone who wasn't a Jonin could tell anything was there, they departed. Hokage Office, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Tsunade smirks and turns to the Anbu members, saying, "Thank you Team RO, Team Zeta. You are dismissed." Jiraiya declared, "You got me out of deep trouble there." He collapsed on the office sofa as the 2 Anbu squads bowed before their commander, "I bet." Immediately after, they all disappeared. Anbu Barracks, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. "Heard you guys ran an op with that new team." Hawk, another Anbu member, entered Team Ro's changing rooms as they were unpacking their uniforms. "Yeah we did," said Tiger, also known as Tenzo. "They're highly trained and professional too. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear they've been in Anbu longer than we had," said Kat, removing her mask. Hawk leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed and nodded to the others. "That good huh?" Hawk asked. "They have 2 trackers, 2 archers, a medic, and an assassination expert as a captain." "Archers?" Hawk asked, raising an eyebrow. "Surprisingly effective," Tenzo said, assessing the minor altercation and Zeta's quick movements. Zeta Hideout, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. This was an annoying mission. Eno groaned as the team entered the common area, her mask slapping down on the table and flopping down on the sofa. "Get your boots off the sofa," Enko yelled, making Eno snap up. "Yes, ma'am." The boys laughed as they passed on their way to their rooms. Kiba snarled, "I need a shower." Naruto nodded, "You and me both." Shika laughed and continued to unbuckle his armor while walking, cracking his neck. "Troublesome. I think you need to check the seals on my bow again, Nar." Later, Naruto complained, waving his hands lazily. "Let's be sure to ignore any more missions until we finish our maintenance." There were several snorts coming from the hideout. Naruto's room, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. When Naruto flips the seal that lit up his room, Yakumo is sitting on top of his bed and says, "Welcome back." Her quiet voice reverberates throughout the space. As the door shuts behind him, Naruto lets out a tense sigh. "Yaki, how are you feeling?" he asked. Yakumo nodded and got up from her seat atop the double bed, saying, "A lot." Naruto nearly whispered as she walked delicately over to him, "You helped me control my inner demon." The two keep closing in on each other, saying things like, "I always dreamed of you, of us, and you helped me with mine. You know, me and." With a gentle finger stroking his lips to silence, Yakumo said, "I know. She may have you now, but never forget you, and everything you are belong to me. So, in the end, my fiancé will return to me and we both know that it is inevitable." Her soft, gentle voice moved over his skin, causing goosebumps to run wild and hairs to stand on end. "Now, be a good boy and get some sleep." Akimiko-ku, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. With an arm around Ilya, who was laughing as she drank her saucer of sake, Kiba exclaims, "Man, this place is always great." While downing another mug of ale, with narrowed eyes and teeth, Hana Inuzuka growled, "I suggest you keep it down, mutt." Her younger brother simply grinned with his fangs, saying, "Make me." "Calm down, both of you." Hana snarled fiercely from Naruto's right, while Eno hissed from his left. Yakumo, on edge, simply grinned mischievously, hidden from everyone but Naruto, who became a little uneasy. Naruto sighed. Enko narrowed his eyes and said, "What are you even doing here, Hana?" The senior Inuzuka shrugged and asked, "Does it matter?" "Kinda." Enko kept her eyes narrowed, but Hana obediently ignored her. "Hey Farah, pass the pepper," Kiba yelled, and he quickly got the pepper. Arriving Sum asked, "How's their training going?" as she gazed into the teen booth. So, Enko said, "Oh," as she munched on the dango. "So, why are you poking your nose into our business? Enko asks, firmly dropping the empty stick and retrieving another. It's classified. Not telling. I don't know what you are. Cut the games. Enko murmurs, the mutt told you, right? The two women fell silent, and the snake-aligned one let out a deep, fine. As the Zeta group started moving in the direction of the Kurama clan grounds, Yakumo and Ilya invited them over for a day of bonding. Yakumo believes her uncle was trying to gain favor with the task force by having their clan, in a metaphorical sense, lay out a red carpet for them. She sighs as Naruto leads the group in the corner of her eye, his confident demeanor causing her cheeks to flush with longing as her mind starts to imagine a pleasant past of a possible future. She lets out giggles as she leads the group down the street to her own house, her fingers interlocked softly behind her white battle dress, roaring in the light wind. Hidden Leaf. Land of Fire. Kurama clan compound. Welcome to our compound, Yakumo says as the doors of the remote clan home of the Hidden Leaf's genjutsu masters open. The Kurama clan has never had many shinobi, and the few that do make the cut are rarely more skilled than genins. Nevertheless, nobody inside the Leaf could ever question their abilities or knowledge. Ilya Kurama pulls Kiba with her through the gate and says, we are a minor clan but, we do our best. A few clansmen started playing music at a small gathering in the clan gardens, complete with 2 grills, plenty of sake, beer, and smiles. Sitting on Naruto's lap, Eno drank orange juice through a straw while bouncing around and watching the crowd. She was particularly aware of the heated exchange between her man and Unkai, the clan leader. As if they had been best friends for years, Kiba and Ilya's father, Kaiman Kurama, were laughing and sipping drinks together. Hila flirted with another Kurama clansman while Farah played wingman while Shikamaru played shogi against Yutan, a younger teen genin of the Kurama clan. Just as I said Unkai, I think if you pulse chakra in an alternative charge, both yin then yang then yin. Naruto began to explain, but the clan leader interrupted him. Listen, as we already know, genjutsu is yin chakra. Pulsing your chakra like that won't do much. Unkai sipped from his current sake saucer before responding, though, if cycling your chakra constantly it would break unless. With a smile that didn't bring warmth, Yakumo interrupted, Uncle. The man got up and left after receiving the silent warning. What's up, Yaku-chan? Eno asked, looking at her fellow heiress with some confusion. Yakumo and the Yamanaka both smile and say, oh, nothing. Just wanted to ensure you two are having fun. After 7 weeks, Hokage office, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Once more emerging from the shadows, the 12 members gathered in front of the Hokage, who was grinning proudly. Jiraiya stood beside her, unusually stoic, while Delta Snake stood at the front, saying, Team Zeta waiting for orders. Tsunade nodded. Good, then. She pulled out a small black scroll and put it forward, and Delta Snake quickly retrieved it from the table. This is a mission of utmost importance. We cannot allow failure thus, with your perfect record, we have decided to assign this highly sensitive operation to you. Snake nodded, adding, we have received word that the Mizukage is in danger of being assassinated and is to keep the stability within the land of water, I want her saved. Find those responsible and either expose them or end them. Tsunade gave a nod, very well. As Snake turned back to her team, she said, long-term mission gear. Move out, and they all disappeared once more. Zeta hideout, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. Kiba yelled, hey, where's my tent? Have you checked under the bed? Hanabi yelled back from her own room, I have it, Kiba-kun. Ilya roared back, making the groaning Inuzuka go silent. Double pack those vials. Naruto spoke to Eno as he passed the kitchen island, which was stocked with different bottles of murky liquids. Enko waved him away, yeah. He yells back from the armory, sure you do. And attaches a set of specialized black steel kunai to his pouch. He turns back to see Shikamaru placing his short sword on the base of his back after he has retrieved his sword from the last rack and tied it to his back. This mission going to be troublesome, you know. I am aware. Both of them laughed when Naruto explained, we'll split into 2 squads. Kiba and I will be split between the 2. Shikamaru nodded and grinned, seems I'm rubbing off on you. Naruto scoffed at that, calling it troublesome. Hey Ni-sama. They both turned to see Hanabi sprinting in with Hinata pursuing her. Hanabi. The 2 men spoke simultaneously, making the youngest member frown. It's freaky when you do that. They both shrugged. As Hinata emerges from her room with her own owl mask on her hip, Yakumo spins her Zeta mask, which has bushes and rose petals on its left side, and looks around. The Hyuga heiress was taken aback when Yakumo raised an eyebrow and said, "The owl mask, huh?" With her lavender-tinted eyes hardening and Yakumo herself fighting to contain her smirk, Hinata murmurs, "Well," before turning back to face her fellow heiress, "I figured, if I want to get my Naru back, I need to be able to watch everyone's back and see everything." Yakumo hums as she walks past her, her arms folded behind her, still holding onto her mask. "So, you still not giving up on him, despite having your memories back?" She asks. "Ah, I see. Especially, because I have them back." Hinata's voice sounded so un-Hinata that it could be interpreted as a threat. "I suspect you may be a bit late, nay," she said with a smile that lacked warmth in her hazel-haired kunoichi eyes. If someone had bothered to record the exchange, it might have gone down in history. As Yakumo moved past her indigo-haired counterpart, a buzz on their gauntlets broke their intense gaze. "It also means, I will be watching you too." The woman pauses for a moment, then says, "You can try," with a little giggle. Zeta Barracks, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Although the base's barracks were connected to the armory, the forge, and the common area, they were only referred to as such because that was where everyone congregated both before and after their departure. With her arms folded in a fierce glare, Anko stands at the front of the barracks and says, "Okay brats, listen up." Her snarl turns feral, and the 2 lines of 5 stand tall with their eyes forward. The mission is not a simple one. We need to infiltrate the Land of Water, investigate the people around the Mizukage, snuff out the group targeting her and before anyone notices the bloodshed. The team yells, "Yes ma'am." Anko answers, "Mask up." And they all put on their masks as the genjutsu barrier falls. Before they all jump off, Hanabi heard, "Keep up cub," and felt betrayed. When working outside the leaf or without Anbu, the Zeta team will drop the Zeta. Northern Region, Port Kalia, Land of Water. The moon was low in the quiet misty morning, and not a single black pebble moved as the teams passed. The group of highly skilled assassins moved as silently as the moonlight, and the mist did not part as they passed. "You okay, cub?" Fox asked, dropping behind Raccoon. Raccoon snarled, "You will always be a cub, our team's cub." "I'm not a cub." As the group laughs, Raccoon says, "You are so annoying, Nisama." Her blush is concealed by the black mask. Snake clenched her fist on the edge of the port town, and the group fell silent, as though time had stopped. Looking down, Snake saw an informant named Ao, a devoted follower of the Mizukage who was presently in hiding, according to the intelligence report she had retrieved from the mission briefing. Before lowering herself in front of the former Mist Hunter Nin commander, Snake gave her team the signal to hold. Since the Mizukage went into hiding following an attempt on their own lives, Ao has been tense for the past few weeks. He sighed as he walked through the port town, where he was informed that reliable assistance would soon arrive. He now had the responsibility of eliminating the fictitious forces within their own. He had been there for a week under the pretense of conducting an unexpected inspection of the local forces, but once more, no one showed up. Even with his concealed Byakugan, Ao couldn't find anything out of place, but the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end on the way out. But even with all of these safety measures, he was unprepared for the unexpected appearance of a black-masked Anbu in front of him. Ao felt uneasy because an Anbu had somehow outwitted him, but it wasn't just any Anbu, it was the legendary black-masked Anbu that vanished 6 years prior. "Ao of Kiri." Snake nods, his voice muffled and disguised. "Where are you in your investigation?" he asks. "Investee. Can you give us any specifics?" Snake asked after he nodded. "You're looking for traitors." She nodded in response to Ao's question, "Us." As he surveyed the little area of forest. "My team and I are here to assist you in weeding out your traitors." Before giving the request some thought, Ao replies, "I see. Were there any particular standards that stood out among the group that tried to crush this new era in the mist? I will have to get back to you with that. I haven't got anything concrete as of yet." Ao nodded once more in response to Snake's question, "Do you have any left from the attempt? Then take us there." "Are you sure?" Snake gives the order, naturally. "Lead on." Ao jumps off, with the kunoichi trailing behind. Northern Region, Town of Kuroshi, Land of Water. Unaware of the other 11 shadows in the background, Ao looked back to see Snake right behind him as he descended into the edge of Kuroshi town. "This is an old resistance hideout," Ao said, turning back to Snake and observing that she was making hand signals as she strode toward the seemingly deserted area, a shimmer, and the hidden bunker. He used his stolen dojutsu covertly, and although he was still blind, his hunter senses warned him that someone was watching him. The sensation abruptly faded, and there was not even a flicker in his secret eye. These Anbu in black masks are not only extremely talented, but also incredibly or unbelievably well trained. Unaware of the black mask's eye visors, which enabled Zeta to function in complete darkness, Ao guides Snake into the bunker's shadowy depths. 3 former Mist Shinobi arrived in the lowest levels, chained and chakra sealed. They pointed to the group at the bare metal table and said, "These are the survivors." Snake took a quick look at each. 1 kunoichi and 2 shinobi. The shinobi were rather unremarkable. They had pale skin, dark eyes, and dark hair, but their faces were hardened and covered in scars from past conflicts. However, the kunoichi was obviously a seduction type, with perfect skin, pale blue hair, and traces of bluish makeup. Snake thought about her next move because the holes in her nose and ears indicated that she had previously had piercings. She could certainly revert to her previous identity and torture for the sake of her name, but doing so would undoubtedly expose who she is. She nods, then looks into the darkness behind her and nods once more. Petal and Rose emerge silently. Their unexpected arrival causes the Mist guards to tense up. The 3 of them converse silently before the 2 newcomers proceed. Soon after Snake, Petal, and Rose left the bunker, Ao did the same, and the Zeta team saw his carefully hidden fear. They laughed quietly. Snake glanced up at the trees and signs that read, "New targets, 3 groups of 5, Jonin-level leaders." Formation F3. The Zeta members were instructed to divide into groups in order to search and destroy. Following the F would indicate the size of the groups, so the number 3 would indicate that their squads would be 3. All of the Anbu team members received the visual targeting information from Petal, which made things simple for them. Fox's Raccoon and Lily sub-team. Owl and Ape are the sub-team of Deer. Rose and Gorilla are Snake's sub-team members. Wolf's Petal and Pup sub-team. Northern Region. Kelvo City, Land of Water. The prowling grounds of Team Fox were in a bar in the southern trading city slums. The 3 of them are standing in the shadow of a high-rise residential building. A meeting between one of the targets, a Chunin-level Mist Shinobi, and a Sound Shinobi was taking place underneath. This was clearly a setup, a trap to catch any fish that might be hanging there. The obviousness of this bait made Fox snort, and he looked to Raccoon, who was looking across the alleyway to the lower resident building across from the shop. The team's order of attack was communicated to them by a series of hand signals that read, "Lily subjugates the alleyway. Raccoon move with me subjugate trappers." The 3 disappeared, and within 10 seconds, everyone was down. Lily dropped the 2 ambushers from the apartment's alleyway next to the group of 6 shinobi, 3 of whom were Jonin and 3 of whom were Chunin. Their intelligence was flawed. Fox became quite anxious at this. To adjust the recipient, he double-tapped his earpiece to activate the seal, then placed a finger on the Uzu swirl on the back of his right hand and said, "Failed intel." More than expected. The voice of the Snake asks, "How many?" 3 Jonin. 3 Chunin. Snake's voice said, "Keep the Jonin." Fox nodded, "Very well." The connection went silent as the room was filled with the flash of steel. Northern Region. Port Kalia, Land of Water. On their way in, Deer gazed out at the port they had crossed. With Yumi in hand and Deer's short bow in hand, the owl by his side simply gazed out without flinching, while the stereotypical Serato ape hung beneath them. Came over their communications with the message, "Failed intel." More than expected. "How many?" asks Snake after the Deer recognizes it as Fox. "Keep the Jonin." The connection went silent after he said, "Very well." Deer looks at Owl, who confirms the situation with a nod. As they proceed to evacuate the town, Ape lets out a quiet sigh as the taps on the branch confirm that he was also aware. Ape followed Deer through the darkness, unseen but prepared to kill as they moved about in search of their prey. Over the radio, he heard taps in his ear warning them of the location. When they got there, they saw that the targets were staggering out of a bar, laughing and having a good time. Unaware that the 3 were following them from the shadows, the 4 shinobi made their way back to the ship they were assigned to, heading towards the docks. Unaware that they had brought their own death with them, the men staggered back to their bunks on the aforementioned ship while Deer and Ape searched everywhere for any clues that might lead to any trails. The 2 Zeta members departed the boat after conducting a thorough search and recovering a number of promising leads. Boom. Several shinobi appear on the deck, but before they can flee, they are all killed mercilessly after being impaled by a single large arrow that was punched right through them. Good shot. Deer signaled to Owl, which made the shooter in the distance smirk under their mask. Northern Region. Lanko Village, Land of Water. With Rose and Gorilla behind her, Snake reaches her destination and lands on a branch overlooking the village in front of them while her gauntlet illuminates. Failed intel. More than expected. Fox's voice can be heard over their radio. How many? Snake asks, tapping the glowing spiral and responding with a finger to her ear. 3 Jonin. 3 Chunin. With a focused gaze, Snake says, keep the Jonin. Fox responds, very well. Before the line dies, she turns to her 2 companions and says, let's go. The 3 disappear. With 3 buildings and a simple observation area, the garrison was situated in a simple wooden walled compound with spikes on top. Snake deduces that the first building was a barracks, the second was the command office, and the third was a restroom. A sense of doom continued to grow, which the 12 residents of the compound could not shake no matter what they did, and an eerie calm descended upon it. Not a blade of grass moved in the still air. Blood would splatter across the log walls during the night, and there would be no sound coming from outside. Rose tosses 2 scrolls to Snake, who examines them before nodding, as the 3 members of Snake's squad emerge from the trees under the moonlight. The same scroll was thrown above her head, but Gorilla caught it right away and put it in his belt. Time to get moving. They all flickered away. Kuroshi, Northern Region, Land of Water. Petal is somewhere above him, keeping watch over a bar, while Wolf is standing in an alleyway, resting on a nearby roof, his muzzle peeking over the edge but still hidden. Fox's voice fills their ears. Failed intel. More than expected. How many? Snake's voice answers, 3 Jonin. 3 Chunin. Once more, Snake's voice said, keep the Jonin. Fox replied, very well. The line then fell flat. Sounds like things are heating up, Wolf says with a laugh. As they kept an eye out for their target, Petal muttered, right. After 2 hours, Wolf, Petal, Pup, status. Snake spoke on his radio. We have yet to find the target. We've found a suspect within a bar, however unable to get in without alerting too many witnesses. Very well. Keep us posted. Snake out. Wolf growls, this is boring. Petal remarks, leaning against the big dog on her perch, I guess I could go in and do recon up close. Petal snarls, should just let me. Wolf reminds his squadmate, damn it. We were told to keep to the shadows. We can't be seen. Wolf laughed at her uneasiness and said, nope. Remember last time you went off script? Hey, that wasn't my fault. You broke the dude's arm. Wolf notes, he touched my ass. Petal growled lowly, you were supposed to seduce him, not send him to the hospital. Petal snorts at that, clearly disgusted by the idea of someone other than her blonde bombshell of a hunk touching her curves in such a way. Close by, on the road into Kuroshi, Fox, Lily, Raccoon, Deer, Owl, Ape, Snake, Rose, and Gorilla meet up. Deer tosses 2 scrolls to Gorilla, who quickly and accurately picks them out of the air and puts them away. Snake advances and stops in front of the concealed bunker, which glimmers into view as Ao emerges from the clearing and says, you work fast. This is all the intelligence we found thus far, Snake said monotonely, reaching up with her hands before a scroll suddenly materialized in them. Gorilla threw it out of sight. Already. Before retreating back towards the small forest, Snake says, yes. We'll go to the next phase. If you find anything, let us know, we'll be around. Then, he disappears into the shadows. The next day, sitting in their camouflaged campsite somewhere near the town of Kuroshi, Snake swallows another stick of dango while drinking green tea. Fox, concealed by seals and clad in genjutsu, yawns as he rises from the depths of the tent. Pup matches his human partner as the wolf spreads out like a dog. While Raccoon does the same, Owl was sitting on a stump, repairing her bow. Welcome back. Petal yawns from inside the tent as Ape and Rose return from their patrol with hunted catch for breakfast. Yo Fox! Exclaimed Deer. Ninja glanced at his rationally inclined friend before approaching and joining him. I think we have cut off most the group in the northern section of the group. They pulled out documents and talked about the various documents, connecting them to different locations and individuals. So, if these guys seem to be focused on the hidden mist in the capital, should we investigate the 2? Fox asks, glancing at Snake, who pauses but shakes her head, no. We'll head to the capital. Leave the hidden mist to Ao. There is a brief pause before she nods, everyone else will pack up, I'll head to speak with Ao before heading out. Petal should go with you. Deer remarked nonchalantly, Rose too. Fox added, I'll be fine alone. Snake snapped, but Fox and Deer just stared back at her with deadpan expressions. Fine, Snake growled as she stomped off. Capital, Southern Region, and Land of Water. Despite being dispersed across multiple islands, Anbu Team Zeta lands beyond the walls and gazes out at the fortress-like city that symbolizes the center of the water country. With the midday sun shining down, Snake returns to her force and signs, scatter and locate targets. Radio denied. Regroup in 12 hours. Current position. They all get nods and disappear into the city. Good evening. Naruto walks into a small bar in a darker area of town. The barmaiden looks up at him and blushes at his boyish smile. Well, hello there, miss, he says in a smooth, husky voice that matches his dark blue shoulder-length hair and black eyes. Taylor, she whispers, trying to control the blood that is rushing to her cheeks. She nearly fainted when he smiled softly. So, Taylor, can I get your best local sake? She asked, nodding and grabbing the bottle. She simply nods and accepts the rather substantial tip because she doesn't trust her voice. Find anything, yet, he asks, lowering himself to the corner table as the darkness seems to engulf his body. No, as he takes a sip of his warm sake, Naruto remarks, if things aren't cleared up by tomorrow's end, they'll just go underground. True. So, in that case, I'll monitor this area for now as center of operations. You're only saying that because you're lazy. As he keeps downing his drink, Naruto chuckles softly and says, not that you can prove it. Gamma Point, a clearing 5 miles north and 6 miles northeast of the city, was where Deer and Rose met up. As they enter the solitary tent, their snake searches for report. Locating them all has been pretty easy. Rose remarks nonchalantly, seems our actions have already caused ripples. Deer goes on, we've tagged 12 individuals, positive identification on 4, marked 3 for death. Rose asks, who do we have? Snake asks, one interesting target however seems to be a member of the daimyo's court. Head of education. Deer reports firmly, causing Snake to nod, task pedal with him. Her then, Snake adds, vice captain of the royal guards is also a marked target. Deer keeps going, 2 of his subordinates are with him, though we suspect that one or both are actually members of Root. Snake sighs, Root, huh, and there is a long pause. In the early morning darkness, the 3 kept bathing, saying, eliminate them. No witnesses. The peaceful atmosphere of the evening was upended by an explosion that attracted the attention of both samurai and shinobi, and widespread panic was guaranteed. Found any? Owl asked as she landed atop the daimyo's castle, watching the terrified crowds. Owl says, only one. Deer appears at her side, and both of them draw back their bows. I see him. Deer silently shoots an arrow. Before she fires off her own, Owl reports, confirmed kill. The target slipped into an alleyway just as the arrow punched through the skull. Rose takes her curved kunai from the undercover seduction mistress in a cellar somewhere and says, well, that was anticlimactic. A young man, no more than 10, was cowering in the corner at the sight of these 2 assassins. Well, Rose stepping forward, no witnesses. Ape shrugs and says, perhaps, that being said we have been training. She pauses, looking to the side, ah, you missed one. Ape nods and parrots, no witnesses. She then searches the 3 corpses at her feet. Fox uses a cross guard to block a hard haymaker, knocking the outstretched arm aside before launching a series of 5 jabs and striking the upper palm. The man with the bruised jaw slowly stood up again, but a foot pushed him back down, and the former missed shinobi was met with a cut across his neck. Fox looks around and sees a rag-clad orphan girl cowering inside a bin. He sighs and says, no witnesses. He swipes his sword, splattering blood on the ground. Southern Region. Gamma Point. Land of Water. Got them all? Asks Snake as the entire group reassembles at the gathering spot, where he was chowing down on dango sticks. Fox replies in a monotone, then, let's get back to Ao and report back. Think so. Lily asks, are we going to the hidden mist? Snake shakes her head, saying, nah, I'll handle it. It's almost time, Wolf muttered, taking a stick to the face from Snake. Save it. Pack up the camp and meet at Point Beta. Fox says, Deer, Owl, keep her safe. The 2 operatives disappear silently. The rest of us will pack the gear. After an hour, as the tension between the 2 increases, Snake lands hard before Fox. Why did you send them with me? He asks. Why not? You getting a bit too big for your mask, huh? Fox asks coolly. When Deer and Owl eventually return, Fox asks, why are you being so defensive? I'm your captain, not a little child that needs protecting. Fox says, I know, Snake. It's standard operating procedure. Fox then casually moves away from the angry Kunoichi, saying, we're done here anyway. Snake hisses back, this isn't over, Fox. As the others observe the struggle and then follow their vice captain, Fox says, I know. Northern Region. Port Kalia, Land of Water. The next afternoon, Anko curled up against Naruto in a plain room at the portside inn, but his movement roused her from her sleep with the words, you're awake. She laughs and cuddles up to his abandoned pillow. It looks like it is mid-afternoon right now. You can sleep a bit more, little miss hard ass. He laughs and goes to the bathroom. Anko jumped up, ran over, and slipped into the shower with her blonde teddy when she heard the water running. A feral grin appeared on her face. After an hour, as Fox lands in the clearing and waits for his team to arrive, a pair of delicate arms unexpectedly envelop his torso. How terrible of you, he asks. Rose, can you not love me too? The others near. I want you to take a few days off. Why would I? Just as the others land with Snake at their sides, Rose whispers, because I told you to. He stiffens for a moment as she moves aside and clears him. Ready, Runt, she asks. Runt, Fox asked, raising an eyebrow and crossing his arms in the process. Despite the mask, the entire group could see that Snake was grinning cheekily. Let's get home before. They all suddenly disappeared into the bamboo trees, leaving no trace of their presence. Nothing here, one of the two squads of mist hunters Nin said in mist sign language as they landed in the clearing within a minute. He said they were heading this way. They were a rumor, he swore on it. The Leaf team, which is concealed in the shadows, is entirely missed as the two squads disappear once more after saying, fine. Move out. Zeta Barracks, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Yo, Foxy, let's grab a couple of beers. Farah laughs as he enters the hiding place. Fox laughs and removes his mask as well, saying, I'm down for that. Man, that was tiring. Lily stepped past him and said, liar. He laughed and said, I'm tagging along. Kiba added, dear. Farah asked, raising an eyebrow. Sure, Shikamaru yawned as he tossed his mask into the locker. Hey, all the men turned to see Eno and Anko staring at them, leaving them all perplexed. What? Farah asks, brushing aside his ash-blackish-blue hair behind his ear. What about us? Eno looks at her sunny blonde-haired man, who shrugs. What about you? Said the man coolly, as he and the other men finished changing into casual attire. Are you not going to invite us our too? Anko raises an eyebrow as they all turn to each other, as if they are having a silent conversation before they all turn back to disappear in different body flickers. Farah disappeared in sparks and flames, Kiba in a howl and a bolt of lightning, Naruto in a whirlwind of wind and mist, and Shikamaru's shadow appeared to simply swallow him. The girls all nod when Anko tells them, they're dead. Troublesome. The five men mutter together as they stand in the middle of town, shivers running down their spines. Dragon's Den, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Unbeknownst to them, the senior elite Jonin are watching the five special Jonin as they enter the bar and laugh while conversing. Isn't that? They ask. Asuma picks up a cigarette and remarks, yeah. Naruto, Kiba, and even Shikamaru. I don't know that last one. From a booth, a silver-haired shinobi said, ah, that's one of mine, Farah Sarutobi. Chunin, the bearded twin trench-knifed shinobi said, what an unusual group, and the lone red-eyed Kunoichi said, I heard they are upon the same team. As they moved to a nearby booth, Shikamaru explained, yeah but the carbon fiber, Farah started to say, but Naruto interrupted, yeah but only the fiber from spring conducts chakra which makes my job a hell a lot easier, as they slipped into the corner booth and carried on talking. Yeah but, that fern willow was a lot softer than my red oak shafts. The silence in the conversation was broken when Kurenai, Asuma, Guy, and Kakashi arrived at their table. As the group turns to face the assembled elites, Farah asks coolly, can we help you, Yuhi, Hitaki, Asuma, Guy? Ma, no need to be so serious, said Kakashi flippantly, his air of indifference blowing, we just wanted to see if we could join you all. This time, Naruto asked, why? His extreme seriousness took them all by surprise, though they didn't intend to display it. Asuma stepped forward, protectively in front of the lone Kunoichi, and cleared his throat, saying, we just wanted to catch up with you all. We haven't heard from you all for a little while and we're curious. Shikamaru, Farah, and Naruto all smoked scentless cigarettes and used various small-scale fire techniques. Why would the elites want to drink with us grunts? Kiba asked, swirling his sake inside his warm saucer. His ferocious glance up at them actually made them all uneasy with the dangerous glint in his eyes. Flicking the ash into the center, Naruto says, "We've been busy. Missions and all." Kurenai raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh." Kiba nodded and said, "Yeah, we just got back from one before coming here." He let out a deep breath and said, "It was a drag," raising his drink to his lip. Teammate wasn't assigned any. With his head lowered, smoke trailing from his lips, and his fingers reaching for his own cup, Shikamaru said, "Team 7, 8, and 10 have been disbanded. Surely you are all aware of this, no?" he asked. "Yes, but," the Nara said, "we aren't under your command anymore, Asuma." Then Naruto added, "Hatake," before gulping down his sake. Kurenai, Kiba grinned ferociously. Before the failing situation could get any worse, Anko, Eno, and Ilya arrive. "Oi, you 5. The boys all sigh in unison, troublesome. Kiba drags his hand down his face, and the smokes quickly disappear without any evidence at such speeds that even the Jonin weren't sure they were even there in the first place. "You actually ditched us," Ilya growled, and the 5 elites saw the fake masks being applied. "It was a joke." Naruto laughs loudly while Farah pulls the blonde into a one-armed shear. Hokage office, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Looking over the mission report, Tsunade says, "Well, this mission can be considered a success." She looks up to Zeta, her secret Anbu team, and says, "Although, we have received thanks from the Mizukage and her guard for our help in clearing out the rats." However, she receives no response. "Any issues?" she asked, not noticing the tension as she looked up at them. "No, ma'am," Zeta Snake replies, "Very well. Dismissed." As in every previous instance, the team appeared to be engulfed by darkness before disappearing. Tsunade sighs deeply as her thoughts return to her blonde knucklehead and she looks out the large window that dominates the back of her office while her 2 apprentices approach with piles of reports. Master Tsunade, Sakura Haruna, who has pink hair, grabs the final Senju's attention and asks, "Can I ask you a question?" Tsunade said, "Depends." She stood up and leaned against the window sill. "What's up?" she asked. Sakura said, "Well, it's Naruto." The entire room turned to listen. "What about Naruto?" Tsunade asked, then recalled in her mind that the majority of the former Konoha 11 were now part of the newest Anbu force. The Hokage's apprentice is one of those who have been left behind. I haven't been able to get a hold of him recently. Others who were left behind have been moved to different teams and nearly abandoned by those who now live in the shadows. She nods in response to Tsunade's question, "Have you checked his apartment?" "Ichiraku's Hokage monument." "So, you want me to?" she asks again. The leader of her village is asked by the Haruno clan heir, "Can you tell me where he is? Why are you so focused on him?" Zeta Hideout, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. The 11 members of Anbu Team Zeta are dispersed throughout the common area of the hideouts. Naruto was seated deep within the coach, with the male members of the squad dispersed among the chairs surrounding him. "Explain yourselves," the squad leader snapped at the men, who were all wearing blank faces, while the female members stood against the group on the other side of the irritated Anko. "What's the big idea?" Kiba asked. "We just wanted a night off," Naruto added, his face blank. "Was that so difficult? Why not just invite us? Why do you need to get away from us?" Eno shot off, glaring hard into Naruto's icy blues with her hands on her hips. "Answer me. Does it matter?" Naruto asks, matching her stern, unflinching, "Yes." To get the female's attention, Shikamaru adds, "We've been under your watch since reactivation." Eno is the only one who kept her eyes on her partner. Just one night. With an impasse reached but neither group giving up, tension between the 2 groups is still rising. "Fine," Anko snapped, her arms crossed, her eyes narrowed, and her head turned away from the group's male members. Naruto gets up quickly, and the snake quickly encircled the 6-foot man. He whispered so softly that even Kiba missed it, pressing his breath against the back of her neck. However, Akamaru didn't. Anko's expression changed from one of indifference and mild annoyance to what Eno called her gooey mode, which predicted their impending failure. "It was only a night we ruined, yet they are willing to replace. Now, this meeting is over. The boys get the day off, the rest clear up then get out." Anko ordered, and the group dispersed as Naruto looked back, still embracing the snake Jonin from behind and winking at his fellows who all nodded in appreciation. "No fair," Eno yelled, grabbing the attention of the room before her tirade could gain strength. Enough, pedal. After clearing the room, Enko leaned back into her subordinate's powerful chest, wrapping his left arm loosely around her neck and his right around her waist. Sincerely, this grip on Enko was something else, something dangerous, and this was the most secure she had ever felt. She whispered, "You know," but he could hear her because they were close. "The comfort I'm feeling, right now, it's dangerous." He whispered back, "Dangerous?" She nodded slightly and said, "My guards are down right now, ya know." There was a long period of silence before she said, "And yet you are my warm, supportive pillar of my life." Her eyelids opened halfway, and she said, "That is why you are dangerous." Naruto is seen strolling through the streets the following morning, seemingly unaffected by the disapproving looks he received. He let out a silent groan as the scent of a wet dog, which was typically one of three, filled his nostrils. The second scent was almost predictable as he sidestepped the second gray blur, and all three pups froze like statues when Naruto said, "Stop." He ducks beneath the leaping Ninken. They all started to whimper as his eyes narrowed at them. "So, why are you here and not at the kennels?" The three of them exchanged glances, which Naruto noticed. His groan became audible as he picked up the last scent, and then he was gone in a formless body flicker. An Anbu from Team Echo lands next to him after he has finished his fourth bowl of ramen. "Hawk, what can I do for you?" he asks, continuing to eat the ramen at a rapid pace. "The council has requested." "The council has no jurisdiction over me," Naruto says, making the masked Hawk stiffen. "Yet they have the nerve to try, Echo has it rough, right?" he says, pointing to the seat next to him. For some reason, Hawk actually sat down and took a cup of tea that was offered. "They are goons, nothing more," Hawk grumbled before taking a sip of his tea. "Why did Lord Second create the damn civilian council?" he asks. "They're supposed to be an advisory board," Naruto went on, and the man nodded in agreement. "You should remind Echo that Lady Hokage is your commanding officer." This caught the attention of Echo's leader, who turned his head robotically. "If that's an issue, I can have a word with my company," he turned to his fellow Anbu member. "You know who she is, right?" Naruto smirked in a way that was too familiar to a certain snake mistress. "Hokage office, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire." There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Enko entered, grinning broadly and holding her traditional dango stick. "Lady Hokage, I just heard something that you may need to be aware of." "Oh?" Tsunade asks, arching an eyebrow while leaning forward on her elbows with her fingers entwined beneath her chin. Enko looks up with nothing but bloodlust as a snake jerks up and coils around a root Anbu that was quickly dragged out of the hidden compartment. A quick pulse of chakra into her Anbu tattoo confirms that Team Sigma, consisting of 4 members, was in the office. With a puff of smoke, it disappears. Anyway, Enko goes on as though that action had not been seen, smiling maniacally. "Oh, by all means, it appears that some of our comrades are being instructed by the civilian council. Can we take action?" With a dangerous yet mischievous gleam in her eyes, she says, "Then can you please lead the way? I also think that Team Sigma will enjoy the show too." She stands up and says, "Oh, I guess we should get moving then." Enko smiles as she says that, and then she disappears in a puff of smoke, with all 11 Zeta members joining the Sigma team. "Awaiting by your orders, ma'am," Zeta Snake says in an Anbu monotone. Sigma, Zeta, fall in, the Hokage commands, and the Anbu squads instantly tense up as she smiles bloodthirstily. "We got a council to scare shitless." "Ma'am," they all exclaim. Council room, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Numerous groups of blank-masked shinobi emerged from the shadows as the double door was blasted open and the black-masked Anbu charged in with various weapons drawn. "Anbu!" exclaimed a somewhat older voice. Team Sigma and Echo intervened and helped as the black-masked shinobi tore through the blank masks, splattering blood across the walls and even the ceiling in a matter of seconds. Before the Hokage with Zeta Snake, Sigma Parrot, and Echo Hawk held blades to their necks, 30, 20, 9, and 3 all bounded, gagged, and knelt down. Tsunade was sitting at her table with a very proud grin on her face because it was evident that the illegal force operating in the Hidden Leaf village had been put down by her own Anbu teams. Her community. Looking to her left, she saw Zeta Deer with his shadow encircling him, Sigma Wolf with a naginata at Danzo's heart, and Zeta Fox with his blade at his jugular. Sigma Falcon had his own blade at Himura's throat, while Echo Samon held a naginata at Kaharu's. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, So, why was this council called without my consent? The spare members of the 3 squads that were removing the bodies said, it was us, Lady Hokage. Himura responded sternly, not wanting to flinch, and cut himself on the village's best trained assassins, finely polished blade, saying, we had heard that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had come back to the village and wanted to. Sume Inuzuka was at the other end of the room, beaming broadly as she watched her son and her prospective son-in-law easily and effortlessly defeat Rouge Anbu with little effort. Wanted? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow and turning to her advisors with utter hatred. Did you forget that I am the Hokage? That every shinobi that wears the leaf headband are at my command, not yours. As Zeta Deer, Sigma Wolf, continues to pin the bandaged elder to the table and Zeta Fox completes a seal that instantly seals away his chakra, a loud thud attracts the room's attention. Report, Tsunade asked, and Zeta Snake moved forward, saying, Lady Hokage, Elder Danzo seems to have switched out with an Earth clone. The white wraps fall off and reveal nothing, and multiple hand signals result in several low curses. I see. Can you track him? Zeta Snake nods and says, if you wish us to. Tsunade smiles deathly and says, I want every Anbu operative to hunt them down, execute them on sight. Ma'am, exclaimed every Anbu, and the 3 teams disappeared. Anbu Headquarters, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Zeta is led by Sigma and Echo into the Anbu headquarters, where she discovers almost 300 Anbu Black Operatives members. As the black masked Zeta team formed up in front of the Anbu commander, many people stared at them. Listen up, we got the green light to hunt down. Dragon paused when he saw Zeta moving purposefully through the ranks. Zeta Fox stops in front of a Zulu bear. The two are staring at each other as Zeta Fox raises his left hand, but before he can make contact, Zulu grabs his wrist and asks, Sir. He freezes suddenly as Zeta Snake places a seal on his back. Before 4 others ran away, 3 more were apprehended, saying, damn. Zeta Fox reports that the other masked operatives were stunned. We'll have to clear out the rest, but none remain within this battle squadron. Dragon nods at that, very well. He turns back to the others and says, hunt down Danzo Shimura and his root traitors. He swipes his hand, and they all disappear. What the hell? Dragon called as Zeta team dropped down the 4 Anbu operatives. These are root members, plants within your organization. He glares down at the root traitors who are shackled and restrained at his feet. Village, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. As the underground battles continued, the ground trembled, knocking people off their feet, carts ran amok, and panic set in. Anbu Team RO is forced to rescue the Foxtrot leader from a collapsing tunnel in the tunnels beneath the village. As wooden pillars explode to secure their position, RO Tiger exclaims, wood style, 4-pillar prism. Team Joel rushes forward to take their place, decapitating 4 more root Anbu. Boom. As her Byakugan allowed her to aim true as the exploding arrow of flames, Zeta Team Raccoon appears next to RO Cat, her bow exploding forward with a lance of blue flames that lick across the floor, caressing her skin as if a gentle lover. Zeta Art, Flame Lion's Roar. She whispered under the wind, her delicate fingers relieving tension and allowing the fire-based arrow to tear down the corridor, turning anyone who dared to oppose her to ash. In another scene, Zeta Rose and Zeta Ape were tag-teaming. The former had twin Naginata, while the latter had a bow staff. When Team Serpent went on the attack, they blended in perfectly with the two of them, leaving a trail of masked, blank bodies behind them like a deadly storm of blood and rage. The remaining members of the original Zeta team were led by Zeta Snake, with Zeta Owl trailing behind, as they made their way through the underground Anbu Foundation base's maze. Anbu Team Sigma and Gale were on their backs when the group broke into the barracks block, which housed the majority of the enemy forces. They broke down the door and exploded into the hull without a single broken stride. Danzo had plans for this kind of situation, so he wasn't one to freak out. He never imagined that his old friend's unfulfilled pet project would push him to this extent. A sturdy chain pinned the tall shelf to the wall before he could flee, blocking the secret entrance and preventing it from opening. As Gale and Sigma close in on Danzo, Zeta Deer pins Fu, his right-hand man, against the far wall, while Zeta Snake uncoils and slashes through 2 blank masks, twin swords through their necks. As Tsunade walks into Danzo's office, she remarks, "You do great work." The man was confined by multiple seals that Anbu Team Zeta, who were mixed in with the other Anbu workers in the cleanup effort, kindly provided. "Thank you, ma'am," Dragon says from the other side, "all primary objectives have been achieved." Secondary objectives too have been acquired, minor setbacks, with the tertiary objectives secured. As she walks around the room and notices the slightly open wardrobe, the Hokage remarks, "Excellent. Casualties?" she asks. After dutifully answering, "Less than 20%. Dragon turns to Zeta Ape and gives him new instructions, to which the Zeta squad men depart. Tsunade held up the unofficial robe and said, "Oh ho. Darker Hokage robes, huh. Sir, the children are back in the medical tent. Thank you, R.O. Beaver." Dragon says as he walks up to his superior, who was giggling at the phony robe she placed on the desk. "Really, Danzo? This is just." Tsunade sighs and turns to face the elderly war hawk. "With all this evidence, you'll be lucky to get an execution order." The elderly man remains stoic, not that he had much choice because he was completely sealed, with no chakra and no motor function thanks to a stasis seal on his back. As she and Zeta Wolf help in the triage center, Zeta Petal groans, "This is a mess. Damn straight. We found a few lost pups down there." "Same here." Zeta Wolf growls angrily, startling some of the rescued children and earning a slap from Zeta Lily, who was walking by, before turning back to the children to console them. "The bastard stole from all of us." Zeta Petal laughs as she walks by him, shaking her head, "You really are an idiot like your blood brother, huh? What can I say? Fox and I are just that close." Zeta Wolf laughs as Sigma Penguin lands next to him. "Zeta Wolf, Petal, the commander wants to see you both." The two nod in agreement before he disappears in a scattering of leaves. "When did things get all screwed up?" Petal sighs as she looks up at the full moon. Zeta Wolf answers, "When we got recalled, clearly." He then turns to face his brother's mate, who returns his gaze. Her body flickered away, ending their moment. He flickers away, sighing, "She's still hung up that I see." Considery Ale Bar, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. 5 women sat around cocktails and engaged in friendly conversation in a private, dark room reserved for kunoichi only at the rear of the Chunin level bar. "So, ladies," one said, grabbing the attention of the other 3, "let's get down to business." "Indeed, Commander," everyone says. "Now, then Lexia, do tell what you have uncovered." "Well, Commander, the black masks seen in the route cleanup operation, a month ago, are definitely the new team that was apparently reactivated a few months ago. Call signs: an ambush, tracking, and assassination team. Lexia, a generic black-haired kunoichi with gray eyes, watches the group. Bullshit. They fought in the front with the regular Anbu. A snort is heard. Anbu Team Zeta. No doubt. Plus, they had more members this time around. Reinforcements, then. Tisk. Sounds like it. Means we gotta do something about 'em. We Onins barely have any funding as is. Can they be reasoned with? Unlikely. Probably just as stuck up. Hikari, do recon, find out what we're up against." "Yes, Commander." "Lexia, keep tabs on 'em. I wanna know how many shits they take a day." "Fine, Commander, I'll get it done." "Ryuzan, find their barracks. We need to find them after all." Was answered with a silent nod. They all cheer and giggle as their leaders display a manic smile. "We'll prove that us Onin hunters are even more fierce than any heavy assault squad." They exclaim. Zeta Hideout, Hidden Leaf, and Land of Fire. When Naruto awoke, his body was weighted, his senses were dampened, and he was pinned down. He was unable to move his head, so all he could see when he looked around. Before a certain brunette pretentiously looked down on him and said, "Ah, you're awake," with a voice that didn't even reach whisper levels and a tightened throat, he had no feeling past his neck. He pouted, "Never mind. I'll get it right next time." However, before he could calculate that line of thought, the black void reclaimed him. Naruto suddenly woke up once more. His room in the hideout was a double with a big bed and shelves covered in books and scrolls carved into the hard rock. The desk was big enough to pass for a dining table, but the quantity of books and scrolls obscured its size, and his chair was piled high with clothing. Naruto rises from the orange cotton sheets, sits, and turns to the edge, gasping for air to control his breathing. He lets out another sigh before he gets up and walks slowly across the room before he stumbles on the other side. With his hand on the wall and his breathing labored, his body was able to burn off the rogue elements within his body thanks to a flash of his friend's chakra. He enters the common room after a long shower wearing loose-fitting sweatpants and a large black t-shirt with his clan symbol on it. "Mornin'," he murmurs as he wipes his eyes before yawning, and he snorts. "Morning. It's almost evening," Anko said from the kitchen table, her laughter audible as Naruto walked to one of the pantries. Oh, Enko raises an eyebrow and asks, don't you have anything to do today? Naruto answers, nah, not really. He then turns back to face her as she asks, are you feeling okay? He hesitated before he looked at the snake mistress, who was also dressed casually, her psychotic mask absent from their haven yet. Her pupilless brown eyes stared into his cobalt blue slit, tell me the truth. She nearly whispered, but the two appeared to be in their own world, with a seriousness that not even Eno had been able to break through in their special relationship. The two continued to gaze into each other's souls, immune to the team's devious schemes, according to Genjutsu goddess herself. Well, he rubs the back of his neck before he finally breaks off his gaze. Inuzuka compound, hidden leaf, land of fire. The boy, looking up from training the new pups, said, hey Kiba. Hana, the woman who was taking over from closing the clinic, said, where does Naruto live? I went to his apartment but. Before the teenager notices the sleeping Kurama, he responds curtly, he moved. His older sister growls, but is taken aback when Kiba snaps his own canines at her, saying, don't ever ask about any of us. Understood. His head briefly snaps towards the hideout before settling back down with a smirk. Where? I just wanted to. With a yawn, the old fox called out to the group, calm down, pup. Besides, he just woke. Seriously, Kiba scoffed and said, I swear he's been spending too much time with Shika. The multi-tailed fox laughed and said, hey cub, turning to face Hana, who raised her heckles and asked, why are you interested in my container? Ichiraku stand, hidden leaf, land of fire. To Chuki's astonishment, Naruto slipped past the counter in the stand and headed for the stairs, where he startled Ayame in the kitchen. As he embraced her tightly, the woman, quick on the uptake, returned the hug with a slow, gentle caress on his back. Naruto, she squeaked but froze upon seeing the slightly glassy look, a look she hadn't seen in almost, she whispered, welcome home. He simply melted into her hold. The two of them were sitting on the sofa when Naruto whispered, sorry about that. Ayame was gently running her hand through his soft golden hair while humming a song from their early years. I had heard rumors of your team's return, she said in a soft melody while his eyes were still closed. But you didn't tell me anything. We've been busy, Naruto muttered once more, really busy. She uses her spare left hand to lightly tap his stomach and says, you know that is not an excuse that works with me. Now, tell me what's on your mind. After Chuki finished closing, he went back to his family's house above the store to find Naruto and his daughter arranging the table. As Naruto dropped the last set of plates, Ayame said, welcome home, Tsu-san. Ayame grinned and turned to face Naruto, showing a glimpse of recognition. Naruto my boy. Naruto bowed his head and the three of them ate dinner as a family. Tsu-san. Zeta hideout, hidden leaf, and land of fire. All of this takes place in a single day. As Yakumo made her way to her target's room after entering the hideout through the barracks, she hummed softly to herself before freezing in her tracks. After taking a freshly made hot cocoa on the way, the Genjutsu user was forced to join the snake mistress at the kitchen table when the hazel eyes locked onto Anko, Yakumo's pupilless eyes. Softly sipping her tea, Anko said, let's get this clear. You can drop that faux girl next door act. Her intense, focused gaze went blank. As the glare back at her captain grew more intense, Yakumo also stopped the act, putting an aggressive scowl on her lips. Now then, Anko said coldly, I understand your intent with our favorite vice captain. Oh, Yakumo said, lifting her cup to her lips and raising an eyebrow. If you want to be. You may claim him, ride him, smother him, but after all that, he will always come back home to me, the kimono-clad woman said with an equally stiff gaze. I want to make myself clear too, Captain. He was mine, is mine, will always be mine. She smiled softly as she raised her cup to her lips. Yeah, that's not happening. Anko says, his will is his own. You may think you have a hold upon him, with such firmness that you'd think the statement was composed of solid steel. Her icy gaze transforms into a snarl so vicious it could make the sun shudder. But he far stronger than you think he is. Hidden leaf, land of fire, Nara compound. As he smoked, Shikamaru sat in front of his father, who was currently holding him down in shoji. So, this task force of yours, Shikamaru groaned, looking up at his son. How does it function out in the field, exactly? He asked, advancing his piece forward. Pretty straightforward normally. Oh, yeah, Shikaku exhales as he looks down at his father's move. We all have our role, covering something and pulling our own weights yada yada yada. Taking a drag from his smoke, he says, yet there are groups within the larger groups, all working in synergy to complement our various formations and functions out in the field. He seems unfazed by the effort, saying, damn. He looks up at his son and asks, so you are not hold back anymore? To which his son shakes his head. Nah, last time I did, shit hit the fan faster than an Uzumaki can consume ramen. Shikaku gives in and the two reset the board, grunting. Asuma Saratobe arrives and sits next to the two men, receiving muted nods as he settles in to watch the epic battle of strategies, causing yet another heavy sigh as the opening moves are played. The newcomer felt totally out of his element as it remained deadlocked for some time. So, did you come for a reason, Asuma-sensei? Shikamaru asked, flicking his smoke into the ashtray without even looking up. The man with the charcoal blue hair grinned and said, well, I've been hearing a lot of things lately, before nodding. Oh, Asuma goes on, flicking off his death stick, yeah, though I guess that with Team 10's dissolution, it kind of makes it obvious. Well, strategic command is a much better application of my skills, so, Shikamaru remarks without missing a beat as he considers his opponent's next move. Shikamaru nodded, more surprisingly as Naruto's entrance into it alongside her. Asuma laughs knowingly, though, I haven't heard from Eno yet, I guess she's in with T and I. Asuma froze in the middle of getting a cigarette and said, Yeah, Naruto and Eno are Anko-sensei's assistants in the T&I department. Yoshino Nara shows up with 3 sets of green tea and sandwiches for the 3 men, who all appear to be too serious for her, so she didn't try to complain about their smoking. When she left, the conversation resumed in a rather unexpectedly quiet manner. Anbu ha? Asuma asked in a very low voice, not realizing that Shikamaru had just completed a one-handed sign before placing his hand on the porch, an invisible sound barrier, saying, Anbu Team Zeta. Shikamaru said, casually surprising Asuma for a moment before the Jonin noticed the barrier, with a quick glance to his superior, who nodded back in agreement. All members of the team are given rudimentary lessons in the art of fuinjutsu. Shikamaru sighed, though, our base level is a notch or two higher than the base level of everyone else. A privacy barrier with one-handed seal, quite an accomplishment. Shikaku said quietly, it was troublesome. Shikamaru then turned to face his official sensei and said, as you know, with all Anbu teams, our official capacity is a cover for the duration of my time within Team Zeta. He let out a deep sigh and turned back to the board, saying, so, ask away. Yamanaka Flower Shop, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Sitting behind the counter of her family's store, Eno drew a pencil sketch of her most recent idea for a poison chemical makeup. She was humming a song to herself when her father came up behind her, looking over her shoulder to see his daughter brainstorming the poison, which actually made him pale. Chakra disruption was the poison's primary effect, increased heart rate was its secondary effect, increased sweating was its tertiary effect, and force impotence was its final effect. Without taking her eyes off the pad she was working on, Eno exclaimed, hi daddy. As she scratched out another incompatible strand that did not work. Dearest daughter, have I told you how much I love you? Inoichi said softly, causing the daughter to smile and drop her pencil as she turned to face him. I love you too, daddy, she replied as the two clasped hands. So, how is your new team doing? Old team, Eno corrects as she keeps scribbling in her notepad. Right, old team, Inoichi sighs before becoming serious. Though I am curious as to how you all were able to participate without anyone noticing your absence. Eno smirks at that, but she doesn't look at her father. Classified. Her father snorts in outrage at her brief remark, I won't tell you any more than that. I am head of Hidden Leaf T&I. Yet you did not know of us till our reactivation. Eno firmly interrupts her father's flow of conversation by saying, everything about it was classified above your security level, and though personally I would rather have you on the inside, I am in the minority. A heavy sigh falls as his face falls into her open palm. Oh, Inoichi asks, raising an eyebrow, to which she nods. There are only 3 of the 11, which including me, that wanted to reveal our team. If it weren't for the captain's orders, the others would have outright refused to break the secrecy edicts. After giving this some thought and analyzing the composition of this Anbu team, Inoichi said, your squad is certainly unique, Eno. The heiress continues, sighing once more, as the entire team appeared to be doing more and more. Yeah, we are. Which is why we don't work alongside other Black Ops squads. The excitement the other day was a unique experience, but we struggled to coordinate as everything was different to what we are used to. How so? Eno started to explain, raising another eyebrow from the T&I head, but I didn't realize by how much until that mission. Our hand signal language is shorter, more accurate, communications were erratic, and even the combat ideology strategy were diverged from theirs quite a bit. Really? Yeah. Eno nods while gazing off into space. Shikamaru said it's something like, Anbu flows like a canal, while we flow like a river. Organized, always moving, yet focused and potentially dangerous. Inoichi started while attempting to comprehend the Nara's idiom, against a potential of unconventional curvature, unrelenting force, and constant fluctuations. He nodded in agreement, and Eno opened her mouth slightly and asked, how did? Interesting concepts, even more so when, he stopped when a generic-looking woman with dark black, almost blue hair, gray eyes, and soft features entered. Welcome to the Yamanaka Flowers, how can we help you today? Eno said with a customer service smile, not realizing that her father's eyes were hardening behind her as he recognized this woman who had no real reason to be here. Something important was happening, and he didn't like it. Inuzuka Compound. Hidden Leaf. Land of Fire. Ilya Kurama stretched and cuddled closer to her boyfriend, but it took her a moment to realize he was gone. She yawned. Although she would never say that out loud or in uniform, she peered out, her dark blue, almost gray eyes scanning the area to find a pillow in place of her puppy. A schoolgirl squealed and giggled as she got up with a soft whine and yawned while smelling the breakfast her man was preparing. Ilya runs down to the kitchen table and sees Kiba setting out a tray of breakfast while receiving instruction from his sister on how to present it. Ah, Ilya right, the Kurama clansman asks as she leans against the wall at the foot of the stairs and observes her man interacting with his older sister. Hana, Kiba's older sister. Ilya replies nonchalantly, staying put and nodding at her. Baby, I was about to bring you breakfast in bed. Kiba said as she walked up to him with a gentle, developing smile. You are so sweet. She gave him a gentle peck on the lips. Big bad Wolfie being so soft and cuddly. Ilya spoke as though Kiba were a baby, using typical human-to-dog speech. From the Hokage monument, Kiba blushed. Leah-chan, you can't, not in front of, he said, pausing when he heard Akamaru, the three Highmore triplets, and even his sister, who was avoiding the pair, laughing. After finishing breakfast, Hana smiles softly and sits across from her younger brother and his partner. So, she asks, attracting their attention, you both serve under Naruto, right? Ilya looks at Kiba in mild confusion as he growls, you can't be serious about that Hanane. Serious? About what? She asks. The Kurama clansmen raise an eyebrow when Hana confirms, marrying your XO. Oh, she exclaims, clearly shocked. My mother wants him in the clan. Hana says with a warm smile, unintentionally releasing certain pheromones that were detected by the entire Inuzuka family. The dogs continued to snicker before one of them yawned. The dogs fell silent as the newcomer, along with their pack leader, ranked above them. His vivid orange fur lit up the room. After looking around, Kurama noticed the pheromones in the air and started laughing deeply and lowly, saying to Hana, really? Akamichi-ku, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. When Farah arrived at the barbecue joint, he saw his cousin Keela enticing another man to receive a complimentary lunch. He sighs deeply as he walks up to the counter and says, hey, Jame. Can I get my usual? To his favorite server, the stereotypical Akamichi, who smiled and pointed to his typical table. As he arrives at the table, he silently enters the booth and lights the cooking plate in the middle of the table. As Jame brings the platter over, she remarks, it's been a while since I last saw you, Farah. The cooking plate has reached prime cooking temperature. Yeah well, Farah said, starting, I was recalled, and reinstated to my old team. We've been really busy. With what, exactly? Stuff. Keela said as she laid down next to her cousin. Stuff? The Akamichi asked, raising an eyebrow, to which the attractive Keela simply grinned and grabbed a piece of bacon off the plate. Oi, Farah growled, but Keela just raspberried back, we can't really say, to be honest. Farah meets the eyes of his former genin teammate, who nods to confirm, naturally. This remains between us. Say, Farah, do you ever think about the others? Asked the two Sarutobi clansmen as they entered the streets and traveled through their hometown. As they continued through the deserted marketplace, Farah asked, glancing sideways, others. Juna, Chishiro, Nilo. Rolla was my best friend, Kila. Farah hisses as he glares at his cousin, she deserves your respect. She tries to appease him by waving her hands, saying, I know, and I do. Relax Farah, he sighs, the topic being a little painful for him. I miss her. You probably thinking of being Miss Hitaki by now, right? Farah teases, making Kila frown and growl, watch it there mister. She looks up at the sky and says, I miss him too. She hopes that the person she had crushed on all those years ago is still with her. Well, there's only one Hitaki left now. Daishi's trail's still cold as snow. Farah is becoming unusually serious. TCH, can't find it comfortable that one of our own has just vanished like that. We were trained to do just that. Yeah but, she pauses as he drags her into the shadows of the buildings and, in a barely audible whisper, if he still breathes, we'll find, I am. We've never left our people behind before. She nods grimly, even more so when she remembers that fateful mission where everything went wrong. Her mood had completely collapsed. You know chasing shadows in a ninja village is unwise, Kila says in a whisper that sounds almost like a growl, as two kunai were raised and aimed at a shadowy figure in the shadows the two were in. The shadow had their hands raised above their heads. A slight thud. Poof. Farah states the obvious before he and Kila disappear into the smoke and darkness. Well, that was unexpected. Hyuga compound. Land of fire. Hidden leaf. There's a knock on her door. Enter. Hiyashi shows up in his oldest daughter's room, polishing an elaborate bow with light-sighted damage. Even though she was obviously maintaining it, he still felt that it was noble. The engravings were obviously Hyuga, but they did not have the present mistake, may we speak. His stoic mask was always in the right place, his posture was flawless, and his composure was fully developed. How goes your career within Anbu? She asked, gesturing to the small table as she moved her long bow to the side to finish cleaning it for a moment. Hinata's direct reply, well, any issues? None. How goes Hinabi's efforts? She asked. Acceptable. I see. Hiyashi nods and gets back up, pausing at the table for a moment before turning back to face the door. Many on the council wish to understand your wish to reintegrate the bow into our clan efforts. I shall summon you shortly. Hinabi should be summoned too. Hinata raises an eyebrow and says, if the council wishes to understand the usefulness of the bow. This one is an older one but should suffice for now. The heiress looks up straight into her father's eyes and says, my long bow for range, Hinabi uses a short bow, our applications of the bow are alternatives of one another. Hiyashi nods and says, very well. When I send for you, bring her along with you. Yes father. After an hour, holding their non-Zeta practice bows, Hinata led Hinabi to the council room. Nervous? Hinata asked, grinning down at her younger sister, who could only return a half smile. A bit. Well, the Hyuga sisters' elder says as they turn to face the council room. We've practiced countless times, till our fingers bled. Hanabi completes the pledge the three Hyuga made back when the squad was still together, and our eyes stretched thin. Ready? They ask, taking a deep breath together. Does it matter? Hinabi asks, laughing as her sister knocks. No, not really. Hinata responds with a muffled but audible, enter. They both pull the door apart before going inside. The two heiresses lower their elaborate bows in front of them after bowing deeply inside the Hyuga council chamber. While Hinabi's long bow was slightly bigger than half of her sister's but still had exquisite carvings, Hinata's was identical to the one her father had previously seen. Hinata bowed and said, Dear honorable elders, we have heeded your call. Ah yes, we have been contemplating your request to reinstate our archery program. The two youngest Hyuga nod in unison, seemingly well trained to do so. May we ask why you believe this would be to our clan's benefit? The 8 elders are shocked when Hinata says, before that, Father, is this a secure place? It is. Then we require that nothing spoken here will be used to benefit the clan in any way. Hinabi's firm words caused a commotion among the elders, but the girl's father silenced them. You wish to speak of your new post. The 2 archers nodded, indeed. Hinabi spoke again, as it is still an S-class secret. Hinata continued, and her father nodded, very well. On our honor we shall respect this information. Hinabi and I are both members of the new top-secret task force, Anbu Team Zeta. Hinata continued, recalling the missed mission, as members of this squad, we have fully utilized both gentle fist alongside both longbow and shortbow combat. The elders were surprised, though they didn't show it. Hinabi said, I was able to fight through corridors, firing off arrows through doors and walls with little effort. Both heiresses could tell they were making progress even though the stone faces were staring back at them. Hinata kicked off the statement, "We have been able to provide indirect fire support on several occasions. We have protected our allies from the shadows, with swift precise strikes." Hinabi's eyes glinted with pride, as if to convey to the elders that she was hitting a tenketsu point from a minute away. With an actual raised eyebrow, one elder asked, "Is that possible?" The two sisters' sheer smugness could be cut with a knife. Indeed, Hinata's Hyuga pride went beyond what was previously thought to be possible. They both bow their heads, leaving their equipment behind so the elders can examine the bows, which both sisters believe are outdated. "Perhaps we should give this some consideration." One elder addressed the group, saying, "Yes. If the members of old saw fit to do so, it would do us well to acknowledge our ancestors' wisdom." Another elder, receiving nods of agreement from the group, said, "Thank you for bringing this to our attention." The council moved quickly to examine the weapons, the intricate lines and seal scripts, and the quiver containing both metal and wooden arrows that were scripted with different seals for different effects as soon as the door closed behind the two young heiresses. "This is rather exquisite craftsmanship. Truly worthy of our heiresses. Surely our own craftsmen can surpass it. Indeed, these must be replicated and improved upon immediately. We cannot allow this power to escape us." Hiyashi said, "Then we are in agreement." And the council as a whole nodded. T&I Department, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. That evening, Anko enters her coworker's office and says, "Yo Inoichi, you called." She then closes the door and locks it, creating a privacy barrier. "Yes, something has been bugging me all day since I spotted someone troublesome doing recon on my daughter." "Oh," Anko exclaimed, lifting an eyebrow and opening a number of dango sticks. "Yeah," he said, tossing a file on the desk. "Recognize her?" Looking at the accompanying photo, the snake mistress said, "Not directly." "Hikari Hyuga, branch member of their clan and member of Hunter Nin Squad 4. Before the two exchange positions, Anko raises her hand and lowers her head, saying, "Hole up. Isn't that the squad full of?" "Yeah," Inoichi interrupts once more, "I suspect they intend to cause trouble. Perhaps paying them a visit." The blonde says with a meaningful smile, "With your XO." Perhaps," before grinning broadly and saying, "Time to hunt the hunters." Zeta Hideout, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. When Kiba woke up, he discovered that he was beneath his Heim, but the weight on him was not just his girl's. Glancing down, he saw that there was a second and a third. At this point, he knew her weight by paw, as if it were a part of him. "What happened?" he asked, leaning up gently. Farah enters the kitchen, rubbing his eyes and yawning loudly, only to be confronted by an Anko who was drinking coffee, mornin', and wearing Naruto's shirt and her own black lace underwear. As she walked past him as though there was nothing wrong with this photo, he replies coolly, "Morning." After making his own cup and shaking his head, the Serato looked back and said, "Hey, Anko ne." There was a long moment of silence before Anko emerged from the hallway and asked, "Have you seen Naruto ni?" Gekkan Village, Land of Fire, Unofficial Gathering. When Shikamaru emerges from a tiny village hut, his black mask says, "You're getting sloppy." The Nara says, ignoring his fellow shinobi who is currently reclining against the nearby seaside village's palm tree, "I know you had my back, Fox." Fox shrugged and said, "I had to ask." Pulling out a few hard card seals, he said, "Gotta love my Fuinjutsu, Deer nodded and looked back at him. "So, you haven't been compromised, have you?" he asked, but received a blank stare as Shikamaru's uniform shimmered on his frame. "My lips are sealed." Fox dismisses him, and Deer appears to relax in response. "Though, do tell me something," he asks. "Her name's Kal Terumi." Deer started, but Fox interrupted him. The two were already making their way back home when they said, "The younger sister of the Mizukage." "The very same." As Deer simply looks back at him, Fox says, "Troublesome." "What? You know all too well about international politics. Inter-village relationships are a minefield of regulations," she says, laughing a little. Fox dismisses him once more, saying, "It's a drag, I know, but I won't get involved unless you need a cover. However, please let me know in advance." "Thanks man, calm down." He shakes his head, "But she doesn't know you're good." Then he realizes, "Wait, what about Tamari?" Fox snorted as Deer actually botched his landing. "International shinobi, huh?" And Deer claims he saw the eyebrows twitch. Nara Compound, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. When midday finally arrived, Naruto and Shikamaru were ambushed by a certain genjutsu-wielding heiress. Coming back late, huh? The Nara looks to the Namikaze, who gives a subtle nod, and they part ways with the blonde catching the self-appointed mistress. Yakumo. They chortle, and she smiles brightly at them. Both froze as Yakumo shimmered into view, standing before the bushes at the side. What are you looking for? With his arms folded, Naruto questioned coolly, where were you? Is it important? You aren't Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, the world changed, and he froze when he saw it. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Go to, he said, slicing his cheek, punching a hole in his leg, and dragging a claw across his abdomen. You're acting rebelliously. Tisk, tisk, tisk. He growled back at her, saying, I guess I'll need to discipline you. She held up a fang she had stolen from him many years ago and said, You're mine, Naru-kun. Her eyes met his deep blue slitted eyes and she said, Never forget it. Zeta hideout. Hidden leaf. Land of fire. It's evening. Naruto wakes up in his bed with Yakumo sleeping next to him, which briefly confuses him once more. However, as he gets up, the memories come flooding back, and he freezes. He growls at her before vanishing into the bathroom, and by the time he gets back, she's gone, much to his relief. Hokage office. Hidden leaf. Land of fire. Jiraiya, are you certain about this? Tsunade questioned looking over the report presented to her by the spymaster. Yes. The toad sage started, he's going to jump ship. The snake is weak, so. Strike while the iron's hot. Tsunade bites her bottom lip, nods, and then turns to face her former teammate. We'll send them in. The toad sage raises an eyebrow. Them, as in. Anbu Team Zeta. Zeta Barracks. Hidden leaf. Land of fire. When Anko arrives, Fox is already dressed and prepared, and the raccoon is holding his arms folded and saying, That's all I'm saying. As he slid his sword back into its sheath, Naruto said, Hanabi, you really should be spending more time with people your own age. She scoffed. Midway through the mild tirade, she pinched her ass in response to a now armored and dressed Anko, saying, Those brats are just, ow. Your classmates are those brats. Keep your Hyuga pride from becoming a blindfold. Anko laughed deeply. You didn't actually think that you're irreplaceable, did you? Naruto interrupted, finishing his boots buckling and getting to his feet, saying, You may be a member of one of the premier Black Ops units. If it gets to your head, Hanabi stiffened. The silence was telling but broken by the silent recall alarm that flashes in the barracks. Oh. The Lady Hokage desires us. Hokage office. Hidden leaf. Land of fire. While the others were getting ready, Zeta Snake, Zeta Fox, and Zeta Raccoon answered the call right away. You called, Lady Hokage. We have learned that our most notorious rogue shinobi is currently vulnerable and exposed, Zeta Snake said, stepping out of the shadows. You want us to handle it? With a nod, Tsunade affirms, I will send backup for a widespread suppression of the hidden sound. Immediately. The backup, with a nod from each of the three, Jiraiya said, will consist mainly of our hunter nins. We've already sent word to mobilize as many of their teams as possible within the next hour. Bring your group to Helix, the Anbu rendezvous point in the north. Yes, ma'am. The three chorus. Good. She looks at her oldest surviving friend and says, Jiraiya will be leading the task force as a whole so. Quote. They all stiffen when they see the rather blunt attempt to breach the triple layer, which failed. We'll take our leave. The three instantly disappeared, as if they had never been there, and the barriers dropped, allowing a certain Anbu commander to enter briskly afterward. I'm off. Before departing as though she had never been there, Jiraiya said, I'll leave this to you. Commander Apollo, may I assist you? Playing the innocently busy cage for the Hunter Nin Anbu leader, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, I wish to know what you plan on doing with the new team you have created. A new Anbu squad, Tsunade questioned again, trying to assess how much information he had managed to acquire. His eyes narrowed almost incomprehensibly behind his mask but not willing to cede the advantage he believed he held. Let us not play games, Lady Hokage. The fifth Hokage rose very slowly, methodically, and strategically, but no one could see the anger in her eyes. What I do with my forces at large, Commander, is of none of your concern, she said, as a strong wave of murderous intent filled the room. You have created a new Anbu team, that answers only to you, and I wish to know. But ma'am, you said there was no budget for. Tsunade interrupted them, saying, it's self-funded. Self-funded. Yes. The cage explains, this team is an exception to an old loophole that Lord Third put in place. Although they have priority on mission requests, the clan that provides the funding has no authority over their orders. That's outright. The operative clammed up, saying, enough, Apollo. I know your Onin teams asked for more funding, but right now, we don't have the resources for it. Be patient, please. With all due respect, Lady Hokage, but from what we have observed of Team Zeta, they have top-flight equipment and pick of the litter candidates. The final Senju harbored resentment. How are we supposed to operate efficiently when we barely have enough manpower and equipment? She said. Anko's room. Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. When Naruto shoves Anko into her room, the woman hisses and tries to slug him, but he stops her and says, you need to relax, Anko. Calm down, unwind. Do you have any idea? He embraced her tightly and pulled her into his chest. Did you forget what we agreed to when I was 5 and you were 14? She paused her struggling at that whilst recalling their joint memory from back then. She sighs before relaxing into his hold. Fine. Thank you, Nei-chan. He said in a whisper, not realizing that she was now grinning. Zeta Barracks, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Following their previous very sudden arrival and swift departure, which left the other team members on edge, Zeta Snake and Naruto returned to the barracks. As Naruto took his own fox mask from Zeta Raccoon, Zeta Snake turned back to face the group and said, this time, our orders are simple. Since we are the tip of the Konoha's spear, a number of hunter squads will pursue us and disperse to make sure nobody escapes. I think Anbu will follow, maybe with a few Jonin squadrons, but be sure to watch out for friendlies. Are we in the lead? Zeta Fox turns to Zeta Snakes and says, no. This time, we will be working with multiple groups, she says. Try not to move too fast or assume they are aware of our attack patterns, even though it might be startling. Before engaging in joint attacks, combination strikes, or collaborations, bear that in mind. Yes, sir. Before Zeta Fox turns to face Zeta Snake, they yell, awaiting your orders, Captain. Land of Fire, Helix of Rendezvous, Hidden Leaf. This was the first time Anbu Team Zeta had worked with so many other Leaf shinobi. All 3 of Anbu's official divisions were present, including the interrogation being represented. Task Force Zeta was the first to arrive and witness the Anbu teams start to pour in. The Onin teams, Nu, Pi, Sigma, and Tau, all froze for a moment upon seeing the unknown team, but since one of the Sannin was present and appeared at ease, they assumed they were friendly. Combat teams Rho, Eta, Iota, and Epsilon were the next to arrive. They landed in the clearing and saw their opponents, the Onin teams and Assassin Team Zeta. Jiraiya moved forward, bringing the 3 groups together beneath his now stern face, which many felt was out of place. Listen up, he said. This goal is a quick strike. The only order was, we are to clear out the Sound Village. It took only a moment for the gravity of the order to sink in, causing the air to become silent, their posture to stiffen, and their leader to nod, let's move out. After that, the area was cleared as if it had never been disturbed. Observation Outpost, Border Town, Land of Rice Paddy. When the battalion of Anbu swept through like a silent storm, none of the Sound Chunin on patrol realized they had been killed. The Sound Chunin were supposed to sound the alarm before launching themselves at the enemy, not to halt an all-out offensive action. The residents of the small town, which was sandwiched between the lands of rice and fire, were chilled that night when their haughty guards were silently and wordlessly laid out. No one could even locate their weapons before they were suddenly destroyed by an invisible force, which vanished when they saw the Sound Force's barracks, a flaming crater at the town's edge, explode rather silently. Outskirts, Hidden Sound, and the Land of Rice Paddies. They reached the outskirts, slaughtering every music note wearing shinobi they encountered without exchanging words, using only the standard Anbu hand code dialect to avoid confusing the battalion's masked members. The 64-strong force moved quickly, without hesitation, and a cool air flew through the night that signaled their passing. They believed that Jiraiya had landed on top of a hillside, just out of the reach of their best sensors. There was a brief pause as he made hand signals for the elite assassins to disperse at his command, and 3 toads appeared above 4 recently summoned snakes. This was the first sign of an event that would serve as a reminder to the other 4 nations of Konoha's position at the top of the hierarchy and the simple crushing of a minor nation. Orochimaru's sensors and puppets had detected the approach of his former teammate and a battalion of slightly more than 50 Anbu-level operatives, and he could only describe what he was seeing as chaos. His summons had been matched and suppressed, and his shinobi were being slaughtered by the Anbu, but what caught his attention were a number of black masks among the customary white ones. A second set of smoke plumes reveal another group of giant snakes, including the snake boss himself, launching at the toads. As the slithering attackers cut through the battleground, they were about to lunge at the 3 embattled toad summons. However, they were tackled by 2 multiple-tailed foxes. He looked to his elite subordinates, smiling all the while, knowing that they would perish before the blades of those who approach. There are roars in the fields as the enormous 8-tailed fox bites down on the snake called Manda. The snake tries to reciprocate by twisting and pushing through the pain, but Gamabunta cuts his face in 2. The snake is replaced by a puff of smoke, and an earth rumbles through, and it splits to reveal Manda with his fangs out. Beneath the battle between the titans was a gravesite, the fields reddened with blood, steel, and flesh. Bodies of sound nins, killed by the full squad, were scattered across the fields, many of them appearing to be sleeping with punctured chests, slit throats, and warts from the widespread use of poisons waffling from craters. Trees were adorned with a variety of augmented limbs, and there were plenty of smoldering boulders. Before the nearby shinobi could comprehend the death of their 2 allies, 2 more discovered the elongated kunai punching through their masks, skulls, and then gray brain matter. Yanking himself up and over his 2 attackers, he threw those same 2 blood-covered knives, and again the 2 found themselves pinned to a tree with a knife through his heart. Zeta Fox lands atop his sound counterpart, pulling his 2 daggers out of his chest with his foot acting as leverage as he swirls and slashes another throat. The kunoichi in question staggered back, suddenly uncertain if her allegiance was worth going against this animal currently tearing through her squad mates. Blood splattered across the crimson ground as she watched the leaf nin tear apart another with seemingly little effort. Zeta Fox lands like his name's sake, claws now extended, as he slashes through a swinging kodachi, shattering it before it could cut through his opponent's chest piece. With one final thrown dagger, he killed her commander before he had turned to her, sword at her throat in a moment. He froze as she squeaked her hands up, saying, "I surrender, please, don't." "Why ought I to? I can get you into the base's secret entrance," the icy voice replies. She could swear his narrowed eyes were cold, and for some reason she thought they were an exotic color. "For your life," she quickly nodded in response to his question, not interested. Moving through the, "Wait, please, I am able to show you the inside. We're leveling it." "How about the inmates?" "Leveling it," she said in a somewhat perplexed tone, their innocence within those walls. "Please, save them." There was a pause as the 2 masked shinobi exchanged a single nod before the steel-clad shinobi withdrew his katana from her neck and returned it to its sheathing. "Very well. I'll follow you over to the inmates." A seal appeared above her heart as he slapped her chest, saying, "You make a move I don't like, you die. Did you understand?" She notices his daggers are back in their holsters on his upper thigh after he helps her up with a surprisingly gentle pull and a few flashes of dark gray center around his hands. "Understood, sir." He landed next to his new unwilling subordinate in front of a boulder, who was too modest for Zeta Fox's taste. As the POW stepped forward, a hand on her shoulder made her stop and say, "Hold." His cold response was followed by the arrival of 2 more masks, a large fox, an owl, and a raccoon, and nods were exchanged before hand signs were completed and the geography was changed. Underground, hidden sound, land of rice paddy. Zeta Fox yanks his dagger out of his opponent's mouth, allowing them to slide down the solid concrete wall. He looks back at their guide and asks, "Which way?" 2 juken strike the heart, one through the neck, and another corpse meets the rest at the owl's feet. The other 2 move to flank the hidden door. "Clear." Owl reports, "This way," toward a dead end, and they place a special tag that silently blows it clean open. 2 massive, nearly 8-foot-tall juggernauts of pure muscle stand on either side of the 3 Zeta members as they confront one Kabuto Yukushi down the rocky corridor and another circular stairwell into a somewhat spacious hall. Well, Black Masked Anbu. I was told not to confront you, but you managed to get here." Before he could finish, he had to dodge 2 thrown knives, and his 2 brute guardians found their tenketsu points under attack, with arrows flying all over their joints as Zeta Fox and Zeta Raccoon delivered roundhouse kicks aimed at their target's thick tree-like necks. Zeta Fox's target actually snapped to the side from the force of impact, but Raccoon wasn't so fortunate, as Zeta Owl quickly backed her up with an arrow that pierced the raised arm's tendons in the armpits. The sound of metal scraping was short-lived as 2 more jiggered knives were plunged into Zeta Fox's opponent's vital spots, creating a gushing open wound that was soon joined by a second, then a third, before a final cut across the jugular artery. Looking back, Zeta Raccoon lands as her opponent finally falls, but it wasn't necessary because a glowing red arrow passed over his shoulder, through his target's spine and heart before dropping like a bag of potatoes. Looking back, he gives a thumbs up, much to the masked owls. As they enter the dank, dark basement dwelling, the sound Anbu announces, causing the three-leaf Anbu to look at each other. In hand signs, Zeta Owl reveals that there are 4 sets of 12 holding cells. The bottom level is an empty bar that resembles the old target. The second level held children, the third level held shinobi, and their current level was empty. Fox looks down at the other levels and nods. Owl, stay put, wait for Tails to show and inform him. He looks at his prisoner and says, you stay here, Raccoon, with me. Any amusing activities? Understood, sir. As he hopes down the spiral staircase, he says, let's move. Zeta Fox lands hard, his masked night vision allowing the unaided to see in the darkness, while Zeta Raccoon lands softly behind him. With the grace of the highly skilled killers they were, they glided through the darkness, silently and softly, to find the only cell occupied, which was not even locked. A quick scan with the renowned Hyuga clan dojutsu confirmed it was safe to do so, and Fox pulled the door open to reveal a large, muscle-bound man with spiky orange-yellow hair and reddish-orange eyes chained to a wall. Who are you? Hidden Leaf. Are you in need of rescue? I am dangerous, Jugo shakes in response to Fox's question. You're taking in the chakra of nature. Fox interrupts as his head tilts to the side as he kneels down to be eye level with the chained man who was clearly surprised. You know how. I can sense the flow coming from you, but I'm still learning it from my summons. Are you experiencing problems with it? Yes, I become extremely aggressive and bloodthirsty when I will apply a seal to you to temporarily cut off the nature chakra, Fox says, nodding. I understand. Gaining nods from Jugo, I use them in my training to avoid hurting myself. Then, you can return with us and I will assist you in working to overcome your affliction on your own. All right. I'm grateful. For the first time in a long time, Jugo felt comfortable, and he bowed as Fox released and tagged him. When Fox reaches the second floor and notices a chakra flare ahead, Raccoon leaps forward and exclaims, 8 trigrams. Palms of revolving heaven. The whirling chakra blast that was released did not stop the approaching weapons from punching through the Hyuga's ultimate defense, causing a muffled cry of pain as the weapons nip the rotating Kunoichi, who stumbles back into Fox's arms before moving forward as the sound of rustling chains echoes through the darkness. Raccoon could do nothing as the silvery chains emerge from multiple directions of the corridor. Fox pulls out 2 of his throwing knives, pinning the 8 that lunge from Fox's back, while 2 more of these legendary chains erupt from both palms, which were too quickly intercepted. Quiet, I didn't think I'd find another main-line Uzumaki alive, Fox says, gazing down at the barely noticeable shiny glasses, but she doesn't say anything. Please stand down and come with us. The reply was a snort. Who do you think you are? You won't have to fight anymore. It is not trashy, I assure you. The entire base rocks and the dirt from above drip around them. How dare you promise me such trashy promises? On my honor as a main house Uzumaki that I will protect you with my life. He made a half bow, and the agonizing seconds passed before he huffed and said, fine. Fluffy, I'll believe you and only you. Fluffy, your chakra, it's Fluffy. Oh, you mean the mind's eye? As that, yes. When Fox says, mind's eye of Kagura is its recorded name within clans, tones, she raises the glasses she was wearing and moves forward with the group of kids behind her in a blatantly defensive stance. Raccoon was up and running after the Uzumaki girl quickly patched him up. He led the prisoners up to the entrance and landed gently in a crouch on the rail. Zeta Fox looks around and asks, any problems? Zeta Owl reports, all clear. He nods. We have civilians coming up, 2 untrained among them. As the first end of the group arrived, a red-glassed head nodded to Fox, who nodded back, raising an eyebrow from Owl without the 2 clansmen realizing it. Okay. Epsilon has made it inside, watch for friendlies. Zeta Snake calls out over their covert seal-based communication within their masks, inform them we're in the basement, 1 captured with us, about 3 dozen non-combatants. Zeta Fox responds, understood. A massive explosion shook the area, causing the facility to tremble. Exfil. Zeta Rose says, Exfil would be ill-advised at the moment. I understand. We'll wait here. Are there any prisoners? Regaining the focus of the entire team, Zeta Snake said, will be directed your way. I will send Ada your way. A new voice, obviously a third party, caught them off guard with its grainy sound. Toad Sage, how is the snake hunt going? Zeta Fox inquires. We have him cornered because of the fox summons. I took a brief break. Jeria says, I understand. Zeta Fox says, got it. Zeta Deer says, everyone tell your neighbors and spread the word. My team will stay on standby to keep this safe zone open. Got it. Zeta Fox nods to Zeta Owl, who approaches the group and tells them to stay put. Zeta Raccoon nods and leaves as well. Jugo then comes over and asks, is that? We stay here because my squad members and these innocent people will be protected. Fox then turns and looks straight at the orange-haired man, saying, will you help protect the children? If anyone approaches without our consent, they will be cut down. Yes. Ruins. Rice Paddy Land. Hidden Sound. Even he had to admit that he never imagined his former teammates could be so vicious as to destroy his entire village just to get to him. He ducked beneath a blade strike from one of the black-masked Anbu, with two others flanking him and launching attacks in perfect sync. Before he could react, something pinned him down. Once again, this force was what caused his stump of an arm, crack boom. Rasengan. Orochimaru landed in front of the strike force and took a close look at them. A black snake mask, a black wolf, and three other black masks with rose or lily petals. He was positive that the snake mask was his former apprentice, but his control over her was not responding. The black wolf was obviously an Inuzuka, but his lightning was extremely dangerous to be too close to. The flowers were supporters, one was using poisons, and then it struck him that one must be using a specific potent. Thenin of the Damned Toads was his teammate and fellow Sanin. This was it. The hidden sound was in ruins. The hunters had been circling the village, killing many of the sound's escaping shinobi, leaving it in more of a massacre, and Jeria had finally cornered his old friend, Kukuku, to think you would go this far. The Toad Sage tells his team to cut off all escape routes because there is no trace of a shared past and the path that was once shared has long since been forgotten. For your crimes against humankind, against the Hidden Leaf, we hereby sentence you to death. This is said with a cold ruthlessness that is unusual from Jeria. We will not ask for your surrender. Underground. Hidden Sound. Land of Rice Paddy. The group flinched as the non-combatants grew in numbers because Ada had retrieved a number of VIPs and stood with their Zeta counterparts in guard details. 3 separate attempts to enter the safe zone were made, but before Ada could react, Zeta had engaged and destroyed the attacking force with complete violence without hesitation. They had witnessed Zeta Owl rage off 3 arrows that punched through the bedrock stone as if it were water vapor, undoubtedly hitting their targets. The thought of it all sent shivers down their spines. Karen, the bespectacled red-eyed prison warden, approached the crouching fox-masked Anbu with the fluffy chakra from before and said, Zeta Team's second leader. Codename Fox. Zeta Fox answered monotonously, getting a tick mark from the red-headed growling back, your actual name. The masked shinobi stared at her silently, and Karen sighed before repeatedly nodding, fine, fine. You're on mission, all court blanche, top secret, Karen said, swearing she could see the man in front of her grinning and narrowing her eyes while adjusting her glasses. I will not forget this. Nevertheless, a very real warning could be heard, and the other masked shinobi suppressed their shudders. While keeping a close eye on Zeta Raccoon, Zeta Owl walks up to her and says, Fox seems to have gained the redhead's attention. Yes, Zeta Raccoon nods softly in agreement. They're clansmen, long gone. I see. When he intervened and said he never expected to meet another mainline Uzumaki, she took me by surprise and knocked me down. I think she'll be in that. I see. Don't give up so easily. I'm sure you can wiggle your way in, yourself. At this point, Owl turned to face her fellow raccoon, who appeared to know far too much about a topic she shouldn't, and said, I don't get what. Right. To all Zeta members, Zeta Snake, mission accomplished. Teams from Onin have reported in and reported green. Repeat. Zeta Snake to all Zeta members, mission complete. The 3 Zeta members leapt to their feet, drawing the group's attention, and declared, we're moving out. The group slowly stood up when Zeta Fox said, green light. The captured Anbu had taken off her mask and walked up to Fox, saying, you stay by my side. They nodded as he turned to Jugo and asked, can I leave my back to you? Jugo smiled softly and said, I will be honored. Zeta Fox nodded and said, Ada Wolf, 4 up front, 6 at the back. Yes, sir. As Zeta Fox turns to face Zeta Owl and Zeta Raccoon, Ada choruses, flank the center. 2 nods, What about me then? Karen catching the man's attention, and after a very, very brief moment of thought he nods. Stay ahead of me. We'll be mid-forward. Outskirts, hidden sound, and the land of rice paddies. Is that all of them? Asked Jaria, who nodded in the direction of the rescued civilians. Fox also nodded, but then a redhead appeared, raising the Toad Sage's eyebrows and asking, Uzumaki. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow at Zeta Fox's confirmation. Yes, main line too. Didn't think there were any left. The Toad Sage gives the order. Once the medics have cleared the civilians, we'll move out. Karen says, gazing at the fox mask, we should move now. Unless this is a scorch earth mission. Rio Tiger, who arrived with the top Onin team new, says, that's what he said. Anbu headquarters, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Tsunade was extremely proud, but she was also a little afraid because her force, the Anbu force, had just destroyed a whole hidden village in a single night, saved a number of civilians, and put an end to the Snake Sanin's rule. Gazing out at the mud-covered, formed-up shinobi, their uniforms smudged with blood, glancing over at Team Zeta, whose stains were more noticeable but more mud than anything else. You have done a great, surpassed all expectations. As much as I wish to, your names will not be remembered beyond those here beside you. Your friends and colleagues will remember this, those who take up your masks after your passing will know, however those outside will never know. The cage breathes deeply, that is the life you signed up for, and thus, you will have Leaf's eternal thanks. Thus should you wish to lay down your arms, looking around at them, and I will grant it at once. Only one Onin squad had hung up their masks after everything had calmed down, while half of the Anbu squads had done so. Training Ground 44, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. As Naruto and Karen froze, a voice called out, well well well. Didn't think you'd actually come out. Naruto glares into the darkness at the Onin team leader who had been pursuing them since they left the Anbu barracks. Naruto had led them on the picturesque route because he didn't want to take them to Zeta's hiding place, and he had assumed that after his obvious demonstration of strength, they wouldn't confront him. What makes you think we can't take you? He thought incorrectly. Naruto says, I may respect you hunters, but I assure you that I am not prey you can sink your teeth into. Karen clings nervously to him, but she doesn't show it because her face is expressionless and uninterested. He pulls her into his chest while tugging 4 times to indicate 4 signatures. He then taps her back 4 times to make sure he knows of 4, to which she nods. The woman's voice was interrupted by his snort. We know you're a close-range fighter, so we have the advantage. Sure, not exactly a Nara-level deduction. The fiery blonde raised an eyebrow at this point, saying, you're awfully smug for someone currently at our mercy. Am I? He asks, laughing as his eyes dart from one person to another, unnerving them because the moonless night was supposed to be their specialty. But, out of necessity as allies, I will give you this one warning. Naruto nearly growled at this point, saying, leave now, or, before catching a flung kunai and tearing the explosive note with his wind chakra manipulation. That wasn't very nice. Wasn't supposed to be. Then there was silence. Oh, I guess we should fight back then, right guys? Training Ground 44, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. The redhead pressed closer to her clansman as the sound of clashing metal reverberated through the darkness, but the man appeared to be observing whatever was going on inside. After a full minute of fighting, there was silence. Suddenly, though, a single body fell in front of him, battered and dismembered, with a single seal on their back that was obviously a chakra suppressor. As Naruto moved forward to examine, the 3 Zeta members landed inside the illuminated area. They got away. Zeta Rose asked Naruto, who glanced down at the shinobi at his feet, how many were there? 4 in total. Zeta Rose went on, a full squad. Zeta Gorilla, still holding his bow staff, looks around. Naruto knelt down and said, take him to lock up. I'll talk to the boss. He was impressed by the poor quality of the equipment. Yes sir. Before the 4 disappear, leaving not a single leaf in their wake. I can't believe that actually worked, laughed Karen. Naruto laughs and she nods, then looks up at him with a gentle smile and says, told you. Our clan is awesome, thanks, for rescuing me. Family above all for family. She smiles as she completes the Uzumaki Creed. Uzumaki Compound, Hidden Leaf, Land of Fire. Mornin' Naruto. Karen yawned as she entered the spacious open-plan kitchen. Afternoon, Naruto replied, leaning against the island in the middle of the kitchen and sipping coffee. Karen slouches at the table after getting her own coffee. So, what's going to happen today? She asks. That depends on you. He pushes away from the counter and starts preparing food. What do you want to do? He asks, leaving her genuinely perplexed. Yes. Even though staying with Orochimaru was the lesser of two evils, she couldn't help but trust him because of the allure of his chakra. The redhead choked on the bacon that was offered to her and said, well, as much as I want to help, I'm more of a support type. I love researching stuff and, while Naruto sat across from her and nodded. She pushes up her glasses and blushes, saying, I was rambling, wasn't I? It's fine. Naruto grinned and laughed. You seemed so content talking just now. She blushed slightly at the warmth of his honesty. I am glad my first rescued clansman is content in moving in here. He sighed wistfully, drawing her attention once more. It was lonely, so I never spent much time here to be honest. He looked around the traditional Japanese-style room, his clan spiral repeatedly engraved upon the redwood support beams. Karen asked, are there any others? Which made Naruto excited. Rumors have reached us, Naruto nodded. Locating them is another story seeing as we are an active shinobi squadron. Karen cupped her tea mug and gazed down into the green liquid, saying, I see. So, we aren't going to find the others? She asked. We are. Naruto confidently declares, it was the condition of my original joining them, collecting the survivors, and rebuilding from the ruins. She nods, smiling at the idea of a whole clan of other redheads. As I understand, I am the son of the former heiress however as a half-blood. Karen interrupted him, saying, I know, so, you will be clan head and, I don't think that matters anymore. Naruto winced when Karen exclaimed, not that. You're Uzumaki. Family above all. Naruto sighed as he recounted the family code, all for family. The redhead snorted before she lowered her cup, saying, right, Lord Uzumaki. They both laughed at that. His eyes revealed his mental age, which seemed to be much, much older than he was. I'll follow you this time, Lady Uzumaki. Zeta hideout. Hidden leaf. Land of fire. The next evening. Enko walks back and forth in front of their captive while Naruto and Eno observe. You mean to tell me? Enko said, turning back to the beaten, you did this all because you were all jealous of our equipment. Both stared with utterly indifferent expressions. Lexia, the Anin, groaned through her split lip, well, shit. Enko laughed and briefly glanced out at the two people outside the glass, saying, how stupid. Not to us, Lexia practically growled in response. We've been busy on the frontier far more than other departments. Yet, she spat blood, her glare so icy that it would have frozen any less of a woman. Naruto was so indifferent to the fact that they were deliberately torturing an ally. How bitter, Eno said, resting her head on his shoulder, it doesn't matter. His voice sank into the bitter cold, and Eno swore she saw ice in his breath as she continued, even so, they were envious of our equipment. Doesn't excuse their assault on our members. That, Naruto's firm response caught her off guard, even though she had anticipated it. Not a chance. Hokage office. Land of fire. Hidden leaf. Despite being a highly lethal assassin, Apollo yells, you've kidnapped my hunter. As he looks at Zeta Deer and Zeta Owl, their adversary. We did no such thing. Zeta Owl calmly responded, demonstrating his diplomatic skills. After all, we only captured someone who attacked one of our own. You would have to attack us first. Naturally, you wouldn't have ordered such an attack, would you? Besides, once Zeta Snake has finished her interview. Zeta Owl trailed off, raising suspicions among the higher-ups that the fact that a skilled integrator was speaking with an ally did not make them feel warm. Enough. The Hokage roared, and silence fell after the shout. Tsunade sighed deeply and said, let's go get your operative back, then we can. The two Zeta members exchanged a quick look but did not move. Discuss the incident with clear heads and then, the Hokage's mind suddenly realized that, despite everything she had read about Anbu Team Zeta, there had been no reference to where their base was located. Speaking of which, where is Zeta's base of operations? I haven't, she finally said, glancing between the two masked Zeta members. Apollo said, looking at the two, we checked the local forests, including 44, and found nothing. There was silence. We couldn't find it either. The two black-masked shinobi remained silent. Well, Tsunade asks, and they both shake their heads. I apologize, Lady Tsunade. Our base location is an SS-class secret by the order of Lord Third, whom also did not know where we were. Zeta Owl says, oh, with a raised blonde brow, As such, this information will not leave this room. Apollo swears they saw the Shinigami behind Owl's back. Zeta hideout. Hidden leaf. Land of fire. The blonde with whiskers growled from under his sheets at a knock on the door. Vice Captain was knocked again, muffled by the door, and the anticipated delayed response was, "This better be important." Well, the Hokage. He actually peered down at his favorite shade of blonde and said, "You're awake." A gentle hum vibrated on top of him, and he sighed, "I'm busy, but I can take a hike." He then enjoyed their time together, blonde to blonde. One of her team's vice captains had a reinforced door, which Anko eventually knocked down with a growl. After the smoke cleared, she was greeted by the sight of two blondes getting dressed. "What do you want?" Eno mumbles, her lips pursed, her eyes narrowed. "That damn blonde bimbo." She pauses upon the two powerful pulses of killing intent, blushing. I mean, the Hokage is calling for us, or more importantly, she says, her eyes narrowing. To the annoyance of the two women present, Naruto pulls down his shirt to reveal his 8-pack and well-defined muscles. "Yeah, we are going now," he says, his slit blue eyes locking on blank brown pupil-less. "So, relax, we're going." When Eno finally finished tying her bun, she looked back at her partner, who shrugged and said, "Doesn't matter, let's go see the old bat." He then put on his burnt orange jacket. "Think it's a mission?" Eno asked. "Hokage office. Land of fire. Hidden leaf. Oi brat, when I call." As he follows Anko into the office, arm in arm with Eno, Naruto yawned and said, "It's our day off, Lady Hokage." This better be important. He catches the empty sake bottle thrown at him, followed by the second and third, and finally the paperweight, each time with a puff of smoke indicating that it has been sealed. The cage was annoyed by his bored expression as he caught her thrown objects with ease, but he also felt proud. Apparently, the Akatsuki had her, but she slipped away at some point, and now, for whatever reason, Cloud has placed her in the bingo book. Tsunade gave a formal explanation to the trio before they slipped into formal stances. "It is," she growled, "I have received word that the Two Tails is on the run." The air instantly stopped. "By whom?" he asked, his voice icy and breathless. "Jiraiya has located a suspected location he believes she may be held up. Naruto, who is obviously in charge of this small operation because it involves his family, asks, you want us to extract her?" "I do, or at least keep her from Akatsuki. I will allow you operational flexibility this time, no more 2 months. However, I want you back here before the end of 3rd month and constant updates." With an almost savage gleam in his eyes that foretold pain to anyone who dared to cross his kin, Naruto nodded firmly and said, "Very well. The mission will succeed. Over hell, blood, sweat, or the entire Kumo Kinkaku force, it will be done to perfection." In fact, Tsunade felt sorry for her Cloud counterpart. The normal Naruto was a fierce opponent, but this professional assassin, who was somewhat ruthless, didn't hold back, and she didn't want to confront his simmering rage beneath those Arctic blues. Zeta hideout, hidden leaf, and land of fire. The second blonde would swear he had flames in her eyes, and the Nara heir saw an even more driven blonde. Anko, who was devoid of her usual dessert, was very serious and said, "Kid, we got an emergency dispatch." The Nara raised an eyebrow and replied, "An extraction. A jinchuriki." Shikamaru reacted to that by hardening his eyes and asking, "Which one?" She raises 2 fingers, and he nods. "She went missing some months ago." Eno emerges from the armory wearing battle gear, followed by Naruto. Though, she continues to give them the rundown as Naruto walks down towards the Kiba's room. He growls and turns back to the common room, saying, "I'll be taking the old man on this one. So play nice." He looks sharply at Anko, who sneers, "My snakes won't attack, if he doesn't." "Illa, I need Kiba for a mission. Immediate dispatch. Get dressed." "Be sure they don't." Naruto went through hand signals, summoning Kurama. Poof said, "Well, that was unexpected." One very white fox with 7 tails curled into one another appeared. As the 2 foxes stood up, stretched, and then yawned, Kurama yawned, "Tell me about it." Both foxes instantly stood ready when Naruto said, "Nibby's in danger. Let's get moving." "Right." Naruto nods as Kiba emerges in his underwear, saying, "Give me a moment." He passes Anko and Shikamaru, who are both making their way to the barrack end. The other members of the Zeta team froze when Naruto said, "Attention. We are to rescue the jinchuriki of the Two Tails," on his transceiver as he stood between the 2 foxes. As such, first response team will leave immediately. Remaining members form secondary team, gear up and follow behind. The team behind Naruto vanished beyond the exit, targeting the demonic cat. Land of Rivers, outskirts of Choco Town. The weary Yugito-ni sat in a dilapidated shack at the bottom of a deep valley, slumped in the shadowy corner of her ripped and shabby Kumo clothing, which was still covered in dirt and blood. She pants hard and glares at the door, her dirty blonde hair matted to her forehead, bags under her dark eyes. Having been partially absorbed by the Gadeo statue, the heavily mellowed-out Matabe said, "I know, but," the distraught Kunoichi, speaking softly and dryly from obvious dehydration, said, "I know, kitten, but I can't feed your coils chakra I no longer have." Beyond the slanted wood panel door, the eerie quiet was filled by the tiny, narrow stream. Streams of sunlight fell on her squished figure, curled up in the corner with her head in her lap and her arms wrapped around her knees. Her cries, "Please, someone, save me. Samui, Karui," were heard as her dry sobs reverberated off the unyielding wooden walls, providing no consolation. "Anyone, please, I don't want to die." Fire land, fire river boundary. With a group of elite assassins at his back, Kurama and his companion matched pace, and it was unclear if he was telling the truth. If nothing else, he had gained some respect for these shinobi. As a result, he kept going in the direction of his sister's general vicinity at what humans would consider elite Jonin speeds. Glancing to his side, the vixen saw that the new boss had summoned the kitsune and his new partner, saying, "Please save me." The voice seemed to be in the wind, but it was only picked up by the Nine Tails and his container, causing the two to stop abruptly on the same branch. The others land before them, then turn back to face the two, who exchange a look and nod before quickly running off in that direction. The two were crouching on a tree branch and staring off in the same direction. I don't want to die," was another whisper that made the two leaders quicken their pace as the squad quickly followed them. The Land of Rivers, no specific place. As Kisame walks through the river country forests with Itachi by his side, the renegade Uchiha stops suddenly, and his friend looks at him and asks, "What's wrong, Itachi?" He notices his partner's face, but the usual smile he wears has slipped, and his partner's cool impassiveness has vanished, and a trickle of sweat has fallen from his brow. Itachi was in a white room with pictures of his past scattered throughout, but he had no control over his abilities. He had no idea where he was or how he got there. He was confused by the sound of footsteps coming from behind, but he was unable to move his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to him and whispered, "Consider this, your one free pass. Next time you die." The figure moved slowly downward, gradually disappearing into the void. Blinking twice, 3 times, Itachi asked, "Kisame, what happened?" as he stood above his blue-skinned partner and looked around at the devastation that was all over the place. The foremost ninja smiled, "Ah, so, you're back, with a deep, pained laugh. With the broken Samahata handle in hand, Kisame laughed again when Itachi asked, "Back?" His question was filled with so much confusion that it made him realize how barely alive his partner was. "Yeah, I think whoever hit you with that genjutsu really didn't like me," Kisame coughed up blood. Kisami's skin was seared across his central chest, with one bolt actually reaching his right shoulder, and his entire left side was shriveled with obvious first-degree burns. He also had multiple large gashes. "What happened?" he asked, his clothes clearly burned away and shredded. "You attacked me, Sharingan and all. Didn't know you had any lightning techniques." The shark man snarled, "I don't." His furrowed brows showed that he was confused and that a spooky feeling was starting to grow inside of him. Before that could get out of hand, he asked, "How did you break free, then?" Even the typically ruthless swordsman took a deep breath of, "Damn," after hearing that response, which was so full of anguish, annoyance, and hurt. Land of Rivers, outskirts of Choco Town. "Down there," Kurama whispered from the branch overlooking the valley, "she is extremely weak, scared, but still vigilant, though I sense her container is faint." The multiple-tailed fox felt a sudden jolt and turned to see Petal gently shake her head. "Welcome back," Fox responded flatly, leaning against the tree next to his furry friend. Wolf adds, "I'll have to go down. Secure the perimeter." Fox replies, "Yes sir." They all nod, leaving only Snake and Fox. "Are we going in?" she asks softly, to which Fox nods, "Go, I'll watch your back. Itachi is strong. I was able to incapacitate Hoshigaki before releasing my control." Petal reports, "That'll force them back." Yugito-ni was tense because, for some reason, he couldn't find or recognize the presence that was close by. However, her tenant didn't say anything, so from what she could tell, they posed no threat. "Ni-san, we know you're in there. We are here to rescue you." The knock on the door cut through the woman's mental rant, which was destroying her mental fortitude as she considered who had discovered her. "Save her. Who are these people?" With a weary cheer, Matabe said, "Kitten, they're allies. My brother is out there." The woman was able to exhale in relief. Yugito hobbled to her feet, clutching her sliced open side and leaning against the wall for support, and made her way to the door. A growling voice stops her before she can remove the barricade, desk, and bed, saying, "You know these black masks, Captain." The previous voice says, "Impossible. We wiped you all out. We never officially knew their name or anything about them, matters not. We outnumber you 10 to 1. Quote. Surrender, Black Mask. Your death will be painless." A few minutes earlier, as soon as Snake taps on the door, Fox's senses become acutely aware of the impending headaches. With a sigh, he taps his headset and says, "All forces fall back on. We have incoming." Fox mutters under his breath, "Wolf here, we have contacts. Engaging them with prejudice. Petal here, another group over here. Deer is assisting. We can't come." At that moment, the 10-person group arrived and encircled Snake, saying, "You're good." Pulling his bow from the seal on his arm, Fox responds, "I guess we're on our own. Run, delaying actions, everyone. The others should be here momentarily." They all say, "Understood." As the first arrow flies, the leader exploded without knowing what had hit him. Where it landed, the arrow left a crater. Another person's laughter was choked, and a snake sliced a blade through his windpipe before jumping at the next one. The white fox tore out another person's neck before the Bolt agents could react. 3 Bolt operatives were destroyed by Kurama's miniature version of his signature Biju bomb. They froze when they sensed the demonic chakra, but as the final 5 were about to engage, another group of 5 appeared. Snake was immediately confronted by the new squad, 3 of them up close with swords in hand, while the other 2 used lightning jutsu to force her back whenever there was an opening. With an arrow through his chest from Fox, who quickly moved again, the 5 that remained were cut down to 4 and divided between the 2 foxes. As they dodged and ducked to avoid claws and tails, dual swords glowed with lightning. Then, a well-timed lunge and twist tore off one arm, which was immediately thrown into another, causing a stumble. Kurama only needed to do that before a massive burst of flames erupted from his muzzle, destroying both of his opponents and leaving not even ash behind. With an arrow through the mask showing that Fox was observing her back, Snake looks back at the bloody corpse that dropped to her side. The other 4 divided into 2 groups, one searching for the sniper while the other 2 re-engaged the Jonin up close without realizing that was her area of expertise. Equipped with her long kunai, which she lovingly referred to as her fangs, she ripped through the poultry defense that was put up against her, hitting 5 crucial points in a split second before spinning around and hitting their bare back neck. His partner barely ducked the next blow at their throat after being taken aback by how effortlessly his opponent dispatched their ally. They were still in disbelief when Snake took a step back and the world darkened, bringing them back to the steering pain in their stomach. As Snake wiped her twin blades to rid them of the viscous life fluid, the last thing they saw was a pool of their own blood. Petal and her puppet, a captured Bolt kunoichi that she had taken control of, stood side by side. She faces 5 Bolt operatives with her own twin Tontos in reverse grip. "Why are you fighting against us, you traitor?" he said to his betrayed ally, not realizing that the Yamanaka mine technique was being used. Their white and gold masks were covered in grim and slashes from the high-speed combat. As they engaged the enemy, the 2 charged forward, lightning coursing through their blades. 2 bolts met their charge, and the other 3 darted to the sides to pincer strike, only for one of them to be hit by an arrow. The others retreated and made evasive moves to avoid the sniper in the nearby trees. As the thick black smoke erupts and engulfs the group, Petal leaps back while sheathing one of her blades and dropping a large number of smoke pellets. After mimicking her movements, her puppet performs hand signals before slamming her hand to the ground. Screams of agony fill the air as lightning bolts crash into the screen. One was nailed by another arrow that fell dead as soon as he darted forward from the smoke. The 3 people who were struck by the lightning jutsu were on their feet, coughing and wheezing, by the time the smoke cleared. Death was clearly knocking on their doors as the poison was keeping them immobile. After dropping down next to the 2 women, Deer looks at the captured kunoichi and asks, "What are you going to do with her?" Petal shrugs, I can keep her under control for another half hour or so. We should regroup and decide. Petal announces that poison will kill them in a few minutes, with her temporary ally following dutifully behind. Deer nods, okay, she may have decent intel. He then strolls up to the downed men and pulls out his own tanto, saying, no need for that. Deer raises his blade in response, saying, better safe than sorry. However, all three are struck in the heart by arrows. He looks up and sees Owl and Gorilla fall to the ground. You're late, Deer says, but both of them shrug and say, clan business. They talk together, and he just nods, we're regrouping. Then the five of them take off. Another blow is blocked by Wolf, who ducks a high kick, strikes out with claws, severing the thigh muscle, and then back kicks another. Just as his partner spins past and rips his wounded opponent to pieces, he leaps back. He can count 3 enemies that are currently active, 6 that have been injured, and 1 that has recently passed away with a quick glance. The others began fighting among themselves, yelling profanities, and then the kunai flew and impaled the struggling remnants. He was panting heavily, but he dared not admit his precarious situation. Surrender, Black Mask, you outnumbered and, he said, setting himself on fire. As Lily led the remaining Zeta reinforcements and landed in front of him, he let out a heavy sigh. She exclaims, taking on a full bolt team on your own. How brave of you. Didn't have much choice, he complained. I held them here though, none got past. Indeed, Raccoon said, holding a bow, as expected of a Class 1. They nod and disappear back into the trees as Wolf says, we need to get moving. Captain ordered a regroup. Yugito became worried about the lack of fighting when there was another knock on the door. It's safe to come out, Ni-san. After taking a deep breath, the blonde former lightning shinobi slowly poked her head out and revealed 10 black masked shinobi and 3 dogs. She murmurs, how are you out your seal? Matabi roared out as Kurama grinned and said, what can I say? My kid is a chip off the old block. Fox says, leave it at that, Kurama. So, what do you want to do now? Snake asked, folding his arms. You can't really go back. Wolf pointed to the burning pile of bodies and said, the choice is yours of. Fox froze, kissing his teeth, and the 10 all got ready for battle, drawing their weapons as the Reikage himself landed and 20 bolt agents began to land all around. The Reikage, I did not find it funny. Not by any means. He had heard that a sizable contingent of his bold operatives had fled without his orders and half-cocked. Darui, his right-hand man, had rushed in to explain the council's decision and directives, so he was now using his own legion to hunt down these traitors and learn more about what was happening. He senses a high-level fight less than 10 kilometers out. In fact, he senses multiple high-level fights, but they all subside as he approaches the 7-kilometer mark. When he reached the biggest, he saw something he never imagined seeing again. Shinobi legends are frequently regarded as the boogeymen of the insane and ghosts of the past, yet here they are in front of him. He looked around and saw the 10 Anbu in black masks, 4 in front of them, 3 behind them, and the final 3 behind them. In actuality, however, Owl and Raccoon had withdrawn into the trees, and their genjutsu counterparts had taken their place. Deer came last in the rear, behind the mid-guard of Petal, Lily, and Rose. Wolf, Fox, Gorilla, and Ape were in front, with Pup in the middle and red Kurama and white foxes to the sides. All 3 of these animals were growling. I raised his hand and saw that the archer in the back had drawn their bow, which was obviously pointed directly at his chest. Stand down, he said as softly as he could. When a newcomer, the captured bold operative, arrived between the 2 groups facing the Reikage, the archers stayed still, arrows still cocked back, but they made no other movements. I do not wish to fight, he continued. What is this? I asked, glaring at the unusually stoic bold operative, Reikage-san. I am speaking on behalf of this battalion, the same as one would a puppet, so please don't waste our time. Speak. This caught the Kumo deployment off guard. I see. Eyes lightning armor flared as he narrowed his eyes and looked through his gritted teeth. What are you? We responded to a call for help. Thus we are here, to save them, and as we are here. You got this call, huh? Who was? I stopped when she noticed Yugito approaching. Yugito. Reikage-sama. You're alive, how? Yugito looks around at the bold operatives and says, yes, she is not safe with you. It's a long story, but, I am not, the captured Kunoichi adds. So, we are taking her with us. The man growled, we don't work for you. Do not, the Reikage practically screamed, "On what grounds?" But was met with silence. "Answer me," he said, and a dagger sliced into the Reikage's left shoulder, boom. An electronic punch shattered the offender, and the others were blasted away by a loud boom. I fell to his knees as his body became noticeably lethargic and his chakra started to slow. Even though his vision was becoming blurry, he was still able to witness his escorts being cut down with what appeared to be little effort in a brief burst of action as the black masks struck like coordinated lightning, idly observing their flawless teamwork. He lost consciousness. A new battle was being prepared as I was taken down, but then the bold operatives raised their hands and said, "We surrender." Boom. Everyone dispersed. The orange-masked man stood motionless as Yugito was dragged out of his grasp, and two bold operatives stood guard over the Reikage. The stranger appeared unfazed as the orange-masked man jumped at Fox, who was directly defending his target, even though a black rod protruded from his sleeves at the same moment that two twisters of fangs and claws tore through the ground. With wind chakra crackling across the double edges, two specialized long kunai dropped into Fox's hands. The two clashed, but his rods were cut through like wet paper mesh right away. He leapt back, startled to be struck by twin Hyuga's 64 palms. Before he could complete that thought, an arrow exploded at his back, knocking him down. Suddenly, those deadly twisters tore through him once more before being smashed down. He had taken 6 strikes, which was not the case. Boom. The masked man coughed once, twice, and 3 times before realizing the danger and recognizing the crater he was in. The arrow landed next to him with a significant chakra charge after another charged shot. Ka-boom. Fire style. Majestic flame destroyer. The clearing was completely consumed by flames, the Zeta and Bolt teams were surrounded by a wind and water storm, and a torrent of enormous demon black flame windmill shuriken emerged through the torrential effects. The shuriken immediately melted upon contact with the enormous scarlet barrier that erupted, causing the flames to rest against the chakra barrier as the defensive forces leapt to the fore. Impressive. You truly are amazing opponents. Keeping me from my prey and protecting one another. Most impressive. The man kept examining them before coughing once more, losing his right arm, and being forced to retreat by twin Hyuga's 64 palm strikes. I will have the last laugh. Watch your back. He was then slowly drawn onto a space-time vortex and said, "I'll be back." Hidden Uchiha Fortress, Land of Fire. When I woke up, he was in a room with a Bolt agent stationed at the door guard. Situation report. Sir, the black masks brought us to a hidden base within the Land of Fire. Their medic had patched us all up, treated your chakra poisoning and any wounds we had. They are just waiting for your awakening to escort us back to Kaminari no Kuni. As he stood up, I nodded and asked, "I see. How long have I been down?" "Almost 4 days, sir." As he stood up, I said, "I see," then, led on. Zeta Ape, Wolf, and Owl were playing poker with 2 Bolt agents in the corner when I walked into the main cafeteria. Zeta Raccoon and Snake were eating through their masks at the main table, while a few more of his own soldiers were also munching on their food as though they were all old friends. When the Reikage arrived, Zeta Snake waved him over and said, "Eat up. With you awake, we can finally get back on the road again, so eat up." At that moment, the sound of Ai's stomach drum rolling reverberated throughout the room. He saw the dango stick in Zeta Snake's hand, which vanished just beyond the mask, as the group of his bolts offered him several bars of rations. He let out a sigh. After 30 minutes, every black mask Anbu stood and saluted, "Sir." As Zeta Fox entered the joint room with Rose and Petal at his sides. "Now that the Reikage is up, it's time to leave." Fox then turned to face the Reikage and said, "We are leaving now. If you want an escort, get to the front gate in 2 minutes or be left behind." He left the room silently, followed by his men. Anbu Team Zeta reorganized at the gate, and following a brief head count, Fox turned to their visitor, who was wearing a black cloak with seals that made it impossible to identify. He gave them a nod, and they returned the gesture. A faint warmth on his arm indicated that it was time, and they all departed right away, or they exchanged words as the Reikage emerged. I realized he hadn't seen Yugito since he woke up when he hardly noticed the Anbu team leaving, but based on his intuition, they might or might not have her. They're gone, and he can't tell. This disrespect will not go unpunished, he said, glancing to his side. Zetsu, find out who those black masks are, who they serve, and their identities. He growled before turning back to his men and saying, "Let's get back." He then blasted off toward the north, not realizing that a certain masked man was watching with a frown on his hidden face. What about the containers? With the Kyuubi missing, the Nandi vanished, and Rokubi executed, our plans have had enough setbacks. Let's address this issue before it becomes a bigger pain. The man in the mask said. Those new Anbu were trouble. It'll be done. Be sure that it is done. The black mass seeps into the roof as the swirl disappears into a Sharingan eye, and neither of them notices the numerous birds in the passing flock that are puffing into smoke. Uzumaki Compound. Hidden Leaf. Land of Fire. Naruto exclaimed, I'm back. As the rice paper door slid apart. Welcome back, said Karen as she came out of the study, holding a hot chocolate but with a few marshmallows floating inside. Who is that? She asked, her eyes narrowing as she saw the non-redhead at her cousin's back as she cleared the door frame. As he walked past her, Naruto says, Yugito ni. Container of Nibi. The woman had finished unhitching her sandals. So, she's here because. Karen said, rushing her clansmen into their new compound clearing upset. You know this is our home, right? Don't just bring. She was silenced when he suddenly turned back to her and pulled her into a gentle hug. He whispered, Karen, I need you to trust me, okay? This is temporary. We just need to hide her for a bit, okay? The warmth of his chakra had always been a bit of a sedative for Karen, and they both knew it because of her extraordinary sensory abilities. Yugito was being escorted by a shadow clone to one of the spare rooms in the main house that Naruto and Karen shared after Karen had been successfully subdued. Her room was next to Karen's at the top of the stairs, directly across from Naruto's. It was a two-story traditional Shinto building with attached showers and a small balcony overlooking the interior garden. The room itself was surprisingly cozy, and Yugito would freely acknowledge that she was able to easily adjust it by flaring her chakra at different levels after discovering that there was underfloor heating and soft seal-based lighting surrounding it. The next morning, Yugito yawned as she went into the kitchen and saw Naruto sipping coffee at the dark marble island while Karen prepared breakfast. However, she did notice them giggling when she walked in. Ah, morning Yugito. Naruto called the former Kumo shinobi's attention. Morning, Naruto-san. Karen turned around and bowed her head, freezing. Yugito was dressed in dark blue Anbu-style pants without the tapes holding them in place and one of Naruto's old black shirts with the Uzumaki swirl on it. Sue her. She wasn't on duty. Karen heard Naruto say, Karen, as she was abruptly relieved of the pan of sausages and bacon by said Uzumaki. After blinking twice, Karen realized that she had allowed her thoughts to wander a little too much. My bad. Yeah, Naruto responded with a laugh while presenting the meat products. After Karen brought the salad and eggs from the counter, the three of them started eating breakfast while engaging in a surprising amount of quiet conversation. For Yugito, the warmth of a home had reached her for the first time in a very long time. This is what Karen was hoping to build upon and what she was searching for. She hopes to locate the remaining members of their dispersed clansmen and eventually bring them all together under one roof, along with Naruto and this house. This was what Naruto had been missing. His greatest secret longing, to locate the remaining members of his family now. A three-tailed fox and a puff of smoke materialized next to Naruto, giving him a letter. Naruto drew it back and read it right away, freezing. What is it, Nar? Karen asked, putting down her tea slowly as Naruto glanced back at her with glossy eyes. We've found a family of 5 just beyond the land of water. Really? Karen gripped his arm as if her life depended on it, and he nodded. Then, Naruto interrupted, saying, grab your gear. We'll head out after lunch, and we'll be able to get there in a few days. She didn't need to be told twice, and she disappeared up the stairs, earning a laugh from Naruto, who turned to Yugito and asked, what will you do? Come with us. Stay here. It's your call. This was unexpected, as the two-tailed Jinchuriki didn't believe she had that kind of freedom. You aren't a prisoner here but a guest. My guest. Kuruma's guest in Matabe's case. A grin on Naruto's face. It's up to you what you do. I know I need to protect you, so I would like you to join us, but you are not obligated to do so. As he led her to the study, Naruto confessed, I just so happened to finish your gear this morning. Though I used your trashed uniform as a template for your sizes, he. I'll come, sure. Better than being cooped up in here. Both of them got up. After half an hour, Yugito returns to the study armory, dressed in brown, gray, and crimson Zeta-style armor. She has thick, soft brown leather covering her arms, thighs, and abdomen, as well as dark scarlet shin armor. She also has spinal armor, chest plates, and armor plates on the back of her forearm. How's it feel? Tight anywhere? Adjustments needed, Naruto asked, nodding at her. Yugito flexed her arms, hands, and fingers, saying, admittedly, this is way too comfortable. As he walked around and examined the woman's attire, Naruto explained, I used seals to soften the feel, it was on the request of another individual, turned out well, and now used it here. There are also environmental controls and it's completely hydrophobic. No water will remain within it. Sure, sounds too good to be true. I bet, these suits aren't cheap, would set you back, about 30 million ryo for the chest piece alone. Naruto told the woman with a nervous gulp, there are shoulder pauldrons, but I didn't give you them as your flexibility would be impacted negatively. True, Yugito nodded as she examined her hands, her claws extending and then retracting. Then I need to apologize to you both, Naruto said, causing Yugito to snap at him as he stopped in front of her, still performing a final examination. Matabi also listened. For the duration of this mission, you will be Foxy 3. Seriously, I'll be Foxy 1, Karen 2 with you 3. Naruto clarified as he removed the face mask from her. I didn't have time to add specialized channels first, so I pretty much copy and pasted the seal from the other ones. The only unique seals these ones have are the softness ones. I didn't really have time for anything fancy. With a coy smile, Yugito said, I see. Just this once as I'm getting cool, expensive one of a kind armor, then I can at least do you this one favor. Naruto gave him a blank stare. Whatever, he said, stepping clear of his desk, do not forget the cloak. I need to go get geared up myself. When Naruto entered the study, armory, and workshop, he saw Yugito and Karen all three prepared with kitsune masks, black markings on scarlet backgrounds, whisker marks, and tails from their eyes. With masks on, he said in a commanding voice, let's go. Our family awaits, Karen chirped, and the three would not be heard again for 4 weeks.
Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.